Continued. USJ. Narrator Gray. Izuku Midoriya was sitting in his office looking over reports from all the departments as well as the reports on the completion rate of the first silo of their new base. It was 25% built already and it had only been 2 weeks and it was the middle of the second week into UA's semester. I believe that's when the break-in happened, Ida said. Yeah, I remember how everyone was panicking and how we made Ida climb up the door frame, Ochako said with a giggle. Oh, I know that's when our class prez got the name, Emergency Exit Ida, Kaminari said. God, I am glad I looked through everyone's quirks, Izuku thought. They had someone who could move the earth, another that had a quirk that was perfect for wiring the base, another that could control metal, and a few other quirks that were good for construction, so they really only had to pour in the building material and make sure everything was built as they needed it. But if they had such useful quirks, why did they turn towards the villainy? Ochako asked. She thought if her parents knew people with these quirks they could have really saved some money during the construction work. There could be multiple unknown reasons. Sometimes it's circumstances that led a person there, or other times a simple act of self-defense can brand you as a villain, and then there are people like Moonfish and Muscular who just want to destroy lives for their own amusement, Izuku explained. On the side, Aizawa was grinning under his capture weapons, a good world view to have. Not too naive or too cynical. At the rate they were going they would have the first silo completed at the end of the month and the start of the second one would start right after that. Izuku was happy with the progress and couldn't wait for it to be completed in full for them to move. He didn't want to move until it was fully done and work on the other backup locations started. Oh. I can't wait to see what that base looks like, Mei said. However, in other news, Izuku had received word of when the attack on the USJ would happen. Everyone tensed, especially the students at the mention of the USJ. And nobody can blame them, they didn't have very fond memories of that place. Jiren sold Izuku the information and it would be happening the next day. It appears that the LOV had broken directly into UA and had used the media as a cover to hide their actions, since the school believed it was the media that had tripped the alarm until it was too late to realize it was done by a villain. Yeah, one of our worst mistakes to this date, Mizu said. I told you it was not logical to continue with that schedule when we had a possible break in a day prior, Aizawa glared at the principal. Aizawa, you have to understand that I cannot just cancel students' lessons on a whim just because of a false alarm, Mizu said. It was not false, Aizawa said. Back then, we had no way of knowing that, Mizu calmly replied. As such, Shigaraki, the villain who is the so-called leader of the organization, had gotten the schedule with All Might's trip to the USJ on it. And the blonde doof wasn't even there when we need him, Aizawa glared at Small Might, who shrank down in his seat. It also contained the class roster of those in Class 1A and 2B for their individual days at the USJ. So my class could have been a target as well, Vlad King shivered just by the thought of having his children face that monster called Nomal. Izuku had bought a copy of it off from Jiren, who had managed to snatch a copy himself. Izuku already knew who was in the first-year hero course but not the individual classes themselves. I am not surprised that Bakugo got placed in the 1A class. Izuku thought as he looked over the class rosters. Like there was any doubt to begin with, Bakugo said with a smirk. Just for your kind information, Bakugo, if Aldera had properly evaluated your actions I doubt you would have even been allowed to take the exam, Mizu said. Fuck. Bakugo thought while sweating like a madman. Izuku had the spy network member with the insect information gathering quirk come to the office before the attack, and she planted a large number of insects into a small tube for Mr. Compress's clone to take to the USJ. Then they had another member who could project memories come to the office. They were going to watch the USJ live. Hey Midoriya, ever heard of Netflix? Kaminari sarcastically asked. I think there are much better things to watch rather than children getting killed by knockoff Frankenstein. The bugs would feed the information back to the user, who could be across half of Japan and still receive the information. Then the other quirk user would project the events for them all to watch and analyze. Yes. I knew I know her from somewhere, Izuku exclaimed. She is the sidekick of American hero Ant-Man. Well, that's good, we don't have to worry about her, I guess, Mizu said. Izuku wanted real-time information about the events going on so he could analyze them and not be behind the heroes in regard to the events that will happen in the future, so just in case they had to cover anything up. I have to agree, information is a currency of warfare, Aizawa said. Soon all the Verdant guards and Izuku were sitting in the meeting room watching. The lieutenants were not invited since Izuku didn't want the information to spread around just yet. The bug user and the memory projection user were sworn to silence in regards to any information they gathered in this meeting, and they agreed. Right, it would be quite troublesome if information about her quirk is spread outside, Izuku said. Everyone respected Izuku since he provided all of them with jobs and living. He also treated them all fairly and only was ruthless to those that betrayed the organization or those that threatened the order of the group. You know, it is kind of hard to imagine Midori being ruthless to people, Mina said. I know what you mean. Like he is so sweet and innocent, heck that day he even apologized to a mannequin for bumping into it, Toru explained, and many snickers could be heard around them. Hagyu Izuku said with a red face, I thought it was our secret. Oh. Was it? Toru said with a giggle, sorry. People have made massive screws-ups but weren't harmed. They got punished, but it was more of manual labor until they earned his forgiveness, which people were happy about. At worst, someone got demoted down a few ranks and would have to earn their way back up, which meant they lost some income and privileges of being at a higher rank in the organization. Interesting. Hound Dog studied the situation on the screen, so instead of buying their loyalty or forcing his own superiority down their throats, he is making them all feel safe and wanted in the organization. In a way, he is acting like a father. The last person that tried to betray the group. His fate wasn't a good one, and they all learned that you could pretty much do anything and be forgiven except betray the organization. Death awaited those that did that or worse. A chill went down their spines as they heard those words. Something in their heart told them they weren't just empty threats. And here I thought narrator Izuku is a scary one, Minari said. Even if you got arrested by the police, as long as you didn't provide any information to the police, then you would get freed via bail, or someone would break you out and their leaders wouldn't be angry with them. This caused everyone to become more fiercely loyal to them over time, since everyone was treated fairly. At least someone knows how to treat their employees, Mike said. Yeah, I guess they get paid fairly as well, Namuri added. Shut up you two, he can hear you, Aizawa said. In that case, if I ever go missing, you know who to blame, Mike said, pointing an accusatory finger at Nizu. My, there are much worse fates than death, Nizu said with a chuckle. What do you think about extra paperwork for an entire month? No. Mike pleaded, but everyone decided to look away for their own well-being, though that wasn't important right now as the Battle of the USJ had started. The clones were already waiting and hiding in the area of the facility, but the bugs were already inside since they were ordered to sneak in. The intruder sensors wouldn't trip if it was just insects entering, even if it was done via a quirk. Good to know, Power Loader said, taking another note on his tablet. As such, the moment the Hero 13 finished talking, the lights flickered and the Verdant organization knew that the LOV arrived. It was at that moment they saw the warp user appear with an army of villains. More like an army of idiots, Bakugo said. They were pretty weak, they didn't even know how to fight, Shoto added. They were also oblivious to our quirks and were too overconfident, Momo said. Well, for them we were just a bunch of easy targets, or at least what Shigaraki would have told them, Izuku concluded. As they were watching, they noticed some creature come into the facility with the army of villains. Nomu, Aizawa whispered under his scarf. Apparently getting your head smashed into the ground was not a pleasant experience. That has to be the weapon to fight All Might, it looks like a science experiment. I'm interested if I can learn anything from it. Izuku stated as they saw the large creature enter. Does anyone else think that Nomu should be kept away from that Midoriya? Kaminari asked, and instantly everyone raised their hands, including Izuku himself. Good to know I am not alone. That's just common sense, dunce face, Bakugo remarked, but earned a fist of love on his head. Brat, stop giving your friends such mean names, Matsuki said. The main leader, identified as Shigaraki, was scratching his neck and complaining about All Might not being there, and that didn't go well for the Verdant team watching. He's unstable mentally, he's going to order the creature or the villains to kill the students. Izuku stated. Idiot. Stain said, what kind of self-respecting villain goes after children? Meanwhile, Ida was giving him the face that said, seriously, but then he realized that he was the one who went after him, not the other way around. Then they all saw Eraserhead jump down to fight as the students attempted to leave. As Izuku hoped they got out even though he hated Bakugo, the warp villain stopped them. Damn it. Bakugo is always screwing things up, isn't he? Izuku stated as he saw Bakugo and a boy he knew as Kirishimiya jump and attack the villain, which stopped 13 from attacking. Then the villain teleported nearly everyone on the hero's side away. Bakugo, Kirishima, this is your first and last warning, do not jump into a situation without knowing the severity of it, Aizawa said, glaring at the said students. Because of your stupid actions, 13 lost her advantage and got incapacitated, and villain managed to disperse your classmates. I am clear. Yes, both the boys said in unison. That made the clones move into gear since they had one clone outside with a burner phone. Like the ones in the spy movies, Toru said. Now, they wouldn't be a part of the Emperor's guards if they didn't have standard uniforms. Each person could customize their outfit a bit to meet their individual needs, but most of them plus the female version looked similar to this for the Verdant guards. Each person also wore a mask to hide their face since Izuku didn't want their identities to be found out anytime soon. Fuck dash, Dabi didn't complete the word as he felt two ice-cold eyes burning holes into his back. frick that's cool as hell. Yes, I admit quite a fabulous attire indeed, Compress added. I would have preferred red though, Himiko said, but since it's green and it's Aizu's color I like it. The clones came busting into the front door as Dabi had melted the door allowing Ida to escape even though he was confused about who they were. Exit sign Ida go. Kaminari and Shiro cheered. That name is going to stick to me isn't it? Ida sighed. Yeah, Ida it is, Ochako said with a giggle. Kurojiri was startled at the new arrivals but Mr. Compress ignored him and ran into the small hidden area and released the clones who dashed off to the other sections quickly and got to work. The main Mr. Compress clone came back to Dabi's main clone and helped force Kurojiri away but when he arrived Dabi had already done that and told the students to help their teachers. They asked who they were but were ignored. So you act like other adults in our lives, Shoto said, good to know. Soon, Dabi and Mr. Compress arrived down the steps and into the main fighting to support Eraserhead who was confused as hell to see two people in matching outfits a bit helping him out. Don't mind us, we were sent to ruin their plans and ensure no casualties on the hero side if we can help it. We also have men scattered in the other zones that should be helping. Your students out. Dabi stated. Eraserhead just accepted it for now since if it meant his students walking away alive then he would accept it for now. I would have really appreciated some help in our world as well, Aizawa said still staring daggers at Yagi. Can you drop it Aizawa? Yagi sighed, I said, I was sorry. Idiot, Gran Torino yelled, how many times have I told you to not overdo it? As the fighting was going on, Shigaraki hated that a third party was interfering in his plans to kill the symbol of peace. Who would have thought, Dabi made a sarcastic remark. He was complaining as he watched Eraserhead and noticed a tell for his quirk. He then ordered the Nomu to attack the hero as he just kept watching the tail. Izuku was sitting back in the office watching and didn't like what he noticed. Shigaraki has a horrible man-child mentality. However, under that, he is very smart since he just figured out Eraserhead's weakness in his quirk. His tail on when he is and isn't using his quirk, that is bad. They all hated it but they have to agree with Izuku's statement. I guess there was a reason why All for One was so forgiving when it came to him, Izuku said Izuku stated as they watched the Nomu bulldoze Eraserhead and knocked him to the ground causing him to scream in pain. Aizawa flinched, in a sense, he was literally reliving the worst memory of his life. But then suddenly Namuri and Mike jumped on him capturing him in a tight hug. Idiots. Aizawa grumbled, stop acting like children. This caused Dabi to burn the Nomu and force it back off as Compress pulled the hero back. Shoto internally cursed himself seeing his brother handle the Nomu using his fire. As they were watching, they noticed the Nomu had a regeneration quirk but also others. It has multiple quirks, likely the byproduct of forcing multiple quirks into a human body. I wonder if there is a way to undo it or stabilize it so this doesn't happen. Izuku muttered out and his guards just rolled their eyes at his habits. Yeah. I mumble I know. Sumi, Izuku said with a pout. Don't worry Deku I think it's kinda cute and adds to your charm, Ochako said. Oh, okay, Izuku said with a giant blush on his face while Himiko was giggling in the background. Soon, Dabi burnt most of the Nomu away and the fire was hot enough to destroy the cells so it didn't regrow so half of the body was gone. Hey Todoroki, if I haven't gone senile due to my age, isn't that how you defeated the Nomu in Hosu as well? Gran Torino asked. Yes, once I found out about the regeneration factor I destroyed its cell, Enji replied. Mr. Compress grabbed it into a marble since it could still be researched on. It was at that moment that Mr. Compress and Dabi were standing in front of Eraserhead in a defensive position and all the clones had brought back the students and gathered them behind Eraserhead. Hey is it only me or does Shoto looks like a mama bear here, Namuri said with a sly grin. Namuri one more word and you will know all the pain in the world, Aizawa glared at her. Oh, that's nothing, when one time our old landlord tried to touch one of our cats before Mike could even finish his sentence, he was getting strangled by Aizawa's scarf. Bakugo looked like he wanted to attack the clones and based on the video from his zone, he held himself back even though he got help. That surprised Izuku but oh well. That doesn't make the anger go away that Izuku has for a decade worth of abuse at Bakugo's hands nor the suicide baiting. Izuku bit his lip. Can they please stop bringing that up, he thought and looked at his mom who had her eyes staring at the floor while little tears were dropping from her eyes. Bakugo too felt a sting in his heart seeing his Aunt Inko crying because of his shitty words. As the students looked at their teacher and those that saw the fight, they were all shocked and wondered who these men were. Togo and Dabi looked at each other then towards Izuku with a hint of mischief in their eyes. Izuku who noticed that was about to stop them but he was already too late. We are Verdant guards, loyal retainers of our Lord and Savior Verdant Emperor, Dabi, Toga and surprisingly even Compress and twice joined in too. I am going to find a hole and hide in it, Izuku said in embarrassment. Then, it happened. The door or what remained of the door busted open and All Might and the teachers were standing there. All Might was furious as he looked down but was confused when he saw a number of people wearing similar outfits creating a defensive wall between their students and what he assumed were the villains. Yeah, I remember that, Izuku said with a shudder, first time in my life I have seen All Might without a smile. Nizu came walking up and called out for the villains to surrender as they all looked scared to see All Might and the other heroes. They no longer had the weapon to kill All Might either. Damn it, damn it, damn it. We could have won if it wasn't for you third-party individuals. Who the hell are you? Shigaraki yelled as the warp user came up next to him prepared to warp at any moment. Thanks, we take full credit for it, Dabi said with a sly grin. No surprise there, Kopres added, their performance wasn't anything special, to begin with. Even the heroes were confused about who these people were as some of the students told them that they showed up and saved them from the villains and they had defeated some creature that was meant to kill All Might that was devastating their teacher already. Nizu moved down the steps with the heroes as some stayed up with the others. Nizu wanted to get the other students behind them and they needed to be careful since All Might was on a limit but if he didn't have to fight it would be safe for them. Indeed, it is always better to solve things with diplomacy than with brute force, Nizu said. Bakugo, you should really take these words to heart, Kaminari said. What did you say, you knockoff Pikachu? Bakugo said with a faint pop coming from his hands. Right as they got between their students and whoever these individuals were in front of them, one of the men laughed. Oh. I'm sorry for laughing. It's just funny you don't know of us, but we knew about you already and who leads you in the background. Tell your master All for One he is not safe for we are the Verdant and we are never going away. Dabi stated. You have some balls to directly challenge the king of Underworld right in the face, Stain said. But was it wise though? Momo asked, based on what we saw during the Kamino Ward incident, even with 30,000 people you are no match. I mean let's be honest, there is no way that All for One didn't know about our organization, Izuku said. I don't think he knows what exactly our goal is but at least he must have known someone like us exists by now. That name sent fear into those that knew of it and the villain side was shocked to know that their master was known and that he just got threatened. Heroes like All Might and Nizu were scared. They just got the second-hand confirmation for the most part that All for One was alive and was leading a villain organization. It seems my other self's life is going to be more complicated from now on, All Might sighed. All Might, didn't that happen the moment you got one for all from Nana? Izuku asked with a wry smile. All Might thought for a moment and laughed, I guess you are right my boy. However, it seems that some other group that they had no idea about was opposing him. They didn't know if it was a villain group or a vigilante group but it took balls of steel to threaten that man. Ha! Called it, Stain said. Aren't you enjoying this way too much? Dabi asked raising his brow. The students and everyone else was just confused about who All for One was but Eraserhead had some idea about the Merchant of Quirks but he didn't think it was real until now. Wait. All Might said as he sneezed some blood, you knew about that man. When you spend almost half of your life in underground heroics you do hear some crazy and disturbing things, Aizawa said. How dare you? How dare you threaten my master? Also give us our Nomu back. Shigaraki stated in anger. Does he really think he will get whatever he wants, whenever he wants? Kirishima asked. You have no idea, Himiko said. 2 days before the training camp attack he almost killed Mustard because he lost him in a fighting game. The teachers were confused until Nizu put together that the Nomu must be the weapon. He didn't like the fact that it was in the hands of a third party at all. I'm sorry but your weapon is dead now, so it's quite useless for you but I'm sure our leader will be interested in seeing if there is a way to undo the creation of these creations but I'll leave that to him. Mr. Compress stated. Idiot. Why did you stop? Why not tell him where our base is as well? Dabi made a sarcastic remark. Soon the warp user just pulled them out since All Might looked like he wanted to attack and right as he did the warp user disappeared. Damn it. All Might stated. The students relaxed but the teachers were still on guard. Dabi turned around and looked at Eraserhead. You good Eraserhead? You are one of the few heroes our boss actually likes and thinks of as a true hero. Dabi stated as he looked Eraserhead over. The heroes were confused about how they knew who Eraserhead was and the fact that their boss considered Eraserhead a true hero but nothing was said of All Might. Oof. That is going to sting, Hawk said. F in the chat, Kaminari said. Hey guys someone please call an ambulance, it seems Midori landed a critical hit on All Might, Mina said. I am sorry All Might, I didn't mean to. Izuku started to apologize but was stopped by All Might. It's okay young Midoriya I am not angry. All Might tried to find the right words, just sad. All Might walked over to the clones and asked if they would be willing to hand the so-called Nomo over. Dabi just ignored All Might as he kept talking to Eraserhead, and everyone, even All Might, was shocked. Izuku was back in the office laughing his ass off at All Might's expression. "Ha! Take that," Aizawa said with one of his crazy grins. "He is really spiteful, isn't he?" Vlad asked. Mike just sighed and said, "Yeah, he is." Though he did want the clones to return soon since the police would be arriving. As they were watching, they noticed Nizu walked over and asked some questions. He asked if it was possible to negotiate the transfer of the creature to the hero's side. Izuku was in the room and just sighed. He called the burner phone that the clone outside the building had and told it to send another clone in to allow the transfer. As such, within a minute of Dabi looking at Nizu and about to reject it, another clone of Mr. Compress appeared out of the air. No one noticed the small hole in the glass to the side of the building which allowed the marble to come in. Huh. Momo looked at the screen with a dumbfounded expression. He gave it away just like that. "I mean, it's the best course of action for me right now," Izuku said. "I don't think Nizu will let my guards go if we didn't comply with his demand, and I don't want them to find out about clones just yet." "But what, wanting to research about them?" she asked, and that's when saw a confident smirk on his face. "Who said I am the only one who will be compromising?" Izuku said. "The boss said to allow the transfer. He's sure that it won't be the last Nomu we see, and he wants just one arm of the beast though for him to research and see if he can find a way to undo the creation of them. If you are willing to accept that Principal Nizu, we are willing to give everything else that remains, since only currently half of it remains anyway after we defeated it." Mr. Compress's clone stated, and Nizu agreed easily. "That's rare," Aizawa said. "You agreed to make a deal on their terms?" "Just as Midoriya said, it is the best course of action," Nizu explained. "All Might is on his last leg, you are fairly injured, and I don't have any information about their quirks or numbers, so it's the best way to handle the situation." The clone carrying the beast unsealed it, and Dabi created some fire and sliced the left arm off, since the right side of the body was just gone for the chest and right upper portion. Soon the body part was sealed again and the rest remained on the floor. Once again Shoto was reminded of how he could have been much more useful during that attack. As he was thinking about that, a voice pulled him out of that. "It's not your fault," it was Midoriya, who was sitting in front of him. "You had no way of knowing if the fire was effective or not. Also, you were dealing with a lot of things back then, so stop thinking about yourself like that." Shoto wanted to argue, but ultimately he gave up and smiled at his friend. One of the students commented about killing it, and one Dabi clone looked at them and said, "And? This wasn't human anymore. It was a mindless drone created to follow orders and wouldn't stop until it killed your teacher. So, your teacher's life or this mindless drone, which would you pick?" the Dabi clone asked. The students shut their mouth and stayed silent. The hero said nothing, since if the clone was right and it was a mindless drone that wouldn't stop, they as well would have killed it. "Still, knowing that they were once human does leave a bad taste in your mouth," Endeavor said. "Really?" Kaminari asked. "Doesn't he have like the most civilian casualty rate in all of Japan?" "Humph. Who told you that?" Endeavor asked. "I heard it on the Daily Bagel podcast," Kaminari said. "Is that so?" Endeavor said, who was fuming right now. "I think I will have to look into that." "So it's not true?" Kaminari asked. Aizawa sighed and rubbed his face in his hands. "Kaminari, first of all, do not believe whatever you hear from such unauthorized sources, and second, do you think he would have been sitting here if he had such a record?" "Yeah, Kaminari, he isn't a number 2 hero for a show," Izuku said, and decided to ignore Dabi, who said, "No matter how bad of a father he was." "Anyway, time to go before too many police arrive," stated one clone, but All Might went to stop them. Nizu told him to stop as he noticed one individual ready to attack if he tried. They soon walked over and made a hole in the wall and just left. "Nizu, I don't think I necessarily agree with your decision," Night said. "Letting criminals go away like that is not something heroes should do." "Mirai, I think you are losing your touch," Nizu said and pointed at the screen. All Might looked at Nizu and asked why he let them go. "All Might, they saved out students. Even though they are vigilantes most likely, or even other criminals. I'd rather let them walk away to return the favor of them saving our students who need us more. We also got to arrest all the villains still inside the building before they try to escape, so yes, I'm not going to hunt them down right now, but we now know a lot of key information due to them. All for One is back, and now there is some group directly opposing him, which is helpful for us since we might be able to establish some form of ties with them if the Hero Commission doesn't screw it up." Nizu stated, and All Might nodded. "Of course, that man is a monster and we will need all the help we can get," All Might said. "Hey Principal, wanna bet that Hero Commission is going to screw up?" Dabi asked with a cheeky smile. "I am not interested in a losing bet, I know they are going to mess things up," Nizu replied. The students themselves had left and All Might felt his limit hitting, so he had Cementos throw a wall up for him to drop his form so the villains didn't see it. However, they were unaware of the bug that was above them watching. Crap. All Might cursed. Everyone in the office was shocked as they just got visual confirmation of All Might's skinny form. The guards knew about it, but still seeing it was shocking. The two others didn't know about it and were outright shocked. Izuku looked at them and reminded them to keep it a secret, and they were confused why their group didn't use this. Let's see what is Brat's plan, Stain said. All Might is running out of time. I also haven't decided if I would kill him or not. So keeping his form a secret is still important to my plan, since I want to gain more power in the underworld and All Might can still fight all for one for us. So keep silent about what you saw. Understood? Izuku asked, and they nodded their heads since they were still in shock. So I still have a hanging blade on my head, huh? All Might said, dry laugh. You don't have to worry about that, Toshi, Knight, I said. Mirio will end this Verdant Emperor in a matter of days once he gets involved. Soon the clones scrambled across the city and made their ways throughout the place. They did meet up with a Toga clone who took the marble and the clone that made it, and they ran while the others dissolved. Soon they went underground into a network to lose any followers and came out in another area before Toga had the other clone dissolve, and then she transported the arm via a car before she transformed into someone else. After a few more changes and redirections, she arrived back at the base with the Nomu arm. Guys, my head is spinning, Kaminari said. What the hell just happened? I know, right, Mina added. At the end of it I had almost lost who the real Toga was. That means it achieved its desired purpose, Izuku said with a proud smile. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen, EP.2 USJ. To be continued. Heroes and Villains and Anti-Heroes. Narrator Izuku Midoriya. I was sitting in my office as I was waiting for the clone of Toga to bring the normal arm back. We also got lucky and had a handful of the bugs follow some of the heroes into the school itself by attaching to their outfits without them noticing. I love your quirk, it's so good for information gathering when we can't apply direct means. I praised the girl and she thanked me for the kind words. Midoriya, are you sure that this woman is really a hero and not to mention living in states as well? Aizawa asked, and no, I am saying that you are lying, but information can be manipulated and no matter how smart your brain is, you are still a child. I understand, sir, but she is really a hero, I am sure about that, Izuku replied. You sound so sure, why is that? Aizawa raised his brow. Because I am kind of friends with her, Izuku said, and again Aizawa looked at him with a raised brow. So there is this forum for people with weak quirks, villainous quirks, and quirkless people. I met her there, she asked a question about her quirk and I answered her. Then she messaged me in a private chat, from there we kept talking and also exchanged numbers. But since these past few years, I haven't really spoken to her. Oh god, how I am going to even talk to her, but she did tell me that she is of Japanese origin but she has never been here. In that case, I will cross-check the information just to be sure, Naomasa said. The heat the USJ incident attracted was starting to calm down as well. The media was throwing up a storm, but for now, the main event was over and the staff made their way back to UA. Vultures preying on the traumatized children, Aizawa thought while glaring at the screen. I had the bug user send a few bugs to follow All Might. I was hoping to find out who the 9th user of One for All was as soon as possible. It might have been a good idea to take the quirk back then, but then I wouldn't be able to show everyone what a quirkless person could do, Izuku thought. Many in the audience paled thinking about the Verdant Midoriya with Deku's power. That would have been the worst scenario possible, Knight, I said. One for All is a quirk that is burdened with the glorious purpose of defeating all for one. It has no place in a hand of a criminal. Upon listening to Night Eye's rambling, Izuku chuckled a little, getting everyone's attention. Night Eye glared at the boy and asked, you think what I said is funny? Yeah, it kinda is, Izuku replied. I mean, the quirk never came to an actual hero until it was received by Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user. Before that, it was with a sick man who passed it on to a vigilante who again gave it to another vigilante. By the way, both of them were involved in the revolution against the government that happened at the dawn of quirks. Anyway, the third then passed it on to a hermit who then gave it to a hero. Even after that, it was wielded by 2 underground heroes, namely Banjo and N. Hence One for All didn't become a hero's quirk until it was wielded by Nana, who wanted to use it like that. There was utter silence in the auditorium. No one spoke a thing and kept staring at Yusuke, who was getting a little nervous. Guys, Izuku waved his hand in front of everyone. Finally, All Might decided to break the silence. How did you know all of that? Suddenly a look of realization appeared on Izuku's face and suddenly he blushed. All Might. Izuku said as he avoided looking at his mentor, I kinda forgot to tell you that a few days after the overhaul raid I was able to access the vestige world inside the One for All, and I kind of interact with them more often nowadays. Also, Nana said she was proud of you. The last part brought tears to All Might's eyes. And Gran, she has a message for you, take your sweet time before joining me here and watch over both Toshi and his successor, Izuku said. Idiot. Still worries about everyone even from there, Gran said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Is there anything else you should tell us about? Aizawa asked, clearly baffled about how can anyone forgot something this important. Oh yeah. Izuku said, I think I am going to develop 6 more quirks. Again silence, until Aizawa groaned, I am not paid enough to deal with this shit, he said and resumed the show. Toga's clone had arrived back at the base and had taken the arm to the lab for the assistants to start preparing it for experimentation. I also found quite a few people that were quite good and smart enough to work in the labs with me and had been able to take some of the research load off of me, so it was quite helpful since it freed his time upon doing everything. It is so sad to see all these talented minds going on a bad route due to negligence of government and Hero Commission, Mizu sighed. As I was thinking of ways to experiment on the arm, I saw All Might talking to someone in the nurse's office at the school, and it turned out to be what appeared to be a 3rd year. The person looked like a miniature version of All Might. Hey, he is not All Might, Nijire complained, he is Lemillion. He is his own hero. Who has a persona similar to All Might, Night-Eye added. Nijire glared at him, he doesn't need to be like All Might to become a great hero. No, he doesn't, Night-Eye said, but what is the harm in becoming like him if he has the same qualities as him? Nijire was silenced by Mirio, who said they should talk about this in private instead of here. I rolled my eyes at this sight but listened in since the staff meeting wouldn't start for a bit longer as the staff was still dealing with other things and All Might was still getting checked over due to him pushing his limits earlier in the day. Yeah, it was really bad, and Toshi looked at Izuku with a proud smile, if it wasn't for young Midoriya, Shigaraki would have disintegrated me on the spot. All Might, what do you mean All for One is alive? You said he was dead, the miniature version of All Might stated in shock. I mean is that we have several different sources that tell us that he is still alive. We have this Nomu creature with multiple quirks, then we have this third-party organization that called the League of Villains out and said that the League is controlled by All for One, and then the leaders of the attack more or less confirmed the accusation at the USJ. So, I'm saying he is alive and you need to be careful to not let others know you have one for all since he will come for you since you can't control 100% of the quirk currently. All Might stated. Miria, what were you saying again? Yeah, right, that the boy you trained won't have any problem controlling the quirk, right? Gran asked. There must be some mistake, it is not Night-Eye tried to defend but Izuku cut him off. That is not Mirio-senpai's fault, Izuku said, the quirk has reached the singularity point, and the amount of power it wields is almost impossible for anyone to master all of it in such a short time. And that applies to you as well, Aizawa said, so don't go overboard and break your bones again. This confirmed who the 9th user of All for One was, but they now needed a name for the face, but Izuku could get that through public records and the internet since the individual looked like a 3rd year, which meant they would have a provisional license and would be out in the field. I don't like the sound of it, Tamaki murmured to himself. As they were talking more, All Might talked about the third-party group. It might be good to have some working relationship with this third-party group depending on their views. If they are directly opposing All for One, then they should be confident in their skills. So far the only thing we know about them is that their organization seems to be Verdant, and we so far know there are 3 members. One with a fire quirk, one with a marble compressing quirk, and they seem to have a quirk user that can make clones of other people. We're thinking similar to ectoplasm. Far as we know they are a vigilante group that seems to be highly coordinated. All Might stated. Damn it. They found out about the clones, Izuku cursed. Dude, shouldn't you be happy that heroes are getting more clues to capture you? Kaminari asked. Not really, Izuku casually replied, I really want to see the other me succeed, who has taken such a big task of changing the society despite not having a quirk. The 3rd year nodded his head. Do you think I should ask Sir Night-Eye to look into them? The boy asked. Nah, Lemillion. Just focus on what you're already working on and getting control of one for all with your other quirk. I only have around 2 hours left of my time limit as it stands. We need to be prepared for a final battle against All for One. I need to go to the staff meeting so we can keep talking later. Now I'm sure you are meant to be going to your work study, no? All Might stated, and Lemillion looked at the clock before running out and saying his goodbyes. Really, Toshi? Night-Eye narrowed his eyes, despite getting the first-hand proof that All for One is alive. You still refuse to get me involved? I don't know and can't justify what is going through my on-screen self's mind, All Might defended. Recovery Girl walked in and shook her head since she was in her little office to the side listening in. You're a bit too distant with the boy, you know. Recovery Girl said, and All Might hung his head down. All Might sighed, was it that obvious? You and your boy, she pointed at Izuku, both of you wear your heart on your sleeves. You know why? I'm trying to be close to him but he's more Sir Nightai's protege than mine. All Might said, the person I wanted. I screwed up and drove young Midoriya to suicide, the person I would have loved to have as my protege, as the ninth user is gone due to my words. A boy torn down by society and I couldn't take a few more seconds in my words. I could have said words of encouragement in a better manner to push him to do another field like quirk analysis just like his mother said he was amazing at. You don't have to be a pro hero to be a hero and his skills would have made so much difference in the world. Sai, I'm just trying to push forward the best I can but I always want to turn around and just wish that I could undo that day, to go after him when he walked past me. Something different so he didn't choose the path that he did. All Might stated. Thank you All Might for caring so much about my child, Inko said with teary eyes. You don't have to, All Might said, it was my fault that he left in that universe, who am I kidding, I was not any better in this universe either. I understand you feel bad but honestly I can't hold you accountable for what either version of you said to my son, Inko said much to All Might's surprise, because I did the same thing. The day we returned from the hospital after his diagnosis he asked me if he can still become a hero and all I could say to him was sorry. And after that, I repeatedly but subtly kept suggesting him to give up on his dream. To pick something normal, I kept ignoring the stats surrounding the quirkless people in hopes that if I don't see them they will not hurt him and... She said between her sobs while Mitsuki was rubbing her back, I selfishly wanted to keep him in front of me because I was afraid that if I let him go out of my sight, he will disappear just like the people, who never make it to the news. After her little breakdown, many people had tears in their eyes so Nizu gave them time to relax before moving forward. Recovery Girl nodded her head. Indeed, but you can't and now you must strive to do better. To make better heroes that will aim to fix these issues that lead the boy to his decision. That's all you can really do now. Recovery Girl stated as they left the room for the meeting. That's right Toshinori, you cannot let someone's death weigh you down, Gran said, I was there when we lost Nana and you shut yourself for almost a month. So make sure you don't do that anymore because that brat is depending on you. Izuku on the other hand was stunned at what All Might stated. The people in the room looked at him with curiosity in their eyes, seems you just earned your ticket to being spared All Might. Yay, students cheered upon hearing that Izuku was not going to kill All Might because deep down they knew if he had not changed his mind he would have done that. Maybe my words will encourage him to leave him that path and come seek me out, All Might said grinning ear to ear. However, that does nothing to turn me from my goals. This society needs to restart anew since it refuses to change in 200 years. Izuku said referring to the fact that the laws haven't changed in regards to discrimination and quirk laws since the dawn of quirks. Oh, okay then, All said as his mood once again went into the dumps. Still, Izuku raised a good point. Our society has really become stagnant since the emergence of quirks, Momo said, all the literature, inventions, and laws are solely focused on quirks. For example, all the research outside of quirk science and support equipment has been either abandoned or very niche researchers are continuing the work. Soon they saw the video of the staff room as all of the staff and the lie detector detective arrived in the room. Maybe we should invest in more secure rooms for meetings like these, Nizu said to himself. Overall, they were talking about the attack and how the League of Villains caught them with their pants down. Kaminanri and Siro looked at each other and chuckled while people around them looked at them with an exasperated sigh. As they were talking and filling in the other staff about the existence of All for One, Present Mike talked about the possibility of a mole in the school that was feeding information to the League. A wave of uneasiness washed over the students as they looked at each other. All of them knew that even the thought that one of them might be the traitor is ridiculous, but with all the things that happened this year they cannot be sure. Aizawa noticed that and said, first of all we should have been informed about this All for One much earlier since he was going to target one of our students, and second, he looked at his class, we have already reached to the conclusion that, no there was no traitor in our school. Though he knew that all ex-League members has said was that, we don't know how they got the information, we were just told to do our own thing on the missions, that was Dabi's statement and other statements were quite similar as well. Heroes had a suspicion that Shigaraki might have an answer but the bastard chose to go to Tartarus rather than help the heroes. That caught Izuku's interest and he made notes to look into it since if someone sold themselves out to the villains they would end up on Izuku's target list. Toga, have the spy team see if they can find any information about any possible spies in UA that the League has. I'm not too fond of them having one in there if they do, and if a student or worst a hero sold themselves to All for One, I want to target them. It would also hurt the League's plans in the long run if they lost their information source. Izuku stated and Toga nodded her head. I swear if it is one of the staff members I will kill them with my own hands, Aizawa thought as he glared at the screen. Izuku himself would look through the first-year records to see if there was anything that might send a flag off for a reason they would turn themselves to evil. Maybe I should do that as well, Nizu thought, who knows, maybe I will find something new. The staff kept talking until they got onto the topic of Verdant. They all asked the detective if the police knew anything about the organization, but the detective shook his head. We know nothing. We never heard of this organization until now, and that is concerning that they kept themselves hidden until now. It also is concerning that they are directly opposing All for One, which means that they need to have confidence in their force and powers, stated the detective. Yeah, I don't want to fight someone who can challenge that monster we saw during the Kamino Ward incident, Ochako said. Uraraka, that is the worst thing a hero can say, Ida said. No, I think, you are my creation. You were made to surpass all might, takes the crown, Shoto said, which made Dabi crackle like a madman while others gave sympathetic looks to Shoto and shot glares at Endeavor. It was true, I had great confidence in my men. Could we take All for One out directly? No, not at all. At least not yet, but we were working on quite a lot of inventions that would give us the chance. I think I heard something really scary just now, Mike said. I really hope they don't make anything that will destroy the world, Powerloader said. Meanwhile, Nizu and Mei were looking at the screen with stars in their eyes. Just Izuku's exoskeleton made him on par with his guards without a quirk. Izuku was also working on recreating some quirks like Midnights or Eraserheads. My quirk? Aizawa raised his brow. Recreating his quirk means finding a way to erase quirks, and when it comes to erasing quirks, first thing that comes to mind is overhaul, and if was being honest to himself, he will hate to see his problem child turning into a child-torturing psychopath. He was doing quite well with it and had even recreated quirk-canceling cuffs which were strictly controlled by the government. Naomasa almost spit out the coffee he was drinking. This kid is going to bring me a lifetime's worth of migraine. Meanwhile, Izuku secretly wrote something on a paper and passed it to Momo. She took the paper and read it with wide eyes because it was a formula and requirements to make a quirk-canceling handcuffs. She wanted to ask how, but he just winked at her and placed a finger on his mouth. Now, Izuku had spent a lot of work on getting those done, and when he figured out the chemical makeup and everything for it, he was joyful that day. Having them meant that his group could sell them on the black market where it was hard to come by them. Most on the market were stolen or imported at sky-high prices. Once again Naomasa sighed and wrote another thing in his notebook. He then looked at Izuku with teared eyes. I am glad that I am getting a year's worth of information just by watching this, but it is also increasing my workload tremendously. Now, Izuku was trying to recreate the formula to be in a liquid form so they could recreate an anti-quirk bullet to make people lose their quirks temporarily, and Izuku was getting mixed results but was making progress. I really hope you won't work with Overhaul for this, Ochako said. No, he won't, Eri said. Yes, she is in the story. Ochako giggled and ruffled her hair. You trust him so much, huh? Yes. It doesn't matter if he is a hero or villain, he will never hurt me, Eri said. As they sat there listening, Nizu started to talk. I think the group isn't strictly a vigilante group. I think they are our enemies as well. It's a 60% chance that they oppose us as well. Nizu stated, and everyone was confused. Of course, he won't be tricked by him, Aizawa said. I smirked. Seems Nizu won't be misdirected by our actions in the USJ, Izuku stated as he laughed. I see. Even the other you have placed me in such high regard, Nizu said, who seems to be pleased. Of course, sir, you and All for One are the only two people I have to stay aware of, Izuku said. The staff asked if they were villains and Nizu was hesitant, which shocked the staff. No, but the Hero Commission will label them as villains regardless. They are more anti-heroes than anything. I believe the Verdant has a lot of hidden objectives, and one may include the restructuring of our current society. They most likely believe that the current society has failed and needs to be redone. They likely oppose All for One since he's the current ruler of the underworld, and whoever is leading it is aiming to take control of the underworld before flipping society on its head. As such, we might find common ground with them, but in the end, they will be our enemies most likely. Nizu stated, and the staff tensed at this. I do not understand, what is so difficult in identifying villains as villains? Night Eye asked, why do you have to label them in fancy words like anti-heroes? You are right, Miria, the more appropriate word would be revolutionaries, Nizu said, people who are fed up with the system's bullshit and have the guts to raise arms against it. Calling a tantrum-throwing quirkless kid and his merry band of psychopaths a group of revolutionaries is stretching it too much, isn't it? Night Eye said, besides, the system is not bad enough that people have to act like a terrorist to fix it. Oh, you think nothing is wrong with the system? Dabi glared at the man. Then why did the commission hide all the evidence of Endeavor's crimes? Nekuri sacrifice, Night I said without wasting any time, although I do not condemn the acts Endeavor did. It was a very small sacrifice in comparison to how much public unrest it would have brought with it. Miria, what are talking about? All Might yelled, do you even hear yourself? Nishi Miho, Night I said, was a 15-year-old girl who died during your fight with All for One 5 years ago. What? But I thought, Commission told me they evacuated the area, All Might said. They tried, but your fight started before they could evacuate everyone, Night I explained. All Might was quiet for a moment and then he said, how does it connect to your statement? You know how she died? Night I continued without giving him a chance to speak. She was crushed under a building, which fell due to shock waves your clashes were creating. And that's why her parents wanted to file a case against you. They wanted to go and give this anti-All Might interview when you were almost dead after the battle. But they didn't. All Might, who was looking at the ground, said, why? Commission DD their thing, Night I said. They tried to bribe them, threaten them, but nothing worked. Commission was so desperate that they are about to get them killed, but I stopped them. Unfortunately, before I could do anything else, they revoked of their Japanese citizenship and the commission had them thrown them both out of the country. Why wasn't I made aware of about any of this? All Might asked, who was quite enraged. And what you would have done? Night I asked. I would have apologized to them, because of me their daughter, All Might said, barely forming a sentence. That is exactly what we were trying to avoid, Night I explained. If any media outlet had gotten that news, people would have started questioning you. And we cannot allow that. Symbol of peace cannot be flawed, or at least his flaws cannot be publicized, otherwise it breaks people's trust in that symbol. That's quite enough, Nizu said. Drop the subject for now, but Miria, I need all the details about this later, do you understand? Yes, he said, ignoring the questing glances he was getting from Mirio. This didn't fare well for them to have to deal with All for One and now likely an almost equally powerful group as him. Life isn't fair, Class 1A yelled together while Aizawa had a smirk on his face. Shota, stop infecting these children, Mike yelled. Izuku and the guards all broke out into laughter at their faces. I wonder what they would think if they knew we were spying on them. Devastated, and this caused everyone to laugh even more. Wow, now they are literally mocking us, Namuri complained. If they are watching our meeting on their terms in their hideout on their comfy sofas, then I am afraid they deserve to mock us, Hound Dog said. Soon they calmed down and they listened in more to the meeting. The meeting talked more about trying to find information about the organization, and soon Eraserhead, who had recovered due to Recovery Girl, said that he will look into it with his contacts. Everyone make sure everyone is on guard and to limit talk about the organization to the max. Eraserhead can't get any clues on us since he is good at his job, and I'd rather not remove him from the board since he's an actual good hero. Izuku said. Hey Shota, it seems the kid really likes you, huh? Mike said with a shit-eating grin. I mean, he was ready to kill All Might, but he wants to spare you, and I think that says a lot. Aizawa sunk into his scarf to hide his embarrassment. Oh my god. Shota is blushing. So cute, Namuri said. Both of you shut up before I make you, he said as he activated his quirk. Everyone knew to send the word out to all of the members once Izuku said that. They all liked Eraserhead as well and didn't want him to be removed out of their way if they could help it, but they would do what they needed to do to ensure their goals would be completed. He is back. Kaminari yelled, I missed Omonius Midoriya. Should I stop him next time? Jiro asked, that like is getting pretty old now. Don't worry, just let him have his fun, Zero said. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen, EP9, Heroes and Villains and Anti-Heroes. To be continued. Sports Festival and Verdant Movements. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Narrator Izuku Midoriya. I was sitting in my lab studying the arm of the Nomu and doing other research like the temporary quirk erasing bullets. A knock came on the door to his lab section. He saved where he was and turned around to see it was Twice, who was recently put in charge of overseeing the construction work for the main base and the backup bases. I do not want to do so much work / do you really trust me with this much responsibility? Twice asked. I mean, you are in charge, right? That means I trust you enough to be my eyes and ears when I am not around, Izuku reassured him. Now, Twice has been improving quite a lot in his mental health under my guidance. We haven't gotten to the point of Twice making clones of himself yet, but they stop his more split personality responses. They only happened every once in a while, and he was more assertive in his leading now, which he has done amazing in it. That's awesome. Did you hear that? Himiko cheered and asked Twice, you saw that right? It's not if we can help you or not anymore, because Aizu did it in that world and now we have to just do it in ours. As such, Twice was assigned oversight of the main base projects to ensure they got done at a faster speed with the clones. Having someone like Twice on your side is really a boon, Momo said. He can single-handedly double your manpower. It doesn't end there though, Izuku added. You can lead the straightforward assault on the enemy just using the clones. And that has two benefits. First, you pull crazy stunts or take high risks without worrying about casualties on your side, and second, you can bait the enemy to use their hidden weapons without risking your allies. Meanwhile, Midnight was shedding tears. At least one person was paying attention in my class. Hello Twice. Is something the matter? Izuku asked, and Twice put some documents down in front of him. The first main base is done. We finished ahead of schedule since I made quite a few clones of the workers. I already have a second backup base being worked on already, and they have already broke ground. We anticipate it to be finished in 3 weeks' time. We already have resources being stockpiled into the new main, and it will be ready to be moved into at the end of this week if nothing sets the schedule back. Twice stated, and Izuku was thrilled. Momo was right, having Twice on either side is such a cheat, Mina said. Haha, praise me more / stop it is guys, you are making me blush, Twice said. Suddenly Nizu had a brilliant idea. Mr. Babaigawara, I have an offer for you. Once you are done with your rehab, would you like to join U.A as a faculty member? I will do it / are you serious? Twice asked. Honestly, he didn't trust any of them, except Himiko and the green-haired kid, to some extent. Yes, we could really use someone like you. Having you on our side to clone our teachers in case of emergencies will really help us, Nizu said, but that wasn't the real reason. A few minutes ago when his students list out the benefits of having Twice on their side, but it also cements the fact that having him on the opposite side will be that much more troublesome. So he wanted to snatch him before the commission or any third-party organization get their hands on him. Oh, and he wasn't the only one he was hoping to snatch. Miss Toga and Mr. Seiko, that offer extends to you as well. Wait. Me? Both of them asked in unison. Yes, Nizu said, this year's events and this series have given me a new perspective on how to do things moving forward. And one of that things is properly doing background checks on students' backgrounds. And for that, Miss Toga, we could use someone like you. As we saw on the screen, you are very skilled in discreetly gathering information, and this year has accumulated a lot of bad rep for you. So we would like Mr. Seiko to manage our PR if he agreed to take the offer. Toga and Compress looked at each other before Toga finally spoke. We would think about it before we make any decision. Of course, I would have been more worried if you didn't, Nizu said, ending the conversation. This was going amazing, especially with the fact that we had acquired a new member with a minor teleportation quirk. It allowed him to set up teleportation points like a warp gate, and it required him time to activate it. It wasn't good for quick teleportation, but still, it was good for transporting once the gate was open. Great, now he has a teleporter as well, Kaminari made a sarcastic remark. What's next? Is he going to build a tank or something? Don't jinx it, you idiot, Jiro said. Come on, it's not like he really is going to bring a tank in the city, right? It was a silly question, but everyone was hesitant to answer that. I had planned to use our current main base as a meeting ground for anyone else so that the main base wasn't found. I also revised the access to the base and that people needed to go through the teleportation gate to arrive at the base so that no one could be tracked to the main base. Complicated but secure, Izuku hummed in agreement as he noted it down in his book. Perfectly describes my parents' marriage. Dabi said. Wow. That was worse than the Endeavor-flavored ice cream, Izuku said, to which he got offended. What, from Hawks? Come on little dude, it wasn't that bad, Hawks defended, or at least he tried to. Seriously? Izuku asked with a deadpan face. Their tagline was, come and taste the Endeavor, which I will gladly decline, and even if someone dared to order that. He covered Aries' ears, who was sitting on his lap. Who the fuck serves a boiling hot ice cream? At that point, why are you even eating ice cream? Just order a glass of hot chocolate or something. Hawk stared at him for a moment and said, fair enough. Meanwhile, Endeavor was sighing. I told them it was a bad idea, to begin with. We would continue to do this until they lost the teleport user, or as I was currently researching, replicating his quirk, which has seen some progress but was hitting some roadblocks. Okay, now that is something interesting, May said. I've been getting a lot of data about it working, but I ended up with just more and more data to ensure I was understanding it right. Even if I replicated it, I would still use it only as a backup between the main bases since I didn't want the technology to fall into the hands of others. Even the thought that someone like Overhaul having a teleporter is really scary, Naomesa said. That's why some things should never see the light of the day, Night, I said. They should be buried in the inventor's mind and be sealed there forever. But we can't just stop inventing and advancing just cause it can be used for bad, May countered, and no matter how safe your invention is, someone will find a way to use it for evil. That is how our world works. A schedule was being set up to show when the warp user would be opening the gate. All resources would be transported to the current base and then teleported over to the new main base even in the future so they couldn't be tracked. Again, clever move, Naomasa said. If the traffic department sees such a drastic increase in shipment trucks activities, they will surely contact us to look into it. Outside of that, Twice also said that the guards wanted a meeting since they had gathered some important information from each department that he needed to review for the plans. I nodded my head and moved towards the meeting room and found my guards there talking. They all stood up and bowed to me once he entered the room. Izuku looked to his side and saw Himiko with a shit-eating grin. He wanted to protest but ultimately he decided to let go of his frustration. I am never going to live it down, am I? He asked with a fond smile. Nope, she answered with a giggle. Sit down, Twice said you all have important information. I asked and they nodded. They started with Toga who said they had some information on the mole in UA. Suddenly the playful atmosphere in the room turned tense as everyone straightened their backs. We can confirm that there is indeed a mole inside of UA. We've narrowed it down and we believe this individual is the mole. We just need confirmation of it and evidence and we can remove them from the playing field. Toga stated. Everyone especially 1A looked at the screen with wide eyes. Was it one of them? Was it from another class? Or the worst, is it one of the teachers? Is there anyone they can even trust right now? Calm down, don't forget this is an alternate universe, that means there are bound to be some changes here and there, Aizawa said, and if there is really a traitor among us we can catch it without any problem. Izuku looked over the file and asked what their motives were for being the mole for the League. As it stands, it appears that they are doing it for pathetic reasons. The kid is selfish and wants to be the center of attention, which I must admit he is now the center of our attention and will be of others when we leak him as the mole if we can confirm it. Toga stated. We can't figure it out like that, Vlad said, there are too many kids that fit that description, all across the school. Toga said that she had the bug user spying on the kid and will let the others know when they have proof. I nodded my head and we moved on to the next person, which was Mr. Compress, who was in charge of the overall crime activities. He talked about a new variant of a trigger being on the streets. The drug that was manufactured by Overhaul, Izuku said. If I am not wrong, Kirishima, you did encounter someone who was using that, right? Yeah, that guy with the blade quirk, Kirishima said with a wry smile. When the guy used that drug, his quirk went out of control and I had to push myself to my unbreaking point, otherwise so many people would have been hurt. However, he said they were being pushed by the Yakuza, which was a dying breed of old crime families. Mr. Compress said that something didn't sit right with the people pushing the drugs and that they should start monitoring the situation since something didn't feel right. Another place where the department failed, Naomasa said with a tired frown, we knew about the sudden spike in triggers that started appearing on the black market. That's why we wanted to raid the possible locations where they were stored, but for some odd reason the higher-ups never greenlit the operation until Amajiki's quirk was erased and Night Eye brought the undeniable proof about the drugs. So you are saying that they were bribed to keep you guys away from the drugs? Aizawa asked. Sorry Eraser, I am in uniform right now, I can't place such allegations on my superiors, Naomasa said. But you are not denying it either, Aizawa said with a smirk. I nodded my head and approved of the plan to monitor the sale of the new trigger, and I also wanted some to be acquired for my personal research into how it's being made so I can understand how it compares to the old ones in the past, since some of the gangs we acquired had some old in storage that I was researching and figuring a way to counter them since I hated trigger. So triggers existed before Overhaul started selling them as well? Momo asked. Yes, they started as an experimental drug which was created by the government faculties as a way to enhance the soldiers and heroes on the battlefield, Nizu explained, but after few tests, they realized that although it does increase the quirk's power, but in exchange the user loses their sanity for as long as the drug is active. In the end, Udaren decided that using this drug was too inhuman and banned its use all across the world. So how did criminals get their hands on the old trigger? Ochako asked. It must have been kept in a secure location, right? It was, but the scientist who originally made this trigger was enraged that they didn't understand the potential of his research, and in that very rage he sold the formula to multiple villain organizations across the world. 2 years later he was caught and executed, but the damage was already done, Nizu finished the explanation. Twice just reviewed everything he had told me before in the lab and the others nodded their heads and were happy to have the new base. Me and Aizu having a home together is a very pleasant idea, Himiko thought, and then looked at Ochako who was unconsciously playing with Aries' hair. Maybe we can have a room for another person as well. I filled them in on my plans on how people would get to the base instead of traveling to it. The members agreed on it and it was a solid plan that kept our members even more hidden in the dark. The longer we can keep our real number a secret the harder it will be for them to assemble the forces to counter us in case of a surprise invasion, Izuku said. As of now many in the audience have noticed how Izuku was referring to the other version himself as he was that person himself. And honestly, that worried them. Then it was time for Dabi to speak about his matters. Dabi was in charge of the overall army currently. Twice tended to go between assignments since his quirk was just so damn useful for many things. As such, he was more or less the head of the general internal issues for the organization. Take that, losers, I am better than you / I am so honored to receive such high praise from the Emperor, Twice said. Not you too, Izuku groaned but then chuckled as well. Overall, our army has improved by leaps and bounds. Your analysis has improved our quality to a decent level and any individual member could take any low-level hero on. I've also set up several squads of more advanced troops that could work together and take on anyone in the top 20 heroes, Dabi explained. Well, Emperor, you can praise me right now or you can buy me a fancy meal at a later date, Dabi said with a smug smile. Shut your smug mouth up, Bakugo said, it was all that nerd's analysis that helped those idiots on how to use their quirks, not yours. I think your ears are as faulty as your brain, Dabi said, let me repeat it for you, I am in charge of the overall army which means I am the one who trained them, agreed. Green helped as well but I am the one made that happen. Whatever you say, burnt snowflake, you didn't do a shit, Bakugo said with a shit-eating grin. That's it, I am going to beat your ass, Dabi said. Oh yeah, come at me, Bakugo said. But before they could throw a punch at each other, both of them were trapped in a white cloth while red glowing eyes were staring at them. Both of you shut up and let others watch the show or you will get month-long detention, Aizawa said, still glaring at them. Am I clear? Yes, sensei, Bakugo said and returned to his seat. Hey, you can't threaten me with detention, I am not your student, Dabi protested, but the hold of the cloth on him got even tighter. Did I stutter? Aizawa asked while looking straight into his eyes, which scared Dabi to the core, and he returned to his seat and sat there quietly ignoring the giggling Himiko. The top 10 is a whole separate issue that most of us guards would have to deal with. That's right, if you ignore the cremation's drawback, it is honestly a league above the hellfire. Compress can literally compress anyone if he gets a jump on them. Himiko can assassinate anyone by taking their loved one's appearance, and Twice can make this all possible without one of them having to go and do that in person, Izuku explained. Upon hearing that explanation, Nizu's desire to keep them in his camp increased even more. This also doesn't include support gear, which we are just now working on and are equipping them as we produce. We have delayed that for the most part until the new base was done, since there is going to be an entire floor dedicated to that. As such, we've slowly produced them for people. He is taking away another advantage that heroes have, that is specialized support gear, Mike said. That's right, it takes a lot of money to get your hands on equipment that was specially made for you, Midnight explained. That's why most of the time you see the gear that the villains are using is a basic version that can be used by anyone who has that kind of quirk. Once we get it going, I think a squad of our elites could challenge the lower ranks of the top 10 and multiple squads could take anyone on except All Might. He's always going to be a separate issue, Dabi stated, and everyone was thrilled at the progress of the troops. Should I be worried that there is still someone that they cannot defeat, or afraid that they are confident enough that they didn't consider Endeavor a threat, Mina said. I would choose latter, considering the fact that All Might had little more than 3 hours of hero time left in him back then, Shoto said. However, Izuku thought it was time for expanding the army. As it stood, they had around 30,000 members. Izuku wanted that to be higher. Of course he does, why would he make anything easier for heroes, Kaminari said. Dabi, I think it's time for the Verdant to expand more. I want the elite squads and the lieutenants to start bringing more criminals and gangs into the fold. Remember the guidelines for who we reject and accept, though, since I refuse to compromise on that, Izuku stated. Fuck. That was hot, Mina said, but quickly realized her mistake as she saw her green-haired friend, whose face was resembling Kirishima's hair, two girls giving her the glares that promised a lot of stabbing and a direct trip to the sun, and amused smirks of other girls around her. She quickly raised her hands in defense and said, sorry, I said it unconsciously, but I also mean it, and no, you can have him. I am not going to give my life away just because my hormones were acting up. Dabi nodded his head and knew of several large gangs that they could aim to absorb. Dabi suggested they aim to take control of all the criminals on the islands off the southeast coast of Japan. Izuku asked why, and Dabi said it could be fallback points and places where they could do more hidden bases, since there is a lack of heroes on those islands due to the lack of crime. It wouldn't provide them with a lot of members, but it would be ideal to control the criminal influence there and hide some labs and bases that only a few knew about. The more we are spread out, the harder it will be for them to track us down, Izuku said. Good job, Toya, I never knew you were capable of thinking something of that. Dabi stared at him with a deadpan expression, ignoring the Bakugo who was wheezing in the background. What do you mean you didn't expect that? You think I am dumb or something? I mean, you don't expect such an intricate plan from a guy who carries a bottle of bleach around, Izuku said, which caused Bakugo to laugh even more. How the fuck? Himiko, did you? Dabi glared at her, to which she shook her head while laughing. It's not her fault, it was something I first noticed during the training camp but didn't bring it up, Izuku explained. Well okay then, fuck you as well, Dabi said and sulked in his chair. Otherwise, Dabi was going to devote their entire time to take over all criminal aspects in the Tokyo area. Currently, they have control of about half of the crime in the Shizuoka prefecture except random criminals, and they wanted full control of most crime there before expanding into the Yamanashi and Aichi criminal aspects. It is quite a risk he is taking by trying to expand outside of his area of influence, Naomasa said. One wrong move and he could trigger an ugly war with the other prefecture's underground leaders. Doesn't matter, Dabi said, either they join us or eat dirt. The choice is theirs to make. We are just going there with a friendly offer. I wanted our numbers to expand in the hundreds and thousands before any major attacks happened, but I didn't know how likely that was going to be, but one could hope. I don't know why, but this feels like a prelude to something big that is going to happen in the future, All Might said. Until now he was quietly watching while still trying to digest all the things he heard during the last episode. As such, once we finished talking the members got to work. Dabi set forth to take control of the islands off the coast of the Shizuoka prefecture and then to start expanding across the rest of the Shizuoka area. It seems I'm going to be working while your lazy asses will be lazying around the base, Dabi said. Oh really? Himiko said in an offended tone, then tell me who is going to give your ungrateful ass the information about those leaders you are going to convince. And I am the one who is going to keep everything in check while you are going to enjoy the sunsets on the beach, Compress added. Izuku though knew the sports festival would be going on in the next few days and he wanted to watch it so he could get some more knowledge of the current strength of all the students. As such, he made sure to schedule some time for himself to watch it. Now that I think about it, I should really avoid showing off too much at the sports festival since my quirk becomes quite useless once the other side knows its trick, Shinso said. But then how will you get the internships without showing off at the sports festival? Toru asked. I have a suggestion for that if you don't mind, Izuku said. Please do tell, Mizu said. Okay, for those of us who seriously want to become underground heroes, it is quite counterproductive for them to show off their quirks during a program that airs all across the world, Izuku said, so instead why don't school just record videos of students who don't want to be on international television, displaying their skills against each other and send it to the heroes who the school thinks can help the said student to grow. Of course, the heroes will still have a choice to reject the student, but this way, they won't get demotivated by seeing the small number of offers they receive just because of their non-flashy quirks. This will also give a second door for any students who have a good quirk but can't get past someone like Shoto who can encase them in an iceberg in seconds. That was quite thoughtful of you, Midoriya, Nizu said, pleased with the suggestion. I think your idea still needs some improvements, but I like the base concept of it. I will see what I can do to make it happen. As the days passed, the sports festival arrived and I sat down to watch it in my office. Of all people that had to be the class representative, it was one Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo, Kurishima said, bro, I think you should sit this one out. You won't like the things Midoriya is going to say about you. No, he is not going anywhere, Mitsuki said, he has to see the consequences of pushing someone beyond their breaking point. I don't need you to tell me that, I have already accepted the fact that what I did was a shitty thing to do, Bakugo said, and shitty hair, do you really think I will just run away because of some words? Besides, I doubt that nerd can say anything to me that could top all the things I have said during the last 10 years. I rolled my eyes but stayed silent. Though I was shocked by the speech that Bakugo gave. Today, we gather here too so we are the strongest, to show what we can do. However, let us not forget those that we are meant to protect in the future. Those that helped us grow. I did that one day and I must now live with that regret every day of my life. So no matter how far you go, never forget those that you are meant to protect when you are strong. Bakugo yelled out and everyone cheered. His class looked surprised at his statement but clapped nonetheless. There was a moment of silence among the members of Class 1A as they looked at the screen to double-check if it was the same Bakugo they knew all this time. That was. Wow. Who would have thought? That was much better than what you said in this universe, Shinso said. Of course, it is eye bags, Bakugo retorted, I didn't lose a childhood friend here, who I think is dead because I edged him to. Izuku though was enraged as he picked up his desk and threw it. This was really easy for him to do with his natural strength which allowed to him carry fridges, but also he had his exoskeleton suit on. Dabi and the guards who were in the base watching the festival in their offices came running in at the noise ready to fight but saw Izuku. Oh boy, here it comes. Izuku said with a wry smile. He knew how he always tries to suppress his anger and then bottles it up. But then once in a while, something happens that triggers him so much that all of it comes out in a very ugly way. How dare you? How dare you, Bakugo, when you are the one that told me to kill myself? The one that beat the living shit out of me for a decade. The one that used his quirk on me and covered my body with scars. You don't get to take the damn moral high ground and act so reserved and guilt-ridden. Not after everything you did to me. Izuku screamed and smashed things until he felt arms around him. Izuku grimaced while patting Eri, who hugged him tightly, trying to copy Himiko on the screen after seeing the outburst. He knew it was bad, but honestly, he knew it could have been worse. Inko, Bakugo, Matsuki, and everyone who was somewhat close to him were stunned, as they have never seen him enraged so much. Ochako knew that during the whole overhaul thing he was angry, but that was the righteous fury he felt towards a villain who was abusing a child, but this was pure hatred generated from years of punching down and letting it pile inside his heart. Aizawa looked at the screen with pity in his eyes, because he knew he could understand how bottling up things could turn out. After Oboro died, he was angry at the world, at the fellow heroes who were there during the incident, at the villain who caused the incident, but mostly at himself for letting that happen. But now that he is somewhat moved on with his life, who was he kidding? He was never going to move on, no matter how hard he tried, because he was a closed-off person who will never accept help no matter how desperately he need it, and the things he faced in his childhood along with his choice of heroics has cemented that thing even further. But even so, he won't let a bright-eyed kid like Midoriya become like him. So quickly messaged Hound Dog to set up some casual chatting sessions for his students, because he knew Midoriya wasn't the only kid that was in need of help. It was his guards who were calming him down and holding him as they whispered sweet nothings into his ears. Izuku calmed down and took a breath and fell to the floor as they continued to hug him. "Thank you," Izuku muttered out, and they just kept holding him as they sat there on the floor watching the screen as the festival started. Something similar could be seen here in the auditorium as well. Izuku was sitting in the middle as Eri, who was hugging him while sitting on the lap, while his both sides were captured by Himiko and Ochako respectively. While Ida had his hand placed on his left shoulder while Shoto was on his right. "Let's move to my office and Twice can make some clones of us to clean your office up," Dabi stated as Twice made clones of Dabi, Toga, and Mr. Compress. Hey, cleaning duty wasn't written on the job description, Dabi tried to make a joke to lighten the situation. They really didn't need clones of him since they would be on edge as well. "Nope. We don't need any more angry Midori running around," Mina said. They made their way into Dabi's office and sat down on the couch. "I hope he breaks a leg," Izuku grumbled. The others just laughed at that and said that meant Izuku was wishing him luck, and Izuku said he meant it literally but understood their teasing. "I am glad that he has people around him to help him out," Inko said. Izuku just relaxed into Dabi's chest as Toga, Twice, and Mr. Compress surrounded him and cuddled where they could fit in. The five of them had become really close over the time they spent together, and they all had come to see Izuku as a younger brother that they wanted to protect. "Toga, please tell me you don't think like that," Dabi said. "I swear if you are into weird shit like that dash." "No, I am not," Toga said, who was red with embarrassment. "What do you take me for?" "Don't blame me," Dabi defended. "I have lived on streets long enough to know how weird people's fantasies can get." Soon the events were going on and Bakugo placed first with Todoroki coming second. "That Todoroki boy looks dead inside, he's also refusing to use his fire side. I don't like the signs of that," Izuku muttered, and Dabi tensed a bit as Izuku talked about his younger brother. "Real subtle," Dabi remarked. "Oh right," Shoto said, "since you are not there. I most likely didn't share my past with anyone, and I didn't blow up my body to help you out," Izuku finished, "so you are still not using your fire. Most of them have improved a bit, and that one purple-haired kid that looks sleep-deprived. He has some sort of mind control quirk or control type. Based on reactions that I've seen. Verbal response is required. You might get around it by talking to someone else without directly responding to his questions." Izuku muttered. "See? Just prove my point," Shinso said. "Even though I doubt that anyone else could deduce your abilities this quickly, we cannot assume anybody can't," Nizu said. "It only motivates me to push the new internship system even more." The others just rolled their eyes at Izuku but listened in, since they might need to know it in the event they run into any of the students one day. "Wait. How are they even deciphering what he is saying?" Kaminari asked. "If you spend enough time with him you will understand as well," Ochako said. "Wait, so how many of you can you really understand him muttering?" Kaminari asked, and Bakugo, Ochako, Himiko, Ida, Shoto, Tsu, Momo, and Jiro raised their hands. "Wait, Jiro and Momo as well. Sensitive hearing, remember," she said, pointing at the ears. "I often hear him mutter in the class, so now I subconsciously understand what he says. And as for me, at first I was curious, but then I realized that most of the time his rumblings can be very insightful as well, so I keep my ears open when I am around him," Momo explained. Soon the second event came to an end and Bakugo's team came in first. "I wonder, what would his so-called friends do if they knew who he really was?" Izuku muttered. Kirishima looked at the ground, unable to look at Bakugo anymore. He knew that if he was aware of Bakugo and Midoriya's past beforehand, he would have never even talked to him in his life. Mina was in the same boat. All her life she fended off bullies and tried her best to save others from bullies as well, but now to know that someone you were so close to was, then she realized how often than not she would ignore when Midoriya was getting verbally harassed by Bakugo at the start of the year. And she wasn't the only one, though all of them did, and the reason. Bakugo was the top student and Midoriya at the very bottom. She knew subconsciously she made a choice to stick with the person who will most likely succeed than help the poor boy who might get booted out. Tears started to roll out from her eyes. Toru asked her what was wrong, but she didn't answer, she just cried. Dabi just rubbed Izuku's back and kept him calm. Don't do anything stupid and ensure it goes along with your plan so you don't screw yourself in the future, Dabi stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Doesn't mean I can't screw him over by having people leak and expose it all type news article or something, since we have control over one of the main media channels now due to all my investments and money strategies. Izuku giggled. Night Eye shook his head, hearing a very pitiful thought process. Then he looked at Bakugo, and surprisingly he looked very normal. Bakugo, you look very calm for someone who was just threatened with their career. Because I know, the nerd won't do it, Bakugo said with absolute confidence. Besides, once he makes his villain debut, his past will be revealed to the world, and I am no doubt the big part of it. Soon they turned their attention back to the festival as the individual rounds were announced. Overall, it went as Izuku expected, and Bakugo ended up winning due to Todoroki not using his fire side. Bastard, still won't give me a fair fight, Bakugo grumbled in his mind. Todoroki could have had a chance at winning if he had used his fire. Pity, but this works in my favor, since when it comes out on what Bakugo has done, him being the first place winner will make it harder for UA to distance themselves. Izuku stated. Still think he won't ruin your career? Night Eye asked. I can bet on it, glasses, Bakugo said. The medals were given out by none other than All Might, who hung a medal on each of their heads. Oh hey, look, Bakugo isn't tied to the podium in this universe, Kaminari said. Oh, that reminds me, why did you chain him up like that? It looked so wrong, Izuku asked. We were out of options, he was not willing to cooperate with us, Aizawa replied. Then you could have just threatened him with expulsion, Izuku suggested, and then stared at his teacher. I didn't think about that, Aizawa said. Well, it's in the past, so just leave it at that. Soon the event came to an end and everyone left to do their work. It would soon be the internship week for UA, and Izuku had some ideas for that since he did read some news about Ida Tenya's brother being attacked by Stain. Well, it seems I will soon know the reason I was invited here, Stain said. I wonder if I can get Stain to join us. Izuku thought and ordered Toga's network to find Stain's location since he wanted to meet him. As such, this set up the stage for Izuku to meet the hero killer Stain. With that, the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen, EP.2, Sports Festival and Verdant Movements. To be continued. Chapter End Notes. So posting this earlier than I thought, and now I am going to play Nioh 2 to my heart's content. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I am going to die by the same enemy 50 times by doing the same stupid mistake. Hosu. Narrator Gray. The spy network had located Stain in Hosu. Ida worriedly looked at the screen as he realized that his secret will be out and everyone here will know that he was hunting Stain during their first internship since his brother was attacked in this universe as well. However, things were not going simply. Izuku learned that the League of Villains had made contact with Stain before they did, which annoyed Izuku, but he couldn't complain that much. It was before you joined the League, right? Izuku asked. Yeah, Himiko said, and for the record, we were not aware of the fact that Stain disliked the League since media said that they were working together. They had that damn warp gate that could move around so easily and transport them. Kettle calling pot black, huh? Jiro said. Though from what the bug user gathered was that the League had failed to recruit him considering the attitude that Stain had when he left the portal and returned to Hosu. Stain seemed annoyed and more aggressive, so Izuku believed he still had a chance. I am glad he didn't join them, otherwise the situation during the camp attack would have turned even worse, Izuku said. Right, if they had someone with paralyzing quirk and master-level blade skills, so many of us would have died, Shoto said. Shut up, brats. Who do you think I am? Stain said while glaring at them. Even if I had joined those idiotic, I would have never agreed to this plan, to begin with. Besides, I would have done you a favor and would have killed Muscular and Moonfish right then and there. Meanwhile, Aizawa was looking at Izuku and Shoto with narrowed eyes. How are they so familiar with this serial killer and his abilities? Shigaraki likely put Stain off due to him only wanting destruction, Izuku thought as he got up and took a teleportation gate to the base near Hosu. Izuku took Twice, Compress, and Dabi with him. They also took one of their advanced units with them as well, since Izuku had a feeling something was going wrong. Oh. The Hosu attack, Hawk said, the night when out of nowhere 3 Nomus attacked Hosu for no apparent reason. And instead of investigating it further, they just placed all the blame on hero killer Stain, and that included Nomu's attack as well. Yeah, they wanted a scapegoat, Naomasa said, because everyone knew that the number of casualties would have doubled if Endeavor wasn't there that day. The advanced units all had a standard uniform just like the Verdant Guards did. Each unit had a different badge on their arms indicating which unit they belonged to. Otherwise, the uniforms all looked similar with customizations made to fit each individual's needs. All other members had some other uniforms as well, but those weren't important at this time. Okay, seriously, does he have a stylist in his ranks as well? Kaminari asked. I mean, look at all of those cool designs. They are better than some of our hero costumes. No kidding, they kinda look like a private army with all those badges and stuff, Shiro said. As Izuku had arrived in Hosu with his guards and the advanced unit, Izuku looked around and felt the tension in the air. If the League attacks, intercept their plans and try to destroy them, but don't get caught by heroes. They should focus more on the League than random people, since they shouldn't connect any of you to the Verdant until it's too late. Izuku stated. Right, our name isn't that widespread at the moment, and since the blame for the USJ attack was completely pinned on the League, we are completely out of the picture, Izuku said. But you were involved in the attack, right? Ochako said. I mean, you did save us and forced League to retreat. That's true, but if I were in Nizu's shoes I will refrain from telling the public that a third-party organization was needed to save you. As students, Izuku explained, and even if they admitted that we were involved, they have nothing on us and media will chew them out on that fact alone. They all nodded, and soon they started traveling across the roofs looking for Stain, since it should be around his time to attack a hero. He should end up attacking at least 2 more heroes in Hosu before he moves to another city. We figured it out as well. After all, it was the easiest and the only pattern to follow, Naomasa said, but even if we knew in which city he was in, it was extremely difficult to pin down where he will attack next or who will he attack. Izuku believed his chances of recruiting Stain were relevantly high. The problem was that Izuku would be limiting Stain's attacks to only heroes he approved of because, to be honest, he didn't approve of the attack on Ida's brother since he was a very amazing hero. A smile appeared on Ida's face as he heard the other Midoriya praise his brother. He knew it was from the heart, since it was coming from a person who had lost all of their faith heroes and still thought that his brother was an amazing hero. Still, he is a hero who would need to be dealt with in the future if he didn't get attacked by Stain, but Izuku would have likely made a plan to remove him long enough that he could still live a normal life after the fall of the hero system. Ida, I am sorry. Izuku tried to apologize, but Ida stopped him. I know what I am going to say may sound messed up, but in some twisted way what you said was a kind of flattery towards my brother. Besides, at least you thought something good for him, unlike someone who attacked him without any reason, he said as he glared at the serial killer. As they were going, Izuku heard an explosion and then they saw the Nomus. Twice, make clones of everyone and have them go support the heroes and save the citizens. I would like as many of those Nomus for research as possible. Reminder for the clones, don't get caught. Destroy yourself if you are about to get caught, since I don't want information leaks. The originals will all stay with me as we will still hunt down Stain and try to recruit him. Izuku stated as several groups of clones went off. As Izuku watched himself searching for Stain, he remembered something and wanted to talk with Ida, but he knew, even if he whispered here, many people could hear their talk, so he decided to message him. Izuku, I think I will find you fighting Stain in this universe as well. He immediately got Ida's response saying, Ida, I know, my anger stemmed from the fact that my brother's career ended due to unfair circumstances, and we know that situation is the same in that universe as well. Then before Izuku could send him a reply, he received another message from Ida. Ida, I know the truth about that incident is going to come out one way or the other, but don't worry, I will take all the blame and keep your and Todoroki's name out if you want. To which Izuku replied, Izuku, no, it's fine, it was my decision to search for in case you were really going after Stain, and the only reason Shoto was there was because of my emergency signal. Besides, you won't be able to lie anyway since Gran and Endeavor are here as well. Izuku saw Ida nodding his head in understanding before typing, Ida, you are right. A hero should never lie, especially in front of people you actually care for them. But just to be sure, I first conform with Todoroki first before we have to tell them eventually. As they were moving around, they heard a scream that sounded like a younger kid around Izuku's age, which diverted their path, and Izuku was glad he did, as they had found the one and only Ida Tenya on the ground under Stain. And as Ida expected, all the eyes were on him now. What is going on? Why is Stain attacking Ida now? Ochako asked. So much for, what kind of villain attacks children, Bakugo said. I didn't attack him, and if you want to know what exactly happened there, just stay quiet and watch, you will know about it very soon, Stain said. There was another hero called Native who Izuku didn't really like since he used the Native American theme from America as a way to gain fans. I thought he was a good person, Ida whispered to himself, he was very nice to me after the whole ordeal. It was obvious, Shoto who heard Ida muttering whispered to him, you had just saved him from dying at the hands of a hero killer. He was going to be nice to you no matter what kind of person he was. Izuku, who was wearing the following outfit with a mask, jumped down and forced Stain away from the student. Izuku, I think we should add little silver to your costume as well, Mei said while taking notes, what do you think? I think I should do an entire overhaul for my costume after this term ends, Izuku said. Really? Mei said with quite an excitement in her voice, you let me help you right? Izuku giggled seeing the childlike state she was in, of course, as a future CEO of Hatsum Industries and the only person who will be ever allowed to touch my costume you are a must. Hell yeah. Now we are talking, Mei said punching her fist in the air, I will come up with such amazing ideas before the term ends that yours will look like a child's play. I am looking forward to it, Izuku said. Meanwhile, Pierre Loader was panicking at the aspect of Izuku and Mei working in his lab. Who the hell are you? Stain asked as Ida was telling Izuku to leave. Hello, Stain. Sorry to drop in but I am here to talk to you about some matters. However, first I would like to know why you were wanting to kill this student. I could understand Native but a student who does not hold his provisional license is a bit much even for you, no? Izuku asked. Stain watched Izuku carefully and then he noticed all of the other people with them and he was shocked that he didn't notice them. He was outnumbered heavily and was uncertain of the opponent's skill level. Bloodcurdle, Izuku murmured, yeah not the best quirk in this situation. Huh? Ochako raised her brow as she heard him talk to himself. I was talking about Stain's quirk. He can paralyze anyone just by licking their blood, Izuku explained, it is a very dangerous quirk in one-on-one or even in one-on-two fights, but as the number of opponents goes up, the possibility of him actually tagging someone goes down considerably. Fine. I'll talk. I was going to kill him since he is a fake hero. He came here in revenge for his brother and was planning to kill me. Stain stated. Ida I swear to God, please tell me this didn't happen in our world, Ochako said glaring at him. I. Ida took a deep breath and said, yes it did happen and similarly I was going to get killed but Midoriya and Todoroki saved me in the nick of a time. So let me get this straight, Aizawa said, not only one of my students was hunting a serial killer but the other two students were also involved in the act of vigilantism. Aizawa sighed and looked at the involved students, give me one good reason to not expel you right on the spot. Simple, Izuku shrugged, the case is off the record. That means we never engaged Stain and Endeavor was the only one who saw him that night. And no they will not allow you to reopen it as it will be bad for the department and Endeavor if the truth comes out. So you can't expel us without a cause. Everyone around him was stunned. Izuku Midoriya the boy who never looked anyone in the eye talked back to a teacher and actually won with logic and facts. And Aizawa definitely did not like that. He glared at Midoriya and said, I don't need a reason to expel any one of you, I have a direct authority given to me by Nizu. That would have been true if it was the start of the year and we were no-name high school students, but Izuku explained, right now we have earned enough merit that will force you to reverse your decision. And we are not even including the fact that I am All Might's personal student, Shoto is number one hero's son and Ida is the brother of Ingenium. Izuku continued, imagine how many people you have to deal with before going ahead with this decision. Not to mention Hero Commission will do everything in its power to stop you as they will not allow anything that will harm Endeavor's status. And Ida's brother is your friend right, how will you convince him that his little brother was kicked out of the school for a mistake that could have been redeemed? And no he will not listen to your explanation, because you are directly trying to sabotage his younger brother's career. Hence kicking us out will not favor anyone. Everyone just sat there stunned as he kept going on, and sir why do you even care when you could have easily prevented all of it? Midoriya, Nizu said with sharp eyes, that is a serious allegation. Can elaborate that further. I am sorry, I didn't mean to accuse him of anything because our actions are results of our decisions but still. Izuku looked at his feet, Aizawa-sensei knew Ingenium was attacked in Hosu a week before we submitted our documents and he was Stain's first victim in that city so didn't he find it strange that Ida who has engines for a quirk wants to intern with Manuel, who in all fairness won't be able to teach him anything outside of paperwork. And he still didn't ask him why was he taking such a disadvantageous internship. Then there was Momo, who interned under the Iwabumi. She is not bad but considering the fact that she invests most of her time in modeling and only does hero work during emergencies. Should you really allow her to take teenage girls as interns, when her entire internship revolves around doing unpaid modeling? Izuku finally calmed down, sorry I might have overstepped a little. Please don't worry about it, Nizu said, it seems there are a lot of things that we should look into. Izuku just shook his head. That is disappointing of you, Ida Tenya. What would your brother do if he learned you died due to him? Also, yes, he would blame himself for this. Yeah, I know that already, Ida thought. After the whole incident, Izuku convinced Ida to at least tell everything that happened to his brother, and so Ida did and found out how much his actions hurt his brother as he cried on his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't allow your death tonight since you don't hold your provisional license, Izuku continued. I see those that are becoming heroes off limits if they don't hold their provisional license, so I'll prevent Stain from harming you anymore, Izuku stated, and Stain was shocked and a bit annoyed at this. It's a good thing, Nizu said, our students are safe at least. Ida himself was shocked and then noticed some of the uniforms. You're all with Verdant. You're the group that saved my class and my teacher at the USJ when the League of Villains tried to kill us and All Might. Ida yelled out, and this information caught Stain's attention. Wow. I am surprised you didn't mention what you had for breakfast that morning, Dabi sarcastically said. Oh, you all belong to the Verdant group, interesting. I'm willing to hear you all out, but the fake heroes must die though. Stain stated. Izuku nodded his head. I can easily agree to you finishing native off, but this boy is off limits. He does not hold his provisional license and therefore is off limits in my eyes. Otherwise, even though we intend to recruit you, I will fight you to ensure his life for this night. Izuku stated, and Stain dug his sword into Native's chest, ending him. Izuku stared at the screen while sorting out thoughts in his mind. He knew that many people were looking at him right now to gauge his thoughts, but he didn't mind them. After all, he was having his own mental struggle internally. I get it what I am trying to achieve there and I can stand behind it, but, still, taking someone's life is where I draw the line. He knew the rebellion that Verdant has started will eventually kill many people and some of them might be necessary, but that doesn't mean he has to agree with it. Izuku moved towards Native and motioned his arm to the end of the alley. Have two clones take Ida to the other heroes, Izuku stated up to the group, which they nodded at as twice made clones to take the student away. I am glad I did that, Izuku said, now you won't bleed out in the alley. Yes, I am grateful for that, Ida said. As soon as the student was gone, Izuku talked again to Stain. Would you be willing to return to our base to talk, or would you rather go somewhere else? Izuku asked. Stain agreed to go to their base. As such, they headed off towards the teleportation location, and as soon as they arrived, all of the clones arrived back. Even the ones that took Ida away. You agreed to visit an unknown party's base just like that? Hawks asked. I know he won't kill me, Stain said, and don't ask me how, it is like a sixth sense. Izuku asked them if the boy was safe and they said he was. They ran into Lumilin and were able to peacefully transfer the kid over to him before they left. I don't understand, if they encounter Lumilin, how were they able to come back this intact? Night Eye asked. Maybe there was no fight there, Mirio suggested, maybe I was able to solve it peacefully. But you allowed the villain to escape unharmed, Night Eye said, and even if they had a boy with them it would have been easier for you to rescue him and detain them with your quirk and one for all. I am sorry sir, Mirio didn't argue, he just apologized. The Mr. Compress clones said they had several nomos. I hope Midoriya finds a way to reverse the namification, Nizu said, if he succeeds he can try to replicate that method as well. As such, the unneeded clones broke down and everyone else went into teleportation as Izuku alerted the user to open the gate. Soon they were all in the teleportation room. Izuku led Stain into an office and his guards joined him as the advanced unit stayed outside. Thank you for agreeing to have this meeting, Stain. Please excuse me for not showing my face or my men as you haven't joined us yet and I don't need information leaks until I am ready for my plans. Izuku stated and Stain nodded his head but was on guard as he sat down. Aren't you agreeing with whatever he's suggesting too easily, Shinso said. And what other choice do I have when I am sitting in front of him while surrounded by his guards, Stain replied. Yeah, sounds fair, Shinso shrugged. Izuku asked if he wanted anything to drink and Stain shook his head. I am not going to trust you to that extent, Stain smirked. Now, I just want to make sure I understand your ideas and why you do what you do so we are on the same starting page. If I understand you correctly, you are aiming to try and force society to change through action by removing those that you deem as fake heroes. Do I understand that correctly? Izuku asked and Stain said he was correct. That sounds stupid, Bakugo said. Of course, you would say that, fake hero, Stain growled. Then, can you please explain what qualities deem a hero fake in your eyes since I am personally having a hard time seeing Ingenium as one? Izuku asked. Exactly, Ida glared at Stain. Stain then started to explain what he sees as a fake hero. Those that are in it for money, for fame, those that don't care about saving people above all else. People that aren't like All Might who is the truest hero of all. Stain stated. Stain, however, noticed the room tense a bit at the mention of All Might and he was curious about why. You had to push the All Might button, huh? Mina said as she snickered and shook her head. Before we hit All Might, let's talk about how you qualify those as fakes since you clearly fucked up in regards to Ingenium. See, the problem with how you decided who was fake is based on a narrow view. You attacked Ingenium even though he stands for none of that. 80% of what his family earns goes to charities or other organizations. Ingenium helps vigilantes become pro-heroes and fame. The family has been at it long enough that just having their last name makes them famous without them doing work, so they don't really need to do it for fame. So, please tell me how Ingenium fit that. Izuku asked and Stain froze. Ito was sobbing. No, he was full on crying right now. He was glad that at least someone understands how much his brother has worked to accumulate respect and a reputation he had before he was forced to retire. While Stain in the auditorium was stunned as well. Up until now, he has never made an effort to see if the hero he was purging deserved it or not. To him, it didn't matter because All Might was the only true hero and everyone else was false. But after hearing that, he needs to reevaluate his entire life and beliefs from now on. His mind blanked and tried to think of something, but he had to admit he was wrong. He thought that Ingenium was a fake, but he's just been proven wrong. I must admit my error in regards to Ingenium. Stain stated. It won't heal my brother's paralyzed back, Ida raged but immediately calmed down. He won't that mistake again and will take the name Ingenium to new heights. Izuku nodded his head. Now, would you like to talk about All Might first or what my organization goals are first? Izuku asked and Stain said All Might, which earned Izuku nodding his head. What if I told you, All Might is just as fake as those you hunted? Not to their degree, but he had committed wrongs just like others since he is human. What if I told you that All Might had a hand in my creation and the creation of my organization because of what he did? What if I told you that the so-called natural-born hero is a fraud? Izuku stated and Stain was pissed and demanded Izuku to explain himself. Izuku smirked at this behind his mask. How convenient, Knight, I said. People like them just find someone to put all the blame and use one tragic incident in their life to justify all of their crimes. Absolutely, sir, Izuku gave Shinso a look. One bad incident. Isn't that right, Shinso? Yeah, one bad incident, Shinso snickered. Stain, did you know that All Might received a fatal wound that has him on death's door? That he can only do hero work for roughly 2 hours a day now, and on the day of the USJ attack he wasted it by stopping villains that were being handled by other heroes already? As such, he knowingly wasted his time when he was meant to be at a class training students. Did you know that All Might was born quirkless and that he gained a quirk from another person? Izuku stated. Gran Torino just looked at the screen dumbfounded face. Well, look at that, 2 centuries old national secret is getting passed on like a hot potato. Stain was in shock. He knew about the USJ attack and that All Might was there, but not when he arrived or that he was already meant to be there. This angered Stain since it would fall into his definition of seeking fame, since All Might could have left it to the other heroes. It doesn't work like that. All Might shook his head. I know what I did was very selfish, but you can't just abandon people when they need help. That is a true essence of a hero, isn't it? So you are the one who is feeding Midoriya's head with these ideas, Aizawa glared at All Might. We are not criticizing you for doing your job. It is for not realizing what to prioritize in your life. Besides, all the crimes you stopped that day could have been done by anyone but you without realizing that jumped in the middle and stopped other heroes on the site from doing their job, Nizu explained. The fact about him being quirkless confused him and Izuku explained the story of All for One and One for All. So much for a national secret, huh? All Might said as he shook his head in defeat. As such, All Might was born quirkless and he forgot about his roots. He forgot the quirkless, the so-called villainous quirks that children are born with. He forgot all about them and never did anything to help these people. Did you know, there once was a quirkless boy that was abused so much that he asked All Might if a quirkless person like him could be a hero? Do you know what All Might, who was quirkless, said to the boy? Izuku asked Stain and he shook his head but had a feeling he wasn't going to like it. All Might looked at the boy and said, quirkless? No, a quirkless person could never be a hero. The field is too dangerous. It's okay to dream, but you should be realistic. If you want to be a hero, go be a police officer or an EMT. This is what All Might said as he turned his back on the boy and left him on the tall roof of the building they landed on. All Might went down the steps and left the boy whose dreams he crushed on the room. However, that wasn't the last time they met. You see that? Same quirkless boy got to moving and soon he arrived at a scene of the incident that was called the sludge incident. The quirkless boy saw his main tormentor being suffocated by the same villain that had attacked him earlier before All Might saved him. Before the conversation on the roof, That quirkless boy saw that none of the heroes were doing anything. Even though the boy was done with his dreams of being a hero, he still moved since he didn't want his tormentor to die that easily to a random villain. So the quirkless boy caused the villain to break his grasp just long enough that All Might, who was standing in the crowd, got to moving since he ran out of time that day and saved the two boys. The heroes would reprimand the quirkless boy, but the boy left and was walking home. He did get stopped and yelled at by the boy he helped, but that wasn't it. Izuku said as he stopped and took a drink. Stain was on the edge of his seat and had a lot of mixed emotions. Now, he was stopped once again by All Might. He came with a correction and an offer. The correction was that he wanted to take back his words that the boy was indeed a hero, but it came with a condition really. All Might offered one for all to this boy. All Might still believed you needed a quirk to become a hero. He believed that the boy could only do it with the quirk that he offered. Do you now know where that boy is? He's right in front of you. I rejected that quirk. I refuse to believe that one's worth must be determined by a quirk like All Might and everyone else believes. As such, I went home and wrote what appeared to be a suicide note and left my mother, who likely understood the hidden meaning behind it. I then started my organization, the Verdant, and became the Verdant Emperor, as I planned to overthrow the current social order and take control. I want far harsher anti-discrimination laws, quirkless protection laws, and better quirk laws. These laws have hardly changed in 200 years. It's time that society gets replaced and for it to move forward past just heroes and villains. It's time for law enforcement to return to the hands of the police force for the most part and create something better than the heroes inside of the police, which has more oversight than the heroes, which is run by a corrupt hero commission. I am a Verdant Emperor and I plan to change the world, and I am a proud quirkless man. Izuku stood as he shouted the last part of his speech. Stain's eyes widened. He just learned so much information and he was in shock. /n Sorry for this long wall of text, but everything in these 2 paragraphs was like a recap and don't know how to react to them, so sorry about that. Stain in the auditorium stood up and started clapping his hands. Ha ha ha. I was right, this boy is really going to change the world. Yeah, we get it now, shut up, Bakugo grumbled. He. How? Stain said, and then Izuku played a recording of the USJ events and had Stain watch it, which included All Might's true form, which confirmed the truth of what Izuku was talking about. So Stain, how is he a true hero? I admit I have no plans to kill All Might. He is still an amazing hero, but he has had his lapses in judgments that pushed me to my breaking point after everything else. He served to solidify my final decision after the roof to abandon heroics and aim to change the world via force, since it has had long enough to improve on its own natural course over 200 years. Izuku stated. Yeah, no matter how many times he heard it until now, All Might still felt guilt after hearing it every time. Stain looked at Izuku and asked some questions like how he plans to accomplish everything. As it stands, I'm gaining control of the underworld. I've limited the crimes that my men do. I don't allow certain types of criminals, such as those that target children, those that deal with human trafficking, and so on. I need an army and I've been growing it. However, I admit right now, that my conquest of Japan and maybe further to other countries depending on everything will not be bloodless. Revolts are never bloodless. I plan to try to limit as much as I can, but I will say this right now. I will do anything and everything to accomplish my goals in this war. Sadly, that does mean innocent people will die, since wars are never bloodless and innocents always die in wars. So Stain, are you willing to join us? Izuku stated. In that case, why take the path which will cause so much damage to society? Mirio asked. You can try to change it from inside or find another way to do it without a war. And how am I going to do that? Izuku asked. I don't know, but just not like that, Mirio said. Stain sat there and considered it. What would you be having me do? Stain asked, and Izuku thought it over before responding. You would help train our men to a higher level. However, you would be joining under my guard that is in charge of my armed forces. You would become the second in command in a sense of the army when none of my guards are there to give out orders or if I'm not present. Great. Just great. Kaminari said. Now the villains with perfect quirk control will learn hand-to-hand combat from Stain. We know, bro, we know, Kirishima said with a wry smile. There is also the likelihood of you being sent out on assassination missions of targets, which would include heroes, villains, government officials. Most will be those that are corrupt or somehow gained leads on us. Oh. That means I am going to work with Stain, right? Himiko asked. Yeah, seems like it, Izuku replied. Yes. I can't wait to see it, Himiko pumped her fist in the air. I don't want you going out on your hunts anymore without my approval, since I keep crime as low as I can and it could lead the heroes to us, and we are staying as underground as we can until we start more large attacks on the government and heroes. We are also directly opposing the current king of the underworld, all for one since he plans to just rule for his own benefit if he takes control of Japan. Unlike him, I want to rule for the betterment of society. I want people not to worry about being discriminated against just due to their quirk or the lack of their quirk. Izuku stated as he stood up and walked toward Stain and held his hand out. Will you join us, Stain, and help us change this society even if you must bathe yourself in blood and go to hell with me once we die? Izuku stated. Stain stood up and looked at the hand. He shook it and bowed. At your command, Verdant Emperor. Stain stated. Yay! Welcome to the club. Himiko cheered and other Verdant guards joined in as well. Izuku and everyone removed their masks and showed him their faces. You're quite young. Stain stated and everyone laughed. Yes, he's young and shouldn't be there, Aizawa said. Don't let that distract you, Stain. Our little emperor has an IQ higher than Principal Nizu's and he's quite fearsome. He's created exoskeletons to rival minor strength quirks, and our little emperor is quite fearsome and can take 2 of us guards on at the same time in his exoskeleton and 1 of us without even if we use quirks. Dabi stated. Everyone laughed as Izuku pouted and started hitting Dabi's chest playfully. Stop calling me little emperor. Izuku pouted. Upon seeing that, Dabi looked at Izuku with a deadpan expression. What are you doing? Are you at Sundara or something? Shut up. Izuku said with a red face. Stain was confused about the lack of respect. Shouldn't you respect your leader more? Stain asked and they all laughed. Exactly. Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, Dabi rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, little emperor. Izuku rolled his eyes. I wouldn't accept this really from the lower members that recently joined, but these 4 are like family to me. They all see me as a little brother, and then the other members all love me since I am fair in my rulings and leadership. We are all more or less one large family once the members are settled in. Though I demand respect during operations and business matters, but during nothing important, I don't care if my men relax. I however will never accept disloyalty. The last guy served as a good example for what happens with those that betray us. Izuku stated as he walked away and told Dabi to show Stain to his room. A chill went down their spine as they heard his ice-cold voice. What the hell? This was going so wholesome until now, Kaminari said. Why does it have to take a dark turn so suddenly? Congratulations, you described our school year until now, Izuku said. Kaminari thought for a moment and looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Fuck. You are right. Stain was confused and asked about the last guy that betrayed them. They explained the last one was ruthlessly tortured before being fed to the fishes out at sea. Some people in the audience shivered just by imagining it. They explained that he could do pretty much anything and be punished with a range of punishments that were really fair but never included death, but the moment someone betrays, it's death unless they had a very damn good reason for the betrayal and could argue their case. Izuku would always research the issue before dealing out punishment. Stain accepted the answer and followed Dabi. This was now the newest important figure in their organization and was a power boost for them. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen, EP11 Hosu. To be continued. Hosu Aftermath. Narrator Gray. The media was talking about the attack in Hosu and this included multiple topics. One was the Nomu creatures, the next was Stain, and the last was the new group of possible vigilantes. Media must be having a field day with so many things to report and so many people to throw blame at, Mike said. Damn vultures. Always flying over our head, waiting for heroes to mess up, Aizawa grumbled. Everyone was wondering what these creatures were that had attacked the city since the police and UA didn't release news about it from the USJ attack. As such, people not involved in the event nor related to the case didn't know about them. Yeah, I can't imagine how weird or scary all of that must have looked for someone who doesn't know what Nomu is, Mina said. This also meant that the media didn't connect them to the League of Villains either, even though those that were in the knowledge of the Nomu knew about it. So another divergence, Momo hummed. In our timeline, the League got all of the credit for the attack, and hence their popularity grew, which got them the attention of various high-profile villains. Also, Stain's big speech about fake heroes didn't go viral, so people are not idolizing him and selling his merch, Izuku said. Wait. People were selling my merch? Stain asked wide-eyed. People will capitalize on anything and everything as long as it is making a profit for them, Momo said. Next was the fact that Stain had landed a new target, which was native. However, they were also talking about how he had fought a hero student whose name wasn't released due to not having a hero license. You really dodged a bullet there, kid, Gran said. I have seen people's career getting destroyed for much smaller issues than this. Yes, I will take this as a lesson and always keep it in my mind, Ida said. Then, the media touched upon the new group of what they saw as vigilantes. I guess, we are finally getting the exposure, Izuku said. It seems we helped a lot during this event, Dabi said. It was impossible for them to ignore us. They were talking about the Verdant Vigilantes since the name of the group was known but not much outside of that. The media was talking about how the group saved civilians from the creatures that had attacked Hosu and supported the other heroes before retreating when Endeavor arrived and had attempted to attack one. The media did hit Endeavor a bit for that since he decided to try and capture the vigilantes instead of the present threat of the creatures, so Endeavor was pissed lately for the media going after him. You had to make it worse for heroes and yourself, Aizawa sighed. And? What else do you want me to do? Let the vigilantes run around without consequences, Endeavor asked. No, but saving people's lives should be first priority, Nizu said, and if someone is helping with that you should let them be for, now at least. You can always continue your game of cat and mouse when no one is dying. The public was also not happy with him, but it would tamper out over time, but it just only added more fuel for Izuku to use against Endeavor later on. See, that's what I was saying, Aizawa said, a hero is always walking on an eggshell. And the truth is, no matter how many lives you save or villains you stop, at the end of the day, all it takes is one bad incident to make all of it useless. Now though, we need to look into the hospital where Ida Tenya was currently sitting as he was bowing his head to his brother and the staff of UA who were all pissed with him. Why weren't we informed again? Mike asked. I bet Rat knew and decided to not inform us, Aizawa said, and Nizu didn't confirm or deny the fact. I am sorry. Ida yelled as he bowed his head. His older brother just smacked his head. What the hell were you thinking? Do you not realize that me and our parents would blame ourselves if you died, stated the older Ida. Ida found it amusing how his older brother reacted the same way in both universes. Tenya just rubbed his head and muttered something on the lines that is exactly what he said. Nizu, who was in the room, caught it though and asked him to repeat that. I said, that he said roughly the exact same thing. I don't know who he was, but he was a member of the Verdant group and had quite a few members with him. They wanted to talk to Stain about an offer. He refused to let Stain kill me. Ida Tenya stated. This confused everyone on why they would stop Stain if they had an offer for Stain. Preventing Stain from doing his work could put him off from any deals. Although Stain is a strong ally to have, I was not going to compromise with my moral code, Izuku said. A good quality for a leader to have, Momo said. Nizu then asked Tenya to explain how the events went, which he nodded and started to do so. After I got down by Stain and he was about to kill me, the man dropped down. His outfit was quite different from all of the others. It's possible that he was the leader of the Verdant group, Tenya stated, and this shocked everyone. One of their students likely saw the leader of the group. Sadly he had a mask on. Knowing about the leader would have been a huge lead towards uncovering the truth about Verdant group, Naomasa said. But young Midoriya is too smart to leave such an obvious clue, All Might added. It will be very hard for heroes to catch him in time, of course, considering he will allow them to catch him at all. You are overestimating him, Toshi, Night Eye said. No matter how smart he is, everyone is bound to make mistakes. In that case, hope that there are heroes around to catch on to that, All Might said. He stated that I was off limits and that he wouldn't let Stain kill me that night, Tenya stated, and Aizawa asked what he meant by off limits. From what I gathered, I am off limits since I don't have a provisional license. If I had it, the leader would have allowed Stain to kill me. Oh. I remember the offer. They were there to recruit Stain, Tenya stated, and everyone paled at that. Great, heroes have one more thing to worry about, Jiro said. That statement doesn't cover even half of the seriousness of the situation, Hawk said. A master combatant joining forces with a powerful group that has guts and possibly resources to openly oppose All for One is a major threat in itself. You also have to consider the effectiveness of Stain's crusade when he joins with such a group, Midnight added. He was able to kill many talented and strong heroes on his own, but now imagine the same man with resources and allies. Honestly, the thought is quite scary on its own. If Verdant was able to recruit Stain, then that meant their values leaned a bit more towards wiping heroes out most likely, and any followers of Stain would join the group once they find out that Stain is a part of it. I wonder if Big Sis Magna and Spinner will join our group as well. Himiko wondered. We can only hope they join us, otherwise there is a big chance we'll have to face them, Compress said. But I don't want to fight Big Sis, Himiko thought and sighed. That was very troubling, but they were still glad that the Verdant group kept their student alive, and they were lucky he didn't have a provisional license yet. I wonder if the school will inform us about this before we get our provisional licenses? Kaminari asked. I think they should, but we can't be sure that we will take the licenses exam in our first year like our timeline, Mina said. Tenya then talked about how 2 clones took him and transferred him to a third-year student called Lumilin who had arrived on the streets. They wanted to ensure that Tenya didn't bleed out in the alleyway. The teachers warned Tenya that he was going to face harsh punishment once he returned to UA but left it at that. That reminds me, Aizawa said, glaring at the 3 students who were involved in the Hosu incident. Once we are done with this, I want 3 of you to write essays on anger management, downsides of vigilantism, and the importance of self-preservation. And I want all 3 essays on my table in 3 days. Am I clear? He asked, to which he received 2 verbal affirmations and a nod. They then went to a separate room and talked about everything they now knew. This is troubling. Since there has been no other sighting of Stain, we need to assume he is either dead or had jumped Verdant, Nizu stated. I find it funny how Midoriya and Principal are playing chess while the rest of the world is still trying to find the pieces, and a chessboard, Minari said. Wow. Pikachu knockoff. I'm surprised you know what chess is, Bakugo smirked. And I am surprised you know how to talk without screaming your throat out, Kaminari said. Dunce face, Bakugo said with a frail grin, you know we have to go back to our dorm once we finish this, you know that right, he said, cracking his knuckles. Kaminari's face paled upon sudden realization. Please don't kill me, he said in a small tone. Aizawa asked if it was still possible to hunt him down later, but Nizu said it wasn't likely. It was likely that Stain's attacks would change to fit the needs of the organization, so they likely wouldn't see Stain anymore for quite some time. At least something good came out of this whole ordeal, Ida said. Why is having the provisional license the cutoff point though? Aizawa muttered. Nizu looked at him in thought. Because, the moment they have it, they are licensed heroes for most terms. Until then, Ida Tenya and his classmates are all just students in training instead of provisional heroes, which set them to a higher standard. It's likely Verdant won't lay their hands on any student at UA if they don't have a provisional license, which is good for us since it means that they likely won't touch anyone outside of the hero course, and we just got to worry about hero course students with provisional licenses. Nizu stated as he walked back and forth on the table. Hero students are at Villian's mercy. Night-Eye shook his head. How are you people even okay with it? Our acceptance of the situation doesn't make us instantly agree with it, Nizu said. As a principal, it is my duty to look after my students' best interest even if it comes at the cost of some bargain. Nizu also made mention of the fact that the number of Nomu bodies was low, which meant that the Verdant had taken some of them. They did mention back in UA that the leader was studying them to see if he could reverse them or find any useful knowledge out of it. I don't know how good that is for us, but we can't do anything about it. Aizawa stated as he drank some coffee. Nizu just nodded his head at that. Not true, Night-Eye said, you can always ask Hero Commission for help. Given the context and seriousness of the situation, I doubt they will reject U.A's request. But that means I will have to allow agents of Hero Commission to enter my school and interfere in its policies, which I cannot allow at any cost, Nizu said. Nizu, is your petty rivalry worth allowing the second coming of All for One to rise? Night-Eye asked. Yes, Nizu said immediately, I will rather fight with Midoriya than allow my school to become a breeding ground for new commission agents. Then Lumilin and All Might entered the room. They asked for information on everything that happened and asked how Ida Tenya was. Nizu informed them of everything and Lumilin was glad that the boy got to the medical care in time. Mirio-senpai, thank you for saving my life, Ida said as he bowed his head. Don't worry, it is a hero's job to save people, Mirio said with a smile. So, Stain might have been recruited by the Verdant. What does this mean for the future? All Might asked. Noting good, that's for sure, Aizawa grumbled. Nizu looked at him and then Lumilin. Lumilin, be careful moving forward to not end up on the Verdant radar. We don't need our third years being targeted. Anyone with a provisional license is open to attacks, as we learned. The supposed leader, or whom we are thinking is the leader, stopped Stain from killing Ida due to him not having a provisional license. Nizu stated. That is really good advice, All Might said. He should really not engage with Verdant until he gets full control over One for All. Lumilin nodded his head at this and listened to Nizu as he kept talking. Overall, it means that the Verdant organization will likely not be opposed to killing heroes at all if they are deemed fake, though that viewpoint might be off. We don't know for sure. We know for sure though that they are without a doubt ending up in the anti-hero point of view, confirming the fact that they will oppose us and other villains most likely. We need to step it up and get any information we can on this group and prepare for any plans of theirs which we have zero ideas. Expect that they are opposed to All for One. Nizu stated. That is all they could do, be on the defense since they had nothing on the Verdant group worth anything. Heroes are reduced to spectators until we get something to work with, Mike said. Even Aizawa had to admit that the group was good. Nothing was being turned up in his underworld contacts. Everyone was terrified of opposing that group for some reason, so they all refused to talk, and even if they did they knew nothing useful except rumors of them increasing their influence. Well, our stick and carrot approach is working quite well, Dabi said. Yeah, if it was any other organizations, there would have been a ton of leaks until now, Compress added. I think it's not that they don't want to but actually they don't need to, Izuku said. Here in our organization they are getting a stable income, a roof over their head, and an entire support system in case something goes wrong. Who on the earth would let all of this go for a few scraps that heroes are offering for the information? While they were all busy talking, there was one more group that was talking about the events. This was the League of Villains whose leader Shigaraki was having an absolute fit. So he was acting pretty normal I guess, Himiko said. Jiren was in the room looking at the display and was disappointed. Really, this is so disgraceful and childish. He won't be the next rule of the underworld even if he were to start changing later on. Verdant Emperor is far further ahead and is only outpacing him more and more. Even with all for one support, it doesn't look good for the League of Villains, thought Jiren, who had lost his normal smirk. He is wrong, Izuku said. Wait. Do you really think Shigaraki could have become the next All for One? Ochako asked. No, he won't, and I don't think he wants to become one either, Izuku said. You all are looking at it in a wrong way. You think All for One wanted someone to replace him, but in reality, all he was doing was turning Tamura into a living destructive machine. And how can you be sure about it? Aizawa asked. Because during the mall incident, I have gotten somewhat grasp of his personality, Izuku explained. He has an extreme tunnel vision. He doesn't want to rule, he wants to destroy whatever he doesn't like, and I am very certain that All for One has cultivated his mind in such a way that makes him justify his actions in his mind. In short, All for One was just using Shigaraki as a living breathing biological weapon, Mizu summed up. Yep. Exactly, Izuku said. Then a voice came over the TV and started to talk. It was All for One. Calm yourself, Shigaraki. How are you meant to rule if this is how you act? All for One stated, and Shigaraki started to calm down. Yes, master. I'm just so angry at these verdant bastards. This is the second plan that they ruined. They are directly opposing us and stated they are directly against you. Shigaraki said as he decayed a stool. Now that Izuku mentioned it, they all can see the way Shigaraki immediately starts destroying things when things don't go his way. Then the voice directed itself towards Jiren, who tensed a bit. Jiren, what information can you gather on this verdant group for us? All for One stated. Here is a moment of truth, Dabi said. Let's see if Mr. Broker stays loyal to us. At that moment, Jiren knew he needed to pick a side because he doubted All for One will let him remain neutral, but he decided to try his luck though. You know my policy, All for One. I don't sell direct information about my clients, which does include them. Jiren stated, and Shigaraki turned his attention to Jiren. I have to say this, All Might said, I respect anyone who has the balls to stand their ground against All for One. Shigaraki stated some shit about how Jiren likely sold them out. Idiot. I had no idea about your damn attack today, so please do tell me how I would have sold you out. You fail to compare to the leader of the Verdant, and at the rate you are going they will become the new kings after All for One exits the stage. I will tell you this, All for One, Verdant doesn't oppose you directly because they hate you. No, they oppose you because you're the current king of the underworld, and the leader of Verdant plans to overthrow the current society and rule it. I will also say this, he has a damn good chance at doing it as well. Comparing you two, the only thing he lacks compares to you is your quirk, while he has far more intelligence to create what he needs to get the job done where quirks fall short. The Verdant Group plans to make All Might fall, and with it the Hero Society, which is the same goal you have, but you two are two players aiming for the same objective. It's a race in a sense to who completes it first. Jiren stated. What is wrong with people, Izuku said in an exasperated notion. Why do they go around telling people about their and other people's secret plans and sensitive information when nobody, and I literally mean nobody, asked for it? I certainly think it is the stupidest thing to do, Momo said. All for One just made an acknowledgement sound before the room was silent. As you wish, we have always agreed on that before. All for One stated. Though, may I make a suggestion? Jiren asked, and All for One said he could. He is going to make things worse, isn't he? Jiro asked. There is no doubt about it, Ochako replied. Right now, Shigaraki, you lack men. You had all those low-level grunts and relied on the Nomu just too much, and it got countered. Once it got countered, you had no one high enough to hold the line and fight for you since the thugs were useless. You need to find some, how do you put it, higher-level NPCs to be on your team so that they can do as you need instead of the low-level grunts. Jiren stated, and All for One agreed. I think that answers your earlier question, Compress said as he glanced at Toga. Yeah, Himiko said in a low voice. She really hated the idea that her other self will never get acquainted with Big Sis Magna and won't be able to help her as Izuku helped her. Shigaraki then asked Jiren to find him members and Jiren said he would. With that, Jiren set off to find the League of Villains members for his group just like he did for the Verdant. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen. EP.2 Hosu Aftermath to be continued. Verdant Expansion and Advancements and Unknown Enemy. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Narrator Gray. It's been about a month or so since Stain had joined the organization and he's been helping the men and women of the organization improve greatly in their combat abilities. Overall, most fighters of the organization should be able to handle a low-level ranked hero without any overall challenge. Then you have the advanced units that were far better as they all worked in teams that complemented each other's fighting styles and quirks. Overall, without testing it, an advanced team could likely take anyone down that was in the top 15 if they worked together. Individually, they could likely take anyone in the top 50 to the top 30. Man, I wish I could train like that, Kirishima said. You are going to, Aizawa replied. The first year of your hero course was supposed to focus on making sure that all of you are comfortable while using your quirks, to make sure that you know how to use your quirks safely around other people and to introduce you to the hero world before pushing you all into it. However, right now it wasn't time to test that theory out yet as there were more important things to work on. The organization had expanded quite a bit from the last major expansion and things were busy incorporating all of the new members into the organization and getting them assigned to their correct departments. That's right, a wrong man in a wrong place could cause significant damage, Nizu said. There was also the new land area that they were now in control of. The Verdant now controlled all of the Shizuoka prefectures and the following prefectures as well: Yamanashi, Aichi, Gifu, Nagano, Shiga, and Mie. Now you might think that is a lot of area under their control, but some of these areas don't have high populations or high crime rates, so they were more simple to take over instead of higher populated places where bigger gangs would be at. Izuku intensely stared at the map and suddenly his eyes went wide. I am trying to divide the country in half, not figuratively but literally. The current member count for the organization was sitting at 100,000 members. Now that are the numbers we should be really terrified of, Hawk said. Now, not all of these members were fighters. Instead, only about 40% of the organization was made up of its fighting force. Everyone else belonged to their legal businesses, underground businesses, labs, administrative duties, and so forth. So they had 40,000 people in the army ready to fight and do operations and 60,000 belonging to the businesses which have only grown more powerful and wealthy for the organization. It is going to take a lot more than just brute force to weed Verdant out of the country, Naomasa said. Indeed, even if they are found out, you still cannot get rid of their legal business, and as long as even single commander survives, organization can be revived again, Nizu summarized. As it stood, there were zero concerns of ever running out of money anytime soon, even if all of their legal business got hit and discovered. Izuku had a net worth for his army as a whole of around $10.5 billion USD. Wow! I never thought I will say this, but that is a huge amount, Momo said. Bakugo is not harassing anyone, Momo is feeling poor. I think the end of the world is upon us, Kaminari murmured to himself. Also, all crime had come to a stop from his organization. Izuku put a stop to any crime because they didn't need to rely on it to earn money. They didn't need to rely on the black market to earn a lot of money either. They still had underground markets for some illegal things like quirk-canceling cuffs, analysis, support gear, and other things, but things that directly harmed someone went away and a lot of the crime things were exported instead of the domestic market. Some people will definitely notice the drop in crime rate, especially media, Jiro said. I wonder how are they going to deal with that. People were noticing the large drop in crimes in these prefectures that Izuku controlled, but no one knew why. The media was just attributing it to the heroes, which Izuku and everyone got a laugh it out. Okay then. Jiro sighed, he didn't even have to do anything. It got to the point that a lot of heroes were leaving these areas in favor other places with more crimes. Makes sense, they also have to make some bread and butter for themselves after all, Izuku said. Humph. Stain growled, a true hero will never ask for money. Yeah, you are absolutely right, because who needs to eat, right? And fuck medical bills, who needs hospitals when you are a true hero, Izuku mocked him. Jeez. Is it only me or he is getting better at roasting people, Mina whispered to Toru, who giggled in return. There was also the side issue of funding politicians that were controlled by Izuku's organization. The members that had no crimes on their records were filtered through and a few good people were found to run for some government positions to give them inside information and control of certain things. So he is already trying to prey upon that area as well, huh? Nizu said with a frail smile. I can't wait to see the conclusion of all of this. However, that was a long route that would take time to bear fruit since the first office they are trying to get into is a diet position in the National Assembly and the election for the seat doesn't happen until the start of the summer break, so there are a few more months, and even then, their person would lack real power for some time. Of course, it will take time because politics is bitch, Bakugo grumbled. In other news of internal achievements, Izuku has been working hard with the scientists that they have gathered in their organization. Immediately Mei's posture changed as she looked at the screen with sparkly eyes. It turned out that a handful of people who studied science but had got the push to their breaking point in discrimination that they felt to become villains since they were pushed out of their fields. Again, it is such shame that so many brilliant minds were forced to give up on their dreams and turn into villains, Nizu sighed. As such, Izuku took them into his lab when he found them, and they helped make more progress when Izuku had to deal with other matters that required his attention in the organization. Now, the assistant he had in the labs were good, but they didn't compare to people that spent years in the field already studying it. It's like comparing a provisional hero to an experienced veteran, Power Loader said. It is always good to have people who know what they are doing. Now, one of the most recent discoveries was that the Nomus indeed were humans, and Izuku had figured out a way to stabilize the quirks a bit. But without a way to provide quirks, it was useless. As such, that became a dead end currently. Well, there is that, I guess, Naomasa sighed disappointedly. Why are you making that face, policeman? Mei said. Did you really think that he could reverse engineer a bioweapon in mere months? How silly of you, it takes years to do something like that. However, something else provided much better results. They were able to create the first full batch of temporary anti-quirk bullets. Now Nizu and many others were focused on the screen more intently. How did they know they worked, you might ask? Well, simple, there were a handful of members that believed their quirks to be a hindrance to their daily lives, so they volunteered to have the drugs used on them. Wait. Bro, you are telling me that people agreed to let Midoriya experiment on them? Kirishima asked with a pale face. That's disturbing. Kirishima, all the medical supplies are tested on real people before they are sent into the market, Izuku said slowly. You know that, right? Wait. Really? Kirishima said while Izuku just sighed and Bakugo rolled his eyes. Izuku promised to have their family set for life if they were to die due to the drugs, which made them all happy. Even if they survived, Izuku was giving them a lump sum amount of money for their families. I see they are really getting a good deal out of this, Himiko said. How is this a good deal? Jiro asked. They could literally die if something went wrong. And? I don't see what is wrong with that, Himiko calmly replied. They are criminals. There is literally no guarantee if they will return home alive, so if someone is guaranteeing to give their families the money and protection even when they are not around, it is a good deal for them. As such, after testing was done, they discovered that the bullets suppressed the quirks for 2 whole days. The more diluted the drug was, the weaker the effect, but they couldn't get past 2 entire days currently. It's amazing how he achieved that without experimenting on a small child, Mirio said. It indeed is Mirio, Nizu said. With this, he is now officially a real threat to all for one himself. As well as to heroes as well, Night Eye added. Izuku wanted to see if they could create a permanent quirk-destroying bullets, which did get some looks from everyone. It's understandable why everyone would feel threatened by it, Izuku said. In today's world, quirks have become an essential organ or a body part. What I doing could be equivalent to taking away someone's sight. He explained his reasons. The bullets could be used for those whose quirks harmed their daily life, for the elderly whose quirks caused problems for their case, and for people who just didn't want their quirks at all. Wow, that is some really clever use of those bullets, Momo said. Yeah, I would have taken it if I had a choice, Himiko said. You don't need it, you are best as it is, Ochiko reassured her. Ah, you are so sweet. Thanks, Himiko said as she hugged her. He did mention that it could be used as a weapon against them or their enemies, so they would need to keep the formula a secret, and if they did ever make it permanent, they would need to be heavily guarded and only limited batches made at a time. As such, it got the agreement of everyone to make it, and research was limited to only the scientist and Izuku. Even saying that the formula could change the world would be an understatement, All Might said. I don't even want to imagine what would happen if it goes into the wrong hands. It is already in the wrong hands, Night Eye said. Oh. Is that so, and who do you think can keep it safe then? Hawks asked. Commission. Honestly, I don't mind, better than keeping it with criminals, Night Eye said. At least they will use it on problematic people. And by problematic, you mean people who will hurt the status quo, Izuku said, and that includes villains, heroes, and civilians as well. That is a compromise all heroes have to make, Night Eye said. Either you save your carrier or lose everything trying to go against the system. Then I will start by burning that system, Izuku thought, and immediately realized the implications of that. Where did that come from? The scientists also volunteered to undergo a quirk that bound them to not reveal the research to anyone except Izuku. This was done via another quirk user in their group whose quirk was permanent and could only be undone via another pact with the same parties. Nizu quickly wrote down another name in his people to find and recruit diary. Outside of those scientific achievements, they also learned where the current location of the League's base was. They already found it, Naomesa sighed. He is really making our department look bad. Now detective, there cannot be smoke without a fire, Compress said while Naomesa just glared at him. That's not true, what if you used a smoke machine, Kaminari said, while others groaned. Kaminari, 3 hours detention, Aizawa said. Why? Kaminari said while shedding comedic tears. They also learned quite a few interesting details like that All for One had a doctor who was responsible for making the Nomus and not All for One himself. The earlier banter stopped and everyone focused on the screen. This was a piece of new information, something they themselves were unaware of. As such, it proved that quirks could be recreated. Everyone looked at the screen with wide eyes after the horrifying revelation, but that wasn't it because Izuku had to explode another bomb on their head. All Might, Izuku said, gaining the said person's attention, do you think that doctor has replicated All for One as well? In response, All Might sighed. He started to realize he was getting too old for these things, but unfortunately, he cannot leave his successor hanging like that. Don't worry young Midoriya, we will make this doctor our priority target from now on. We will not let All for One's existence affect your generation any longer. Thanks All Might, Izuku beamed at him while Dark Shadow grumbled, too bright, in the background. Izuku wanted that information and the Verdant guards agreed that the doctor needed to go away for good. Everyone agreed with this sentiment wholeheartedly. That knowledge was dangerous since it allowed the creation of the Nomos, which were mindless soldiers that could be sent after them. The spy network was situated to hunt down the doctor as a top priority. Toshi, we missed a very crucial part of All for One's empire, Naomesa said. This doctor could also be the reason why All for One is alive for such a long time. They also found one of the Noma labs where his truly All for One was located at. Izuku had the bug user bugs retreat the moment he was spotted since Izuku didn't want to risk it. He also had the bug user kill the bugs that were anywhere near All for One, which made the user sad, but Izuku explained that All for One could have quirks to track her down via her bugs if she brought them back, which shocked her and made her agree without complaint after she learned that. I am glad I did that, Izuku sighed. All for One is not someone you can just poke and come back with your life. If you poke him he will not just take your finger but your entire arm and your quirk along with it. And how do you know that? Bakugo asked. Sometimes I see visions of how past One for All users died and let me tell you, they are not pretty, Izuku explained. Izuku made notes of where the bases were and they were really close to Tokyo. At least they aren't near us. Izuku thought. Naomesa quickly noted down all the bases to cross-check later. Izuku was also glad that all of the backup bases were completed as well. They had a few bases out on the islands to the southeast coast of Japan which had really no hero presence except a few. As such, they built some bases underground and hid them. Yeah, the government really doesn't give a shit about those islands, Hawk said. They were also making progress in duplicating the teleportation gate quirk. As it stood right now they used twice to make clones of the quirk user so they could manage all of the gates between the different bases which had increased quite a lot. That duplicator is a fucking cheat code, Bakugo grumbled. Shut up short fuse / I take it as a compliment, Twice said. The teleportation issue was an important one for Izuku. He wanted to crack the technology behind it to help them expand since the moment they get teleportation quirk they could easily set up bases in other countries without people knowing it. They could also bring in foreign villains to their organization and shake up the entire playing field. Please don't, Kaminari cried, I don't want to fight someone like Reno or Vulture so early in my career. But as it stood, they were having issues stabilizing the teleportation field. They figured out how to replicate the process but stabilizing it was an issue. The gate would break down before it was completed which confused Izuku so they had to hold off on it but Izuku had the others still attempting it while he worked on other things since he was sure he would come up with ideas to break through the wall. Hey Izuku, if you fail to solve it by the end of this, maybe we can do some brainstorming in my lab and try to solve it, Mei said. Sure sounds good, Izuku said. Hey you two, at least ask my permission before making you start using the lab, Power Loader said, and Mei that is not your lab, it is the school's lab. Outside of all of that, they did learn that the league was recruiting more experienced members. One member, in particular, was named Muscular who enjoyed killing. This pissed Izuku off since he hated people like Muscular. Izuku absent-mindedly traced a scar on his forearm as remembered his fight with the man. He did learn that the league was trying to use Stain as a means to recruit people which pissed Stain off. Fucking, piece of shit, Stain growled at the screen, I didn't consent to any of this. Yeah, like you ever cared for anyone's consent, before gutting them, Ida murmured to himself. As such, Stain released a video on the internet decrying the League of Villains and that they were liars. Stain did drop hints that he was now a part of a new group but didn't comment on what group it was though, but those in the know like UA knew it was Verdant and Stain's video only confirmed it. Good, I don't want those fakes using my name for their personal gain, Stain said. Outside of the League was another issue. Everyone groaned, now what? The Meta Liberation Army. What? The adults in the room stared at the screen with wide eyes. What is Meta Liberation Army? Mina asked. It was a group who believed that humans should be allowed to use their quirks without restrictions and were trying to build a world where people are free to be themselves and can use their powers however they see fit, Momo explained. They were active 50 years ago but nobody has heard from them ever since. I thought the group disbanded after their leader Destro died, Night Eye said, but if they are still active it is a real threat. The spy network had accidentally discovered them one day while looking for the doctor and discovered that they had control of an entire city in the Aichi prefecture. The prefecture that they thought they had full control over and were just proven wrong. They also discovered that the Liberation Army which was located in Daika City had 90% of the inhabitants were part of the Liberation Army. This included the heroes. This news was devastating since based on the information their bugs gained was that Redestro who was the leader had an army of around 116,000 or so Redestro was claiming in a meeting. Shit. This is bad, really really bad, Endeavor said. He knew that All Might's retirement was already a big blow to the heroes' side but now they will lose more heroes if they are forced to face a threat like that. First, we will need to identify the defected heroes, and keep information away from them, Neo Mesa said. If this threat is real in our world we have to approach it with everything we have. Izuku had called an emergency meeting when all of this was found out and they made adjustments to the plans. They had to get rid of the Meta Liberation Army since they couldn't fight them and the government at the same time. Yeah, both are annoying and dangerous opponents, fighting them together is a really bad idea, Izuku said. Izuku was also glad he had obtained quite a few of the news outlets under his control via different names. It's funny how this is the least surprising thing we have heard today, Hawk said. He had planned to force the heroes' hands if they didn't deal with it soon. Izuku also realized it was a good way to weaken All Might a bit, most likely since he would have to help deal with the Meta Liberation Army. I wish we had that luxury, Naomesa said. We could if someone decided to stop being stubborn and hand over a very valuable treasure to a worthy wielder, Night Eye said, eyeing Izuku. All Might was going to respond but before he could say anything Izuku looked straight into Night Eye's eyes and said, not happening. And if you need help I will there on the front lines. Midoriya, Aizawa said, activating his quirk, you are not going anywhere that city and that goes for all of you. I appreciate your concern but looking at their numbers I am sure the commission will force students with provisional licenses to fight on the front lines. And I will call anyone delusional who thinks otherwise, Izuku explained. You have a point Midoriya, but don't worry I will do my best to make sure that students are not dragged into this battle, Nizu said. Good luck with that, Izuku said. As such, they got to work and after making a plan they tipped UA and the detective with a lie detector quirk off about the Meta Liberation Army. They did this by having some clones of Toga made who turned into other people who delivered the evidence they gathered to the detective and to UA. Did you see that, Jean? We make a great team, Himiko said. The detective was a bit easier to do since she could walk into the station and request for him and say it was an emergency and that only he was going to believe her. As such, the detective agreed to meet her and took her to his office. Hey, I am not that easy to meet, Naomesa said and sulked in his chair. I know my friend, you are a very busy man, All Might chuckled as he encouraged his friend. He asked her questions like her name and everything and at that moment she dropped the act. Hello detective, my leader wanted me to deliver this information so you all know about the dangerous threat that rivals All for One. The Meta Liberation Army is back and they have what we believe is over 100,000 members in the city of Daika under their control. We were able to spy on them and gain video of their leader Redestro and his top aides meeting. The Verdant sends out regards and do not even bother trying to find me via this face. Toga said as the clone broke apart at her will. I swear, I need a promotion and a raise after all of this, Naomesa sighed. The detective was in shock. He grabbed the bag and found DVDs. He put one in and saw it was a video showing Redestro in a meeting and talking about the Meta Liberation Army and their plans. The bastard is trying to turn this country into the lawless barbaric island, Aizawa glared at the screen. Now, Nizu was a bit harder. That's what she said, Kaminari said, earning him a smack on the head by Jiro. Toga walked up to the gate and pressed the button. It was during lunchtime right now. Nizu's voice came over and asked who she was and what she needed. The Verdant sends our regards. We are here to deliver you some information if you would be so kind to let me in. Toga stated as she looked at the camera. You are a fool if you think a principal of such a prestigious school will allow a villain to enter a school, Ida said, but. The intercom was silent but soon Nizu spoke. One moment, a teacher will be out to escort you in, but I warn you. Don't try anything. I've authorized them lethal force if need be. Stated Nizu, and she nodded her head and soon saw Eraserhead and Vlad King. Never mind, Ida hung his head down. Don't worry Ida, I guarantee you that no one can harm a student as long as they are in this compound, Nizu said. Hello Eraserhead, Vlad King. I'm here to see Nizu about a major threat that rivals All for One. My leader believed that you heroes should be warned about it before they strike at you all. Toga stated, and their eyes widened. Poor Aizawa-sensei, Mina said, he really needs a vacation and a break from all of this nonsense. For your kind information I am there as well, Vlad said. But he has to deal with my class as well, Mina objected. Vlad tried to reply but then stopped, fair enough. Soon Toga found herself escorted into a meeting room with most of the staff including All Might. Hello, though I doubt you will give your name. Nizu stated. Toga shook her head. Don't bother looking this face up either. It's just a face of a random person on the street that I copied. Now, do you have a DVD player in here? Toga asked and Nizu showed her it. She put the DVD in and showed the video. Hey, do you think it would be funny if suddenly it played a Rick roll on the screen? Zero asked. Dude, it would be hilarious, Kaminari said. As you can see, the Meta Liberation Army has returned. Our spies, while searching for some associates of All for One, came across this in Daika City. We're a bit focused on All for One currently but are putting in some safeguards to deal with them as well, but our leader believed you should know since they are waiting for a good time to strike and overthrow Japan. They believe that anyone with a powerful quirk can do anything they wish, truly disgusting. The powerful are meant to help protect those that can't defend themselves. They want to send us more or less back to the dawn of quirks is what they want to do. From what we gathered as you can see in the other videos is that they have over 100,000 members that are capable of fighting is what they claim, which is quite troubling for everyone. We've also delivered this information to the detective with the lie detector quirk. Any questions Nizu? Toga asked as she stood and watched their faces. They were all pale. They had All for One to deal with and now they had to deal with the Meta Liberation Army. You are enjoying this, aren't you? Dabi asked. Oh you bet I am, Himiko giggled, it's not every day that you get to see that expression on Nizu's face. Yes, I do. Is there any way we can count on Verdant support unofficially of course? Nizu asked. Nizu, how can you dash? Before Night High could criticize him Nizu spoke in a harsh tone. I will do any and everything in my power to keep my students away from the battlefield, and that includes collaborating with vigilantes as well. Toga thought it over for a few moments before responding. The staff was tense. We are currently more focused on countering All for One, but yes. I'm sure our leader will be willing to provide aid on the day of any operation if we were to learn of it. Toga stated. Nizu nodded his head and the staff untensed a bit. They knew the Verdant was more or less their enemy, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend in this situation. Makes sense, Momo said, not wanting to fight on two fronts applies to heroes as well. Nizu asked a bit more questions about their plans against All for One and Toga said that she was not at liberty of talking about them but did notify Nizu that the league was currently recruiting more experienced members for more plans against UA. Nizu thanked them for the advanced notice and asked if they had any ideas of what the plans were, which Toga shook her head. At this time, we only know they are gearing up for it. We don't know what their next steps are, but Stain did damage some of their recruitment efforts with his video, which should take some wind out of their sails and buy you some time before their next attack. Toga stated. Nizu thanked her for the information and said he would have someone let her out. No need, Toga said as her clone broke apart. Well, damn. Even if we captured her it would have been pointless. They are really smart in using those clones. Stated one teacher. Ha, I am the best / well, thank you for the compliment, Twice said. Hey dumbass, he was complimenting, nerd, not you, Bakugo said. It looks like Sparky is jealous that his teachers are complimenting and not him, Dabi said, and Bakugo whispered some words that should be not heard by Eri. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen, EP.2, Verdant Expansion and Advancements and Unknown Enemy. To be continued. Chapter End Notes. Sorry for the late, but I was playing Elden Ring and, fuck Mailnia. Heroes vs Meta Liberation Army. Narrator Izuku Midoriya. Now, let it be said that Izuku isn't a petty bitch at all. Are you sure about that? Kaminari said in a heavy voice. Instead, it should be known that he is a major petty bitch. When Toga's clone finished in the meeting, Izuku just fell out of his chair laughing and clutching his stomach. Little listener is having quite a fun time seeing heroes like that, Mike sighed. I mean, just as Himiko said, it's not every day that you catch Nizu off guard, Izuku replied. They had slipped a bug to watch through on the clone, so they were playing the memories and recording them like normal. As such, they saw how Nizu asked if the Verdant organization would be willing to help them deal with the Meta Liberation Army. Izuku just couldn't hold it in anymore that the heroes were asking their enemy to help with dealing with such an issue. See? Even a villain is mocking your decision of asking help from him, Night I said. And what other choice do we have? Nizu asked, please do tell us if you have any idea that will result in us not working with these villains. That. Night I stammered, then he coughed, I don't need to waste my brain power on a hypothetical scenario. Just goes to show that society needs to be changed since the heroes realize they are screwed if they don't get help with dealing with the Meta Liberation Army before All for One decides to get involved with everything, Izuku stated. Yeah, I would rather not imagine a man who can give all might run for his money with an army of 100,000 villains under his command, Jiro said with a wry smile. The others could only shake their head at what they just learned, but nonetheless, they would help. It of course didn't cost them anything to send a large army of clones of some of their advanced units and guards while keeping the real ones hidden away. As such, the Verdant didn't really have to waste resources except to plan things out. Verdant is playing it very smartly, Aizawa said, they are going to get the huge benefit out of this conflict no matter who wins this fight. You are right, at the end of this battle they will have one less villain organization to deal with, and not to mention heroes will take a hit as well, Naomasa said, and with them sending clones to fight they are not wasting any resources of their own. Twice, did I ever tell you how much I adore you? Because honestly, you alone keep this organization going so smoothly for me. I would have to be running myself to death to deal with a lot of issues if you weren't around. Izuku said as he leaned back and looked at Twice with a smile. Twice just hugged Izuku and thanked him. Finally someone understands how precious I am / thank you, Jean said with tears in his eyes. As such, they got busy making the plans for the battle that would happen. Izuku knew that a lot of heroes were likely to die in the fight, but he was not going to risk any of his people when he can send clones in to support. Isn't it kind of selfish? Mina asked. Yes, it is, Izuku calmly replied. Wait. That's it? Mina asked, are you not going to explain why? Do I need to? Izuku, who actually looked confused, asked, I mean, we all have some things we want to protect. I thought it was self-explanatory. Twice has gotten better and is close to making clones of himself which would expand their abilities. You still can't clone yourself, right? Izuku looked at Twice and asked. But Himiko answered him instead. No, he can't, that mental block is too big of a step to cross right now, she explained. However, as it stands, Twice can make a very decent number of clones before he faces quirk exhaustion, so they were not in any threat of having to use actual men and women of their military power. I hope he never needs to use those soldiers in a real battle, Naomasa wished, as he knew so many people will unnecessarily get caught in a crossfire. Several months passed and now it was about 1 month before the summer break and Izuku's spy network reported that they have successfully found the doctor's location. Several people in the audience were irritated by the fact that the doctor's location wasn't revealed on the screen. Izuku wasn't willing to go after the doctor right at this moment though, due to All for One still being around. They didn't know what quirks he had to just teleport the doctor back. As such, it became a waiting game for the downfall of the doctor. You made the right call, young Verdant, All Might said, All for One will no longer ignore you if you messed with one of his assets. You mean one of his men, right? Kirishima asked. No, young Kirishima, each and every person on this planet is an asset or liability in that demon's eyes, All Might explained. However, in other news, it was time for the battle between the heroes and Meta Liberation Army. Once again people in the audience tensed. Based on the bugs that followed Nizu around, Izuku was surprised he never found them, but oh well. The bugs were more or less actual bugs, to begin with, so it's not surprising. Indeed, he is quite lucky to find someone with such a perfect quirk for spying, Nizu said and thought, I wonder what it will take to make her a teacher at UA. Izuku gathered his guards and had the advanced teams on standby. The heroes were already on the move towards the Meta Liberation Army and Izuku wanted a gate on standby and ready to open about 5 minutes away from the battle zone. I know this is a battle between real people and all, but honestly I am so excited, it's like watching an action movie, Kaminari said. I mean, we are watching this as a series, so we are allowed to enjoy this, right? Zero asked. I will not stop you from enjoying the battle, just keep an eye on any details you find while you enjoy this, Aizawa said. The originals would be on site so more clones could easily be made, but the originals would Not engage in combat. Izuku didn't want to allow personnel to get captured since they had to be cautious of the heroes turning on them at any moment since heroes like Endeavor would be on site. Heroes turning on their allies, how poetic, Dabi said, not to mention flaming trash can will be there as well. As such, the original would keep their distance to be able to retreat easily. Good, I am not a huge fan of the interrogation rooms, Compress said. Replace the League with the Verdant group. To think that an entire town is controlled by villains, Momo said, but the scarier part is how neither government nor heroes got even hint of this. It indeed is quite concerning, Nizu said. As they were all standing on the hillside looking over the city, they could see it. They could see the massive number of heroes that were starting to surround the city. So it begins, Izuku said as he leaned a little forward ready to write all the details he could find. There were also a lot of ectoplasm clones around the place. Smart of them to get him to surround the city to ensure no one escapes. They are a bit limited on physical combat due to how much damage a basic clone can take without combining, but for scouting and border patrol it's perfect. Izuku stated as he watched the show. That's why ectoplasm is head of U.S security, Nizu said, he can be at many places at the same time. The Verdant had no plans to get directly involved in time soon. They would go in after the heroes suffered some losses since why help prevent them from losing too much. That would be illogical since the Verdant and heroes will be enemies in the future. Shota's so-called logic is coming to bite him in the ass, Midnight giggled. Now what do you have to say, Mr. Logical Ruse? Mike asked. Aizawa just rolled his eyes. These two were the bane of his existence. Soon alarms went off around the entire city were going off and the city was busting with life. Civilians were running towards the center of the place while heroes of the city itself were already fighting the incoming heroes. The news had already broken as a leak happened that the government was putting down a large force of the Meta Liberation Army. As such, they could do nothing to act as if nothing was going on, and the low members that started to fight right away only confirmed the accusation. I don't know which one is more shocking. The fact that they have heroes in their ranks or there is a mole in the government, Mirio said. I think both of these things were already clear from the very start, Izuku said. It would have been nearly impossible for MLA to take over an entire city without a mole in the government, and since the city is controlled by villains the crime rate must be pretty low, so no other heroes visit this place as well. After about an hour into the fighting, Izuku authorized the entering of combat for the clones. Finally someone decided to keep their part of the deal, Night Eye said glaring at the screen. As such, 6 advanced groups were cloned and they had 30 groups with 5 groups from each advanced team. Then there were 5 clones of each Verdant guard except twice. The guards would be operating near the other groups but would also split off and deal with threats that needed to be dealt with. Now that's what I call a backup, Bakugo said. Izuku did notice that a large portion of the UA staff was on site. Izuku could see through the bugs that they had flying around that Eraserhead, Vlad King, All Might, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Hound Dog were on site while Nizu was in the far back planning with some other people. You know, the situation is serious when Nizu himself is present on the battlefield, Aizawa said. However, back to the battlefield. The heroes were losing ground in some portions of the battlefield and the bugs in the command center were confirming as such from what they were hearing. Nizu's expression was tensed but soon the Verdant forces arrived on site at each of these locations and Izuku could see the expressions of everyone in the command center go one of shock. Some of the officials were asking who these new people were and Nizu filled them in. Tell them by the command of Verdant Emperor, Dabi smirked. Caverly has arrived, Compress finished the statement. They are from Verdant. They are the ones that tipped us off to the Meta Liberation Army. It seems their forces have arrived and are hitting all the points that we are weakened in. This is good for us since we were close to losing those fronts. Nizu stated. Strange. I am not seeing anyone from the commission there, Nizu thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes at the screen. Some officials asked how Verdant knew about the weak points. Nej responded. They have someone that can transform into people's appearances. Far as we know, they just have to see the appearance and can do it. So it wouldn't surprise me if we have a Verdant agent in this room with us, but don't waste time finding them. As it stands, they are not our enemy in this battle and we need the help we can get since this operation was undervalued by the damn Hero Commission. They refused to give us enough heroes to do this operation as I really wanted to. Nizu said. So, Mr. Glasses, you were saying, Bakugo said with a sly grin. Enough with your sly remarks, Night Eye said, and you cannot blame the commission for not believing in this operation, after all the word of it came from a villain. Sir, I don't get it, Mirio said, why are so bent on taking the commission's side? Mirio, now that All Might is retired and there is no one is there to replace him, Night Eye said glaring at Izuku, we need the commission to maintain the status quo. But what if that status quo is the main problem, Mirio thought but couldn't gather enough courage to argue with his mentor. Izuku on the other hand was in so much joy at him stating that. They would record that later on for the big show that they will put on later on when a prime moment happens. Oh. Can't wait for it, Himiko said. Now down in the operations themselves on the battlefield. You could see All Might gritting his teeth as he was fighting Redestro. All Might didn't want to admit TI, but he was actually being pushed back a bit since All Might was trying really hard not to waste one for all since he still had to deal with All for One. What the hell? Bakugo looked at the screen with wide eyes. How hell that Doofenshmirtz looking fuck is giving All Might such a hard time. I don't think it's such a big deal, All Might chuckled to himself, it only shows that there is always someone stronger out there. That's not true though, Nijire said, I was there when Midoriya went into sparkly green mode. He was so fast that my eyes couldn't even keep track of him. Oh. I know that's when Deku went whoosh. And bam. Eri said. Thanks for the compliment but I am far from the strongest, Izuku said. For example, America's #1 hero star in strips with her quirk New Order is theoretically stronger than All for One but the main limitation of her quirk is what holds her back against him. And that is? Bakugo asked intrigued. She has to know the target's name, Izuku explained, and I doubt anyone even knows about that 200-year-old walking corpse. In that case why don't you ask those ghosts in your head, I bet at least one of them would know about him right? Kaminari said. Suddenly Izuku's eyes went wide as he looked at Kaminari. Kaminari, you are a genius. Then he turned towards All Might. Can you get me a meeting with her? I mean I could, she is a big fan of mine so that won't be a problem, but what for? All Might asked. Can't tell you right now, Izuku said and glanced at Night Eye. I will tell you later in private. However, he soon received some help from the Verdant guards as Dabi, Mr. Compress, and Toga showed up in their outfits and started to attack the enemies around All Might, which gave him some space to breathe and focus on Redestro. Thanks, All Might said, you people are literally lifesavers, yay. All Might praised me, Himiko cheered. Redestro himself was confused about who these new individuals were and the guards could only smirk at his confusion. You guys never take anything seriously, do you? Momo asked. Why would we? Dabi asked, it's not our battle, to begin with. All Might pushed forward and started to push Redestro back, which only made Redestro stronger due to his quirk. Redestro, your quirk gives you more and more strength the more you feel stressed out. As such, the more All Might wins, the stronger you become. Dabi stated as he blasted some fire onto Redestro, causing him to scream in pain. Izuku immediately wrote down the quirk and his brain started working overtime thinking about the heroic potential of the quirk and ways to counter it if he ever encounters someone like him. All Might was glad for that information and soon figured a plan out. He would need to knock Redestro out in one punch. Easier said than done, Aizawa muttered under his breath. As the Verdant guards kept the pressure off All Might and did some attacks on Redestro, it provided a chance for All Might to end it as he came slamming down on Redestro, which caused enough shock in his body to make him black out. In hindsight, USJ Nomu was Redestro on steroids, Izuku mumbled absent-mindedly, which caused some to giggle because of the statement. Though, there were some heroes that the Verdant did not help at all. Oh, I can guess who we are talking about, Dabi said glancing at a certain Burning Man. These were heroes like Endeavor who the Verdant just ignored and let him be attacked by a large number of Meta Liberation Army members. Dabi's clone that passed by just laughed in his mind at Endeavor's poor state with all the wounds. If things go as planned, the heroes will be weakened when it comes time to fight All for One, and it will be our time to make our debut to the world. Daba thought as he kept his anger in check. Rei sighed. She knows that her son needs help. No, all of her children do, but Toya needs it the most. Right now he looks calm, but she knows better than anyone that years' worth of anger and haterade doesn't just go away overnight. Her only hope right now is to see all her children live normal lives without thoughts of revenge or self-harm in their minds. Even though it would be a good chance to kill Endeavor, that isn't why he was here, and he trusted Izuku's plans to work since they have come so far from the past. In the past where he was just some random person on the street, and now he is the Verdant Guard of a 150,000 person organization since the group has only grown more and more in the previous months. Ironic, the heroes are so afraid of the Meta Liberation Army that they don't see the biggest threat, which is us, since we are soon to outpace their organization size of actual fighters. If All for One is gone, we have no direct threat outside of the government, since the 9th user won't be strong enough for a while to make us afraid. Dabi thought. Night Eye gritted his teeth. He wanted to defend Mirio, but he already saw that Mirio is having trouble with One for All, so he just shut his mouth and started thinking of ways to make Mirio a symbol without One for All. Dabi went back to the fighting and kept his mind off Endeavor. I need to find something too to keep my mind away from the destructive thoughts, or else everything I work for will go up in flames, Dabi thought. Another hour or so had passed of the fighting, and all of Japan and the world were watching the fight. Fucking vultures, Aizawa cursed, they will obviously exaggerate the fact that the heroes need the help from a vigilante group. The media outlets under control of Verdant had started to talk about how the Verdant group, which was a rising vigilante group, had arrived on site about an hour into the siege to aid what appeared to be the weakening heroes' side. Bastards are spinning the narrative to their cause, Night Eye glared at the screen. So do heroes, what's your point? Izuku asked. Heroes do it for a good cause, Night Eye snapped at them. So are we, again what's your point? Izuku asked, staring right into his eyes. Night Eye let go of the argument when he realized that Izuku is not going to back down. This didn't go well for the Hero Commission, who were in outrage and were trying to get the media to correct their statements but were denied, as even the other outlets were picking the story and narrative up. Damage is already done, I don't think the commission can do anything to fix this mess, Momo put her thoughts out. Indeed, the media doesn't care about the truth of the situation, all they care about is what news will bring them more clicks or sell more copies of their newspaper, Midnight added. This became an embarrassing moment for the commission as it was going live and they couldn't control the narrative. Although he didn't say anything out loud, Nizu still had a satisfied smile on his face. As everyone settled down and started to clean everything up, Izuku looked back at the bugs that were watching Nizu. Some Hero Commission people were trying to blame him for the failure of losing so many people and getting so many injured. Hey, that's not fair to put all the blame on Principal, Kirishima protested. No, it's not, Nizu said as he glared at the screen. Nizu could only grit his teeth and stay silent. He was the leader of the operation and had to do with the resources he had available to him, which were limited by the commission, and now they were trying to shift the blame. So again, glasses, you were saying, Bakugo asked with a shit-eating grin on his face. Night Eye glared at him but didn't argue back. Izuku wasn't having this, as such he made sure to have it all recorded later on for the big reveal. Nizu just had to accept it for now, but Izuku knew that Nizu was making plans to pay them back for this later on. Oh, I can't wait for whatever this big reveal is, Nizi said with a deleted smile. Nizu, enough with your childish rivalry, Night Eye said, infighting between allies is not a good thing. Let me make myself clear, Nizu said as he stood up on his chair, Commission and I are not allies. And if you ask for my honest opinion, I think they are parasites latched onto the Hero Society. Nizu, Night Eye hissed, stop saying something so atrocious in front of the children. With all due respect, sir, we can form our own opinions, Momo said, and whatever we are seeing right now doesn't make us want to worship Commission as you do. I know, right, Kirishima added, Commission is so not cool. A few days passed and some outlets were talking about how the principal of UA failed the mission, but the outlets under Izuku's control did different narratives and there were some differences between them. They talked about how the mission was successful in the objective but failed due to wounded and deaths, but they didn't directly blame Nizu. Instead, they promoted questions asking why the commission didn't provide more resources for such a large operation. My, who would have thought that I will find a secret ally in the future enemy, Nizu said with a frail smile. Izuku had direct evidence that showed the commission purposely limited it but wasn't going to reveal that information yet. As such, the battle between the Meta Liberation Army and heroes came to an end with 0 wounded or dead on the Verdant side. Instead, they profited from this since they no longer had to deal with the Meta Liberation Army in their control area, and they happened to raid quite a few of their support department areas in their labs and stole a lot of support gear to supply their army with. And the final verdict of the day, Verdant 1, Heroes 0, Himiko cheered. Then the screen goes black and the words appeared on the screen. EP.14, Heroes vs Meta Liberation Army. To be continued. Prelude to Summer Break. Narrator, Gray. Izuku was currently sitting in his office preparing himself. Everything was here and it was time for everything to come to pass. He is preparing for something. Night Eye raised his brow, can't be anything good for heroes, I presume. Now you might be wondering what Izuku is talking about. Well, due to the bugs spying directly on Shigaraki and his small gang of members, the League of Villains was preparing themselves for an attack on UA. They wouldn't be directly attacking UA itself, no, they were aiming for the summer training camp that would be happening in a few weeks. The mood amongst the Class 1A suddenly came crashing down as they heard about the summer camp. Naturally, they didn't have any good memories of that outing. Especially, Izuku and Bakugo. One almost lost his arms and failed to save someone while the latter was kidnapped and still blames himself for his idol's retirement. How did they find this out, you might wonder? Well, it was a simple one from spying on Shigaraki, but also they were spying on the suspected mole and were able to confirm their theory of the individual being the mole. Again their hearts fluttered at the mention of the mole. And as much as they don't want to believe that there is a mole amongst them, they cannot in their right conscience ignore all the evidence on the screen. Izuku decided to not alert UA about the mole or the incoming attack. The council of his guards and the lieutenants, which now included Stain, asked him why. I assume he's going to use that information in a way that will befit him the most, Momo said. Well, that is one of the reasons, but I guess there is more to it, Izuku added. Why? You all must remember we plan to overthrow the heroes and the government. Helping them out too much is not beneficial for us. Also, since they plan to attack the camp and kidnap a student to try and recruit them, which would damage UA's and Hero's reputation overall, it becomes a chance for us. That is true indeed, Nizu said. In recent years U.A has become one of the pillars of hero society. Each and every year we have produced heroes who have done incredible deeds in not only heroics but in others departments as well. Not to mention there are 4 U.A alumni in the current top 5, so an attack on our reputation is an indirect attack on hero society itself. I am wanting to announce our presence and goals to the world on the day All Might and All for One comes to blows. We will interfere in the battle and take All for One out using the temporary anti-quirk bullets. We will need to look for a good chance to do it, but there should be a moment where it will be beneficial for us. Taking out All for One was the only good thing that came out of that conversation, All Might said. What if we use quirk erasing bullets to execute All for One, Izuku said, and heavy silence spread across the room. Midoriya, heroes don't kill, Ida said. Yeah, I know, and I am not talking about killing every villain you come across. I am saying we need to get rid of All for One while we can, because that monster has already overstayed in this world. Hell, even All Might tried to kill him 2 times, Izuku defended. Wait, 2 times? I don't remember him trying to kill Faceless Fucker during Kamino Ward, Bakugo said. Izuku looked at him with the most deadpan expression he could muster and asked, you think anyone other than All for One can survive getting the United States of smashed into the ground at point blank? Well, nerd, you proved your point, Bakugo said. Yeah, I agree, we need to kill that man. If I get my hands on quirk erasing bullet, I know someone who can take a shot, Hawks thought. Price will be high, but it will be worth the shot. Also, I would like to capture all of the League at that moment if we can. As such, the moment the battle with the League versus Heroes starts, I want several squads going after the Doctor and ending him, then get any of the research you can before destroying everything else. Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads at his orders. So we are going to eradicate League from the face of this earth, Dabi said. Of course, we are, Stain added. We don't want any lowlives making things more complicated for us than they already are. They asked what the overall plan for revealing themselves was going to be. Izuku looked over the numbers and information for his organization and thought for a few moments. As it stood, they had 500,000 members total. As it stood, 280,000 were combat ready while the others were all in non-combat roles and were not really fighters at all. Everyone stared at the screen with awe. The sheer number of members has crossed any and all expectations they had. And this was before you even consider that more than half of the members are combatants, and were ready to engage at any moment and any time. Don't you think that a 16-year-old boy having a standing army of more than 200,000 people is a little too absurd? Kaminari asked. Dude, we have already crossed a line where we should question whether something is absurd or not, Jiro said with a dry laugh. So 56% of the organization was ready for combat and they had 500,000 member count. Those that weren't in combat roles either didn't want to fight, couldn't fight, or were deemed a higher priority for different needs in the organization, such as the scientist. Normally the non-combatants would have been considered a huge liability during wartime, but since Verdant has his bases hidden and only members know its locations, he eliminated that risk entirely, Naomasa said. The organization also controlled Shizuoka, Yamanashi, Nagano, Niigata, Toyama, Ishikawa, Fukui, Gifu, Aichi, Kyoto, Shiga, Mie, Nara, Wakayama, Osaka, and Hyogo. There were some holdouts in these areas, but for the most part, their organization controlled all crime in these areas and crime rates had fallen sharply. As it stood, they controlled all of the crime in the entire middle portion of the nation without anyone knowing it. You know, no matter how many times I see this, I still find it absurd that Deku is able to do all of this without anyone noticing a thing, Ochako said. My parents live in Mie and I am worried that if something similar happened in our world, heroes and government will abandon them. Don't worry, if ever need arises we will make sure they are safe, Izuku said as he squeezed her hand. After all, we will be full-fledged heroes by then. Thanks, Deku. You are too sweet, Ochako said as she flashed him a sweet smile. Though, Nizu has gotten suspension and has started to dig into these areas. It was one thing for several prefectures to drop in crime, but for so many to do it was not heard of, and there had to be a reason behind it. Finally, someone is looking into it, All Might said. Though, the Hero Commission was showcasing it as the heroes doing amazing, which Izuku just laughed at. Clowns acting like clowns, honestly it doesn't even surprise me, Nizu said. Izuku finished thinking and then spoke. We will show the nation and the world how the Verdant had helped. How the heroes had failed. I'm aiming to see All Might's true form shown to the world, and I plan to announce to the world the truth of his quirk without saying who has it currently. All Might paled just thinking about the possibility of his secret being revealed. Now he wasn't sure what was worse, him getting killed by his successor or one for all being revealed to the world. He finally landed on the conclusion that both are equally worst outcomes. If Lumilin gets in my way, then I will tell everyone that he has it, which will make some rally to him, while others will aim for his head for the quirk and try to force it out of his hands. It was the first time in her life that Nijire felt genuine fear for her best friend's life. She knew that being a hero comes with a threat of death always hanging on the person's neck, but she never thought about it like that, since Mirio and Tamaki were strong, maybe strongest in their batch. But the person Mirio will be facing gave her real chills this time. And the worst part of it was that the Midoriya on the screen wasn't the Deku she knew and trusted with her and her friends' lives. He was a mastermind who can easily remove Mirio from the game if he ever felt like it. And what's more disheartening is the fact that he doesn't even consider Mirio a threat even with All Might's power in his hands. We will also expose Endeavor at this point to show the falsehood of the hero world. Shoto wasn't sure how he felt about all of this. Until very recently he wanted his father to suffer the consequences of his actions at any cost. He even went as far as to sabotage his own carrier by refusing to use the fire aspect of his own quirk. But now, it doesn't matter to him anymore. He knows what he wants to become and what he doesn't want to. And don't get him wrong, he still hates his father and wants him to suffer for what he did to his family, but not publicly. Oh, and he doesn't care about him being no true hero or anything, he is worried that it will affect Fuyumi and Natsuo's lives. Unlike him and his father, they decided to live normal lives for themselves. And if this case is revealed to the public, Fuyumi will possibly lose her teaching job. He knows that she was also hurting mentally all this time, and he will not allow her to suffer any more than that. And Natsuo was still studying. His career will take a hit even before it begins. And Shoto doesn't want that. He knows it is not fair for him or his mother, but he has decided that his revenge will not come at his siblings' cost. All Might's true form, his quirk, Endeavor, the commission trying to make Nizu their fall guy, them purchasing Hawks as a child soldier, and so forth. You are what? Students yelled as they stared at Hawks, who was averting his eyes. So number 2 hero Hawks is commission's parrot? Bakugo sneered at him. Meanwhile, Endeavor was just staring at his fellow hero with a complicated look in his eyes. All the memories of Hawks coming to his agency, their shared lunches, and his ideal of all heroes having free time were flooding his mind. Was it all just an act to get close to him for some commission assignment, he thought. Oddly enough he felt betrayed. Eventually, he just sighed and accepted all of this as his punishment for being an asshole his entire life. While everyone was freaking out, Momo noticed that Izuku and Nizu were looking at the chaos with amused smiles. Why are you not freaking out? Momo asked. It's simple really, Izuku shrugged, if he was dangerous to us Nizu won't allow him to sit here in the first place. Everyone calmed upon hearing that as they trusted Nizu's judgment on things like that. I've gathered a lot of evidence on a large number of heroes that are dirty or have committed a lot of crimes that the commission had covered up. Some include child porn, murder, abuse, and so forth. Izuku stated as he reclined in his chair as stopped speaking. Disgusting, Stain growled, but the sentiment was shared across the room. They were all glad that it was close to the time for them to stop hiding in the shadows and take more action. Izuku wanted the teleportation technology done first in his dreams, but in reality, it wasn't going to be done soon. They were so close to stabilizing it. They could get it working for about 2 minutes before it broke down due to destabilization. That's so awesome. Mei said, maybe changing some variables might do the trick. Mei, you don't even know what equations they are using, Power Loader sighed. Doesn't matter, all genius think alike, she proudly announced. The permanent bullets to erase quirks were a failed experiment. No matter what they did, it didn't work. It was like they were missing an ingredient and Izuku didn't know what it was, so he scrapped the research for that since those bullets would only be used on a limited number of people. Missing ingredient, Izuku thought and glanced at Eri, trust me, you don't want to know. The temporary ones would do their job and they got the efficiency of them up to a week as well, so it didn't matter if they didn't have the permanent ones or not at this point. They also found that they did have a permanent version. Oh, Nizu said with an amused smirk. It was done via pumping someone with enough of the anti-quirk fluids that it destroyed the quirk factor in the body. That sounds like torture to me, Jiro said. Don't worry, Midoriya explained to me how people themselves volunteer for these sort of things, Kirishima explained. Now, you might wonder how they found this out. Well, let's say a newer member didn't read the rules and tried to lay his hands on a child that was the daughter of another member. Izuku went into a rage that day and the man had volunteered himself to see what happens when someone has the fluids run through their body non-stop for an hour. They now then, as the man was quirkless and showed no signs of a quirk again and DNA showed no quirk factor present in the body. He was later killed after about a month. You were saying, Jiro smirked at Kirishima, not that I am complaining. Bastards like him deserve nothing less than this, Jiro said, and no one disagreed with her. As Izuku was sitting there, he came out of his thoughts of the research. He decided at that moment that they would wage their offense on that day as well. We're also going offensive against the government that day. Targets will include the Hero Commission building, the president of the commission herself, Endeavor's agency, and everyone's that is dirty on the list of agencies if they directly own it. Oh, I will love to see how Commission will defend their own building, Nizu said, not to mention their reputation when all the scandals are exposed. Nizu, enjoy this while you can because Udata will be on that criminal's target list eventually, Night I said. I don't think so, Nizu said, I or any of my staff members haven't done anything to earn Verdant's wrath upon us. Meanwhile, Endeavor was thinking, I hope they don't harm Vernon or any other people working there. They have nothing to do with my crimes. We will not reveal our hands on the number of troops we have or what areas we control. I want them to have to search for all of that, and we will slowly reveal ourselves in different places and take control publicly. Revealing all your assets in one go would make much more sense, right? Kaminari asked, I mean for intimidation and stuff. Not really, Izuku said, we don't want government and commission to take us seriously at first. That will allow us to capture more land while they are shifting the blame on each other. This will demoralize them in the long run as we keep appearing and they can't do anything. It should also serve to get other areas under our control as people should come under our banner. Izuku stated. Yeah, we didn't even consider the common folks who have suffered due to current society, they will surely join his cause with little pursuing, Howd Dog said. They all agreed and soon got to work. Izuku sat there in his office and decided he was going to visit her, she deserved to know and not be caught off guard. As such, he called for his guards to come with him in their real form. They had the bug user also find her current location so they wouldn't have to search. Izuku's mood suddenly came crashing down from the sky. He knew exactly where he was going. As such, 5 hours later Izuku and his guards left clones of the guards at the base. Izuku didn't like making a clone of himself without him being near the clone. The reason for that is the memories didn't transfer between clones. So if the clone of Izuku changed something with the plans, then well, they were screwed. Yeah, we can barely handle one Verdant Midoriya, 2 of them would be a disaster, Midnight said. As such, Izuku didn't want a clone of him running around without him being nearby to hear everything and see it. He did use a clone every once in a while in the lab or to do paperwork with him in his office, but again he had to be there to ensure nothing derailed that the clone thought of and he didn't know of. Lucky bastard, Aizawa mumbled under his breath. He hated paperwork with passion and would die to have his own personal clone help him. The others found it odd when he didn't want a clone made of him when they first started, but they understood when he explained it and they agreed quickly to it since the clones do operate on their own. So this is a downside of twice quirk, Momo mumbled to herself, it can screw you over depending on your own personality. Soon after moving around a bit, they snuck into the home of one Inko Midoriya before she arrived home from the store. The bug user was reporting her movements and anyone near the house as well. As such, Izuku and the Verdant guards just lay in wait in the apartment. Izuku's heart was racing faster than normal as the moment of him reuniting with his mother was getting closer. He knew he left her alone without any answers or contact, and now he was standing there shamelessly hoping for her to come with him. She had stayed in the same apartment and Izuku wished she hadn't. Yeah, once Verdant goes public, the first thing people will do is blame her for Izuku's actions, Himiko said. She clearly remembers seeing her parents' interview after she ran away from the home after the Saito incident. A/N, Saito was a boy who Toga attacked during her middle school and left him bleeding on the floor in the school corridor. We don't know if he lived or died. That's not fair, Ochako said with a frown. He wished she would move on from him, but he knew that she got the hint in the letter and knew he was still alive. Izuku sneaked a glance at his mother who was tightly holding Mitsuki's hand. After waiting around 15 minutes, Izuku heard a sound from the front door. All of the members were in other rooms hiding and waiting. Soon, she entered and closed the door, and went into the kitchen. At that moment, Izuku opened his bedroom door where he was. It was still filled with all of the All Might stuff which made Izuku a bit sick of the room. He then walked down the hall while keeping his movements silent and sat at the table in the room. The members of the Deku squad felt a little weird as they heard those words. They knew how much Izuku loved All Might and the merch in his room. He would go on a tangent if someone asked about any of the pieces in his room. Because for outsiders it was just a room full of All Might merchandise, but for Izuku it was his life, as each and every piece had a story behind it. And it ranged from his first birthday gift to the All Might themed wallet that Ochako gifted him. Inko still didn't hear anyone else in the room, but she tensed. She felt someone was watching her and she turned around and saw several people in her apartment with her wearing outfits that seemed familiar to her. Then she remembered what they were wearing. These outfits were the outfits for the Verdant members except the sole male who had a different outfit on. What the hell is wrong with you, nerd? Bakugo glared at Izuku. Is this how you go to meet your mother after so long? Like a thief and a coward. Why are you here? I know you are with Verdant, but I don't think I did anything to get your attention, so why are you here? Inko asked, a bit scared. Great, now you are scaring her too, Bakugo grumbled. Izuku looked at her as he looked around the room. He saw his guards around the room. Togo was near the door guarding it. Twice was near the window. Mr. Compress and Dabi stood on the other side of the couch behind Izuku since they wanted to give her some room to breathe. Geez, thanks for your consideration, but 4 people surrounding a defenseless woman and one sitting intimidatingly in front of her is not doing her any favors, Jiro said. We're not here to harm you if that is what you think, Izuku stated, and at that moment Inko's eyes widened. That voice. Izuku? Inko asked with some tears in her eyes as Izuku removed his mask. Hello, mother, Izuku said with a slight smile, but she could see it one filled with sadness. I knew you were alive, sweetie. I am so glad to see you. Inko said as she grabbed Izuku and hugged him. Don't worry, sweetie, I am not angry, Inko said. On the contrary, I am happy that you at least remembered me. Unlike your father who just gave up on his responsibility. What are you saying, Mom? Izuku said, trying to hold off his tears. I will, never. It's all right, I know, Inko said. He only patted her back and moved them to the couch to sit down. Dabi and Mr. Compress moved to the other side behind them. Can't you two relax a little? Kaminari asked. For your kind information, Sparky, we are there for a reason. Not to intrude in their personal moment, Dabi said. They sat there for a few minutes before Izuku spoke up. I came to see you one more time. This will be it, mother. We can't see each other anymore and you will need to denounce me to the world when it comes knocking. Izuku said with a pained smile. Something inside Izuku broke. He knew that his mother might not be his best supporter in life, but she still loved him for who he was. She had a choice to abandon him and go to his father or entirely start a new life, and no one would even blame her, but she didn't do that. Instead, she decided to love him, raise him on her own, and did overtime when we were short on money and spent her entire youth caring for a quirkless child, ignoring her own well-being. And now he was telling her to cut all ties with him. And he knew it was for her own safety, but the huge amount of guilt in his heart was telling him otherwise. Inko was confused. She had an idea that he was a part of the Verdant group but nothing else. What do you mean, sweetie? Inko asked, confused. Izuku sighed. Mother. I am the leader of the Verdant group. I founded it and I plan to make my move. When I do, I will become public enemy number 1. Soon Japan will be in chaos and I would rather you leave it, in all honesty. Izuku stated. It's fascinating how this boy expects Mrs. Midoriya to leave her entire life behind and go somewhere new, and for what? Just so that he can proceed with his petty revenge scheme which will ruin more lives without any guilty conscience on his mind, Night-Eye said. Again a bit of pain rang through Izuku's heart as heard Night-Eye's words. Sir, that was unnecessarily harsh, Mirio said. And mean, Nijire added. Truth is always harsh, Mirio, Night-Eye said, sugarcoating it only delays the problem. Inko was dumbstruck. Her son just told her that he was going to throw Japan into chaos and become public enemy number 1. She didn't know what to think. Think of him as a criminal and alert the cops, Night-Eye said. Stop it, Miria, All Might growled, now is not the time. What are you going to do, Izuku? Inko asked, and he shook his head. You can't know the details or the lie detector detective will be used to jam you up. Mom, will you please leave Japan? I can send you anywhere you want. If you stay, people will hound you for being my mother. They will see you as part of the creation of the chaos. Izuku said. Mom, please listen to me, this once, Izuku whispered to himself. She thought it over but shook her head. I can't leave you here, Izuku. Even if the world turns on me, I will stay and watch you as you do whatever you are about to do. I will love you no matter what you do, my son. Inko stated as she planted a kiss on his forehead. Inko, why are you so stubborn? Just go with him, why won't you? Mitsuki said with teary eyes. You hear me right? I can't abandon my Izuku, Inko said. They both knew what would happen to her. The moment someone that hated Izuku found her, she was going to die, and Izuku doubted it would be a simple and painless death either. Izuku clenched his fist so hard that they started to turn white. Deku, please stop it. You are harming yourself, Ochako whispered in his ear, which helped him a little bit. He begged her one more time, but she shook her head. She knew her fate and she was fine with it. She would support her son to the end of it all. He did ask her to join the organization but she said no. She was just a simple mother and she would go out like that. Bakugo gritted his teeth. He was feeling as guilty as Izuku did. After all, he was also one of the reasons why Verdant was born. But right now his anger was directed at Verdant. He wanted to go there and smack that idiot and yell at him to just drag Aunt Inko with him to one of his bunkers. She didn't deserve to die, not like this. Bakugo swore that if anyone even touched her he was going to make that person's life living hell, no matter whether that person is a hero or not. They spent more time just sitting there taking until it was time for him to leave. He needed to get back to the organization and Inko said that Bakugo would be coming by soon when he gets out of UA in about an hour since he's been coming over since Izuku disappeared. A faint smile appeared on Mitsuki's face. She was glad that her son was there for her friend in absence of her nephew. And she was also happy about the fact that he knew what he did and was trying to do better. And as she was thinking about that she absent-mindedly ruffled Bakugo's hair. What the hell, hag? Bakugo grumbled. Shut up, she showed him a genuine smile. He's likely trying to ease his guilt. Izuku muttered and Inko looked up at him and had an eyebrow raised. Izuku shook his head. He had a hand in me becoming this. I have a lot of hatred for him and haven't decided if I will kill him or not during my overthrow. All Might will be spared but Bakugo, he's changed but does that outdo his sins is the question and at this time I don't know. Izuku stated. This is the last hurdle for him, Stain said, that arrogant brat shouldn't be a factor in his plans at all. Inko thought it over before she looked at him and spoke. Do you still care for his parents? She asked him and Izuku nodded his head. He never could hate them for what their son did. They didn't know, they never got told. They were as blind as Inko was. Mitsuki smiled softly, at least she could still reach out to him and ask him to spare her son's life. Even Bakugo was happy that Verdant thought like that. What he did to him was horrible but his parents didn't deserve to be hated for that. I don't know what he did to you, but he has changed greatly. Whether it outlives his sins is a question for you to debate on. All that I ask of you is to think of them when the time comes of killing him or leaving him alive. Remember that when you kill someone you are taking them away from someone else, so always remember that and try to keep the death to a minimum number as best as you can. That is all I can ask of you. Inko stated. Those were some very wise words, Mrs. Midoriya, All Might said. He could clearly see where some of Izuku's ideals came from. Indeed, Aizawa also agreed. In his long career as a pro-hero, he has lost many people who he called comrades and friends. And the worst part about all of that was telling the families of the deceased that their child, significant other, or their parent was not coming home. Hey Inko, Mitsuki said as she hugged her friend, thank you. You might have just saved my brat's life. She then hugged him one more time and took in his smell and the feeling of his skin. This was likely the last time she would get to touch her son or see him this closely. Izuku could only nod his head and soon they were gone. Izuku sighed as a sad smile appeared on his face. He knew that no matter what happens after this he will always carry the guilt and sadness of leaving his mother behind in his heart. Inko sat there on the couch before putting the food away. She could only wait and see what the future would bring. Nothing good, Knight, I said, I can assure you that. Soon Bakugo arrived about an hour later and she brought him in as she did every time he came. She knew she should hate him but that was Izuku's position. That was his responsibility and the weight he decided to carry. She would not pass judgment until she knew everything and even then she would do her best to keep calm. Thanks, Aunt, but you should hate me, Bakugo said, you have every right to after what I did to Izuku. You can even slap me if you want. I think I don't deserve to be angry at you when I am too responsible for what happened to him, Inko said, honestly I don't think I can ever look at you like I did before but it's not my place to decide to forgive you or not. Bakugo accepted the answer but slightly glanced at Izuku who was lost in his own thoughts. He knew that the boy who he once called his best friend deserved a proper apology but not right now. Bakugo knows that the apology has to wait until it's just two of them, not in front of the whole class because he doesn't want the nerd to feel obligated to forgive him. The forgiveness should come from his heart. Her son was still alive and that was the only thing that mattered to her. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen. EP.15, Prelude to Summer Break. To be continued. Summer Camp. Narrator Izuku Midoriya. A few more weeks passed and the students of UA were now ending their first day at the summer camp. Izuku had the bug user spread some bugs out at the camp to keep an eye on everything that happened there. Ugh. Kaminari groaned, remember all the hellish training we did. Yeah, Mina agreed, don't remind me of that hell again. However, Izuku himself was super busy for the entire first day and also the second day as well. Now you might be wondering why. Well, simply they had finished the teleportation technology. Wow! He already did it, Mei said excitedly, but then a competitive smirk appeared on her face. Izuku, we cannot lose to Verdant, we are going to make this device as well. Okay, Izuku said with a small nod. His mood was still in the dumps due to the last episode. They were able to get it to stabilize and work for long periods before they had to turn it off. For the system to cool off and recharge. As such, the teleportation user wasn't being heavily relied upon, but he still was important. Well, technology is cool and all, but quirks are the most reliable thing on the field, Aizawa said. Is that a challenge? Mei asked. Huh? Aizawa asked, quite baffled by the sudden question. So this is a challenge, huh? Mei glared at him. I will show you how my babies can do as good as your quirks. The teleportation gates themselves were fixed points, unlike the user himself who could open the gate to another random point, but it took him a bit to open it without having a point on the other side already pre-made like they normally did. As such, he became more of a long-term battle teleporter where they knew they needed a portal at a certain time in a certain location while the gates themselves were put up between the bases around the country. Setting up those gates seems quite a hassle, Jiro said. Not true, Momo countered, as we have already seen Verdant has people under him who can do scouting missions from very great distances. Especially the bug user, with her help Verdant can scout faraway places while sitting in the comfort of their base. And once they have coordinates, teleporter can easily take them to the location and set up the gate. Yeah, Momo, we know you are smart, but you don't have to show off like that, Jiro said as she smirked at her friend who hid her face in her hands. Izuku also ordered for a gate to be set up in different nations around the globe. These gates were hidden in a completely hidden location that was known only to the Verdant guards and Izuku. So, crossing international borders without permission, Night said, well, that doesn't matter, I guess, since it's just one more statement to his long list of crimes. Why are you like this? Shinso said, your single statement brings down the mood of the entire auditorium. Man, you must be terrible that even mindfuck is saying that, Bakugo said with a smirk, and to think this guy trains with Aizawa-sensei. They would likely be staging points in other countries in the future or a way for them to retreat in the future if they somehow lost in Japan and had to flee the country. Having a retreat plan is always a good strategy, Nizu said. As such, transportation between the bases became far easier, and more bases were planned for the future. They also had a self-destruction feature built into them that the Vanguard guards and Izuku could trigger if a base was compromised so that the technology wasn't stolen from them. Oh. I think I like that idea, Mei said, I will put those in all my babies from now on. The bombs would wipe everything out in the room where the gate was at. Not even metal would survive easily as the bombs were set to cause a large amount of heat and damage. Mei, for the love of God, please don't put something like that in students' hero costumes, Power Loader said with a tired voice. I don't think my heart can handle seeing students exploding in front of my face. So while they were waiting for the League to make their move and had all of their organization on standby, Izuku was finishing the last teleportation gates. Izuku was looking at the screen with more anticipation than usual. He didn't know how or why, but his heart was telling him that something big was going to happen very soon. Izuku was so happy to have these gates finished to think, it wasn't working because I carried a damn one in the math which screwed everything up. Izuku thought as he smacked his head again, remembering that stupid error. So the geniuses also make errors, huh? Jiro said. Hey, don't failure shame my fellow creator, Mei said, failure is the mother of all inventions. Even a genius like him can make mistakes on complex technological advancements that no one else in human history has ever made. Well, that answers my question, I guess, Jiro said as she giggled a little. As Izuku finished setting the last device online and finished connecting all the bases up, a member of his organization came in telling him the League started their movements and the guards requested him in the meeting room. Izuku nodded his head and got moving. I guess camp attack is starting soon, Aizawa said, and the playful atmosphere in the room vanished once again. Izuku arrived in the office to see Shigaraki on the wall projection telling his members to capture some of the UA students so they could turn them. The targets were Hitoshi Shinso and Fukikichi Tokoyami. The said students narrowed their eyes at the screen. The reasons they got chosen are likely due to their past where they got bullied a lot due to their quirks. Shinso for his villainous quirk and Tokoyami due to his dark nature quirk, which he also got bullied a bit due to how it appeared to be sourced in evil, but he didn't get it as bad as Shinso since his school stopped a lot of it, unlike Izuku's or Shinso's. Shinso gritted his teeth. Once again his quirk found a way to hurt him. And if getting bullied and outcast wasn't enough, he was now getting the attention of the League of Villains themselves just because he had a so-called villainous quirk. Meanwhile, Tokoyami was upset that his hardships were undermined, but he still understood where Midoriya was coming from and was grateful that his middle school actually helped him and prevented him from going down the dark path. As such, the two students would be primed to target and try to recruit, but Izuku doubted they would. Once again the said students nodded. They will never go over to the dark side even in their wildest dream. Izuku decided to have a clone of Toga on standby near UA to go report to Nizu that their camp was under attack. Izuku had said he wouldn't help the heroes, but he would still report it since even if they did, it would be too late for them to stop it since it was in motion now. Indeed, it takes more than 2 hours to reach the campsite, and even if All Might rush there, in his current state he will take at least half an hour to reach there, Aizawa said, assuming he hasn't used all of his hero time during the entire day. The moment Kurojiri opened a portal for their side, Izuku had Toga's clone go alert Nizu. Izuku also sent a few clones of Dabi and Mr. Compress to the camp. The reason you might wonder is due to the little kid at the camp who tended to go up to the mountainside, which was too damn close to where the villains were seen scouting the day before. Shit. Kota is in danger, Izuku cursed. I swear if Muscular even touched a single strand of his hair I will dash. Deku chill, he is in prison. He can't hurt anyone, Uraraka said to him. So, Izuku had the clones waiting for the boy. In the event someone from the villain group went after him for the sport, since there was a villain known as Muscular in their group that is actually the same person that killed the kid's parents. People like Muscular make me want to believe in Kaken's brand of heroism, Izuku growled. Was that a compliment? Bakugo, who was genuinely confused, asked, but no one replied to him. Instead some even giggled at his confusion. Izuku had ordered the clones that if Muscular was spotted, they were allowed to kill him freely if they had the chance to do it, since people like Muscular that enjoys killing for no reason but just to do it disgust Izuku. Wow. Villains with Morales. How lucky we are. Night Eye made a sarcastic remark. As such, that is how everything started. Toga's clone had arrived at UA at the same time as the League's members had arrived in the forest. Toga pressed the button on the gate and Nizu let her in. She went the same route as last time and came to the meeting room where she found all of the heroes minus Eraserhead and Vlad King who were in the forest. They should really have sent people, but they did change the location several times before settling on the current location. Toga thought. Indeed, we should have taken more precautions, but we misjudged League's desire to hurt our students and All Might, Nizu said, and I am really sorry for that. Nizu bowed to his students, but the words, traitor would have revealed everything, were still unspoken by the principal. My leader wanted me to pass on the information we gained. The League had gathered their forces and we discovered they are attacking your camp as we speak. Your students are in danger. Toga stated as he broke apart and the heroes were stunned before Nizu tried calling Aizawa. The moment he did, Aizawa answered and was shouting. NEZU, we're under attack. The League just showed up a few minutes ago. Send, Eraserhead said as the line went dead as communications got jammed. Wait, they had jammers during the camp attack as well? Kaminari asked. No, it was U.A's jammers, Aizawa said. They were there to prevent any of you from posting anything online, he said and looked at Mina and Kaminari, and to block signals to hinder any and all tracking devices. I am surprised. Nijire exclaimed, none of you realized that there was no signal on your phones until now. Honestly. We were so exhausted during the whole camp that we didn't have time to check our phones the entire time, Mina complained. Yeah, we went from training to cooking and after that directly to bed because we had to get up early in the morning, but it was still fun, Ochako explained, at least until the last night of the camp. Everyone was in shock, but they all soon broke out of it and started to make phone calls. All Might knew he couldn't do anything. He hated himself for using his time limit up. Instead, he called his detective friend and alerted him of the news they received, and they confirmed it. Soon heroes and police were in a mad dash to get to the camp and anyone locally around the camp would arrive in 10 minutes, but that would be too late. All Might's face fell. It was the second time in the same year that he had failed his students. He still blames himself for what happened at the camp. How Izuku's hands were damaged and Bakugo was taken by the League. Tashinori. Naomasa placed a hand on his friend's back. You can't be everywhere all the time. And you did the most sensible thing by immediately contacting me right off the bat. As the Verdant was watching, they noticed that there were several members in the League's group that looked like knockoffs of Stain. I thought all of them would be pushed away, but it seems they still managed to get a few members. Izuku said as he shook his head. So Spinner still joined League, I guess, Himiko said. What a shame. Were you two friends? Ochako asked. Not really, Himiko shrugged, he always kept to himself. But I knew he had some kind of backstory from what little pieces I could gather back then. Stain, who had joined them in the room, cursed in disgust. Then it happened. The clones they sent ended up in conflict as the villain known as Muscular had attempted to kill Kota. Izuku glared at the screen as tiny sparks started to appear around him. Izuku's blood boiled. He knew even he would end up killing innocent children likely in the war he was about to wage, but he wouldn't purposely aim for them. Night Eye was about to say something, but Mirio grabbed his hand and pointed toward Izuku, who was already sparkling. "Sir, please don't say anything," Mirio pleaded. "I don't think I will be able to defend you if he attacked you with all that rage in his mind right now." Soon the clones of his guards battled the villain known as Muscular, and one of them grabbed Kota and backed off to a safe distance. After a few minutes they got him pinned, and Dabi ended him as a clone of Toga and took Kota away so he wouldn't see it. Seeing Kota safe and sound, Izuku finally calmed down. The clones were a bit confused about what to do with Kota though. Even Izuku was confused. And didn't know what to do with the kid since they had no real intention of getting involved anymore in the battle. Soon though the clones decided to protect the kid and take him down to the lodge. "Good," Izuku sighed, "now that he is safe. We can focus on the real danger." As they arrived they were soon met with Eraserhead, who was battling it out with a villain who he finished off and knocked out. He saw the Verdant and was on guard but didn't attack. "At least someone knows how to not pick fights with their saviors," Dabi said as he glanced at his father. "It's nothing," Aizawa said dismissively, "I just know how to pick my battles, that's all." Then he saw Kota on one of their backs. "Eraserhead, we took care of one of the villains who was about to kill this kid. The villain is dead since we have no mercy for those that purposely target children," Dabi stated behind his mask. "Says the guy who actually tried to burn us along with the forest," Bakugo said. "I fucking apologized," Dabi said in exasperated notion. Eraserhead thanked them and took Kota. "Also, they are targeting Hitoshi Shinso and Fukikichi Tokoyami. They intend to recruit the two of them, but we're doubtful of that working, so you better find them before they get captured. We will be hiding around the lodge since our objective is to ensure the little kid and students don't get harmed. So go find your students in the forest since they likely won't be receptive of us appearing when they are under attack by unknowns right now," Dabi stated as the Verdant guards ran into the forest behind the lodge area and hid. Eraserhead told Kota to go into the lodge and stay inside, but to inform Vlad King of the Verdant members guarding the lodge outside. "So you decided to trust them?" Night Eye asked with a skeptical look on his face. "Between League, who tried to kill my students, and Verdant, who has protected them on quite a few instances, I think the choice is quite clear," Aizawa explained. "You know, sometimes I wonder if you are the same cold and calculating Eraserhead I sometimes work with?" Night Eye asked. "Because the eraser you see on our missions is not responsible for the life of 40 children who are trapped in the forest in the middle of nowhere," Aizawa explained. Kota nodded his head and did that as Eraserhead watched him enter and then ran to authorize combat for his students so they could defend themselves. Which Bakugo thought was permission to go and attack villains, Shoto said. "Shut up, icy hot," Bakugo grumbled. "Thank you for letting me know," Aizawa said as he glared at Bakugo. "I think something similar happened during USJ as well. In that case, we will need to work on that, right Bakugo?" "Yes," Bakugo said. Soon, he found Mandalay, whose quirk could reach everyone. He told her to broadcast a message authorizing combat and then also alerting everyone of the targets. She did it and soon everything was heating up. It had been about 10 or so minutes since the fighting started and other local heroes were arriving, which helped the situation. Soon the battle turned in their favor and the students were all saved. "Thank God," Aizawa sighed in relief, "at least my other self doesn't have to face the vultures on the live TV." "Wait. That's what you were worried about," One said in unison. "Of course," Aizawa said, though he did hide his face in his scarf. This however was still a hit on UA's and the hero's reputation in the eyes of the public. The school had been attacked once again and nothing was being done to stop the League of Villains. "As the principal of U.A, I have to agree that the years of peace have made us ignorant towards the signs of real danger," Nizu said. As the fighting came to an end, Izuku decided to make the final battle between All Might and All for One happen. All Might choked on his blood. He was hoping that since no one was kidnapped in that timeline, he will have some more time as a hero, but, guess not. He decided to leak the location of the League's base to UA, but Izuku did discover that one of UA's students did place a tracker on the Nomu, so he decided not to leak that location since they would already have it. It would also make it appear as if their network wasn't as good as it truly was. "I don't think you will need to put that much effort into that," Nizu said. "Commission always thinks that they are superior and others are just idiots who will never catch on to their plans." Izuku also wanted to allow the heroes to sustain damage from the battle as well. He did, however, order for all of his members to leave the area if they happened to be in it. Izuku wishes he had control of that area, but he never dared to go anywhere near it until All for One was out of the picture. "This simple statement explains how dangerous that man was," Momo said. "Even Verdant with more than 200,000 combatants under his command is hesitant to poke him and is using a roundabout way to harm that man." Soon a few days passed and the information had already been leaked to Nizu. The heroes were setting up a task force to launch a raid on the League. They had no idea where All for One would be located though. Endeavor, who had just been cleared for duty a few days after the camp attack, was sent to the Nomo location since he could destroy the heads with fire, and All Might was sent to the bar location. All other teams are the same as Canon except Endeavor's location. So I am going to the location where All for One himself will be waiting for me, Endeavor said. He will be lying to himself if he said he wasn't afraid, no, intimidated by the man. And how could he not? He had seen the power of that man with his own eyes. And to think that he wasn't even in his prime, that will be something. Overall, they had as many heavy hitters as they could get, but they still had lost quite a few in the Meta Liberation attack, or the people were still injured and recovering. It seems MLA really did quite a number on heroes, Mike said, and to think that we have to deal with them as well. Yeah, there is no running away from that, Midnight said, we need to deal with them quickly before they become the death of us. Izuku had 6 advanced teams with 2 copies of each person made and sent to the doctor's location. Izuku had thought about sending just clones but realized that there are quite a few Nomas in the hidden location, so if the doctor used them, the clones would get wiped out. So wherever this doctor is hiding is filled with Nomas, Naomasa noted in his notebook. This will come in handy when we will get the location of this doctor. So Mr. Compress had about 12 clones of him there ready to take the Nomo apart with his quirk, and the advanced teams and their clones would be focused on killing the doctor and stealing his research. There was no capture mission for the doctor at all. They also had several shots of the anti-quirk bullets ready to use on the doctor since they didn't know his quirk. They also would use them on the Nomus to see the results on live Nomus. I doubt my version of quirk erasing bullets will do anything to the Nomu, Izuku thought out loud, but I can't be sure about that. And how did you come to that conclusion? Aizawa asked. Because the bullets that I created directly attack the quirk factor of the human, but in the case of the Nomu, Izuku explained. You are not sure because Nomas are artificially filled with quirks, Nizu completed, and Izuku nodded at him. Sitting around the location of All for One was several copies of Toga, who had become quite masterful in snipers. She had clones on very tall buildings a bit distance away from All for One's direct location. The reason for this is the sniper bullets are anti-quirk bullets. She would be waiting for Izuku's order to take the shot and take All for One out. So your master plan is to snipe All for One from afar, Night Eye said in a mocking tone, and I thought you were supposed to be a genius. For your kind information dash. Can you just shut up, Himiko said with a scowl, and if you think Izuku will send me there without any plan, that only shows how dumb you are. They didn't know if one bullet would do the job or not, but from what they saw of All for One, he was using a medical mask to live and he had to have quirks keeping him alive. If those went away he would likely die almost straight away. See, Himiko threw her hands in the air, let people explain themselves before you start biting them in the ass. As such, the stage for the final battle was set. Then the screen went black and the words appeared on the screen, EP.16, Summer Camp. To be continued. Kamino Incident. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Narrator Gray. It was time, the battle between All Might and All for One was starting. Izuku took a deep breath. He didn't want to brag, but he likes to think that he understands how Verdant's mind works. And if his prediction was right, this was going to be the first big step for Verdant to fulfill his dream, and Izuku couldn't help but support him wholeheartedly. The Verdant had leaked the location of the League's bar location to the heroes, and the heroes already had the location of the initial Noma factory, though they didn't know about the Nomas at the doctor's location though. Izuku had ordered the raid teams at the doctor's location to wait a bit before breaching his location until the battle was in full swing, since if Izuku's guess was right, All for One or the doctor would need to send Nomus from the doctor's location or a third location to help the League, since the heroes would likely take out the Nomus at the factory before All for One got involved in the fight. Behind Izuku, the location of the doctor's hideout was revealed. Jaku General Hospital, Naomasa noted, it will be difficult to raid this place. The hospital has gained quite a reputation in recent years. We can't do anything about it without a proper warrant. So we need to start looking into the workings of this hospital as soon as we can, Aizawa said. It won't be that easy, Naomasa said. Despite being a close associate of All for One, this guy has never appeared on any official record. And I doubt he will leave any loose ends lying around either. Then we will just have to look harder, All Might added. I will also use my influence to ask heroes from other countries to help us out. As such, it was a waiting game. Izuku had a massive amount of clones made of about 15 advanced teams that would be coming with him. The Verdant Guards would also be coming with Izuku as well, since it would be the declaration to the world that they were there and that they weren't going away. Yeah. Go Deku. Show them who you are, Ochako cheered, and Eri copied her as she also pumped her fist in the air. Uraraka. How can you cheer for him when you know what he is about to do? Ida asked, isn't it against loyalty that you have towards your country? First of all, no matter what I say or do will not change anything in that universe, and second, my loyalty lies towards my family and friends first, so even if Uraraka in that universe will never know Deku as I do, so I will support him in her place. Overall, the objectives for the night were as followed. 1. The doctor's death. Yeah, that should be the first priority, Izuku thought to himself. I can't even imagine how many people that man has tortured during the experimental stage of the Nomu project. 2. Claim all of his research and Nomus that they could. What did he need those Nomus for? Nizu thought to himself, Verdant doesn't look like a man who will continue using Nomus for his personal gain. 3. Shigaraki and his league's deaths. Toshinori's heart sank as he looked at the ground. He has already accepted that Tenko cannot be saved. But that didn't change the fact that he was still his master's grandchild. He tried, he genuinely tried. But Tenko, no, Tamura Shigaraki refused to talk to him or young Midoriya. In the end, due to Shigaraki's unwillingness to cooperate, he was sent to Tartarus and will likely never see the light of day ever again. 4. The capture of All for One or his death. Entire world will thank that kid if he actually got rid of that monster, Gran thought. 5. All Might true form is revealed. This will be the biggest hit on society, Izuku mumbled to himself, losing their strongest protector in this situation will surely lower their morale. There were some more objectives to be completed but the Verdant guards had talked Izuku out of one of them. That objective was to release the truth about One for All to the public. They asked Izuku to back off this point for now since they believed it would be valuable information for them to hold on to for a better time since it might just inspire people that there was a person capable of doing the same feats of All Might. They are trying to crush every hope people can have, Kirishima said, it's kinda villainous if you ask me. Kirishima, Izuku said, I am not going to play house with the government and commission. I am going to declare war on them so I will take all the advantage I can. Izuku thought about it and agreed with them so they held off on it. Izuku turned towards his guards and said, I'm glad that I have you guys, he said as his guards returned the smile. There was also a new fact that made the Verdant even stronger. Izuku made a breakthrough and was able to convince Twice to make clones of himself since the clones would be real regardless and if he really wanted to know who was the real one then he just had to make the clones disappear since he had the ability to make them break. As such, they now had clones of Twice who could make clones of the teams and himself on the battlefield which could make the battle change however they want. Wait. Doesn't that mean that they have a nearly unlimited number of troops? Kaminari exclaimed. Good work Pikachu, you finally caught up, Bakugo said. Night Eye took a long look at the screen and then looked at Twice. Then he spoke, should we really let someone like him freely roam outside? Shouldn't we put him in a mental asylum so he won't be a danger to others? Himiko stood up and glared at Night Eye, don't you dare lock him up. Are you threatening a pro-hero? Night Eye raised his brow, you are still on prohibition, you know that right? My one report can make sure that you will spend most of your life with your other friends down in Tartarus. Himiko gritted her teeth and was about to say something but Izuku beat her to that, and my one punch can bring Tartarus down. Izuku shrugged and urged Himiko to sit down, and speaking of Tartarus, do you lock up everything you are afraid of? That makes me wonder how many children are trapped there because you guys thought they were dangerous to society. Night Eye was going to respond but suddenly a red feather appeared in front of his eyes. He turned around and looked at the wielder of the feather who was staring back at him with sharp eyes. If you continued that argument, you risk saying something that your friends at commission don't want. Night Eye agreed and glared at Izuku one more time before sitting down. As it stood, they were all waiting in the hangar room currently with all the squads that would be going. Everyone else that was in the largest main base was also waiting there to see them off. Now you might be wondering why they were in a hangar. Well, can't have a military without military weapons, right? As such, with some of the money over the past months, Izuku has purchased military-grade aircraft and weapons since he was in full intentions of taking the country over so he needed some way to counter the military itself a bit. Okay, I am not freaking out but I have 3 questions, Bakugo said as his eyes twitched, who the hell is selling military-grade weapons? Why can villains buy it so easily? And why is no one doing anything about it? To answer your first question, you can buy anything as long as you know where to look for it, Dobby said with a smug smile. As for your second question, purchasing anything illegally is always easy and it applies to anything and everything, Compress added. And even if you ask why no one is stopping it we can't answer that for sure as most of these transactions are never recorded and are barely trackable after the deal is done, Nizu replied. Anyway, that is beside the point. No, it's fucking not, Bakugo grumbled under his breath. They were all watching the projection of the heroes moving out and approaching the bar and Noma factory locations. Toga's clones with the snipers were long in place already waiting for a few hours now, and the 6 advanced teams were waiting for the green light as well. Aizu, it's not nice to make a beautiful girl wait on a rooftop alone, you know. Himiko said with a teasing grin. Is that so? Izuku answered with a grin of his own, I didn't see a single beautiful girl in that entire scene. Izuku, that's not fair, Himiko said with a pout while Izuku giggled. The teleportation gate was prepared to be activated, which would open roughly a block or two away from the Noma factory, which Izuku believed would be completely clear due to the destruction that he calculated would happen between the two titans. Yeah, they did level the entire Kamino, didn't they? Mike grimaced. All Might just quietly averted his eyes. He knew that it wasn't the first time that had happened in his career. As the raid was about to begin, Izuku turned to everyone and had all their comms turned on to their agents out on the field for this operation. All of the other bases were also watching as well, and so were the workers at their companies that were completely under their control. Warmth filled in Izuku's chest as his eyes filled with tears. He was flabbergasted by seeing so many people diligently waiting for him to speak, for him to lead them. And that wasn't because he was carrying some legacy or he had a powerful quirk. No, they were following him because they all believed in him, in his dream, and in his ability to lead them to the great future. Izuku was glad that he got a chance to see a version of himself that didn't need any quirk to prove to the world that he still holds value as a human being. Izuku looked at them all and spoke, brothers. Sisters. Today is the day we make our voice heard in the world for the first official time. All times before now were just demonstrations of our powers to spread our name a bit in preparation for this. Today though we make Japan and the world know that we are here. When I took over the sections of the underworld that you all used to belong to, I put my foot down on crimes and ended it all. People thought I was crazy. He was going to run an organization with zero crime. Yet here we stand, a fully self-sufficient organization with no petty crimes, no drug crimes, and no murdering of random civilians. We are the Verdant, and I wanted us to be clean of our hands in the crimes. To set an example that it was society and the government that pushed most villains to that point. That no one is born evil but becomes it when they are pushed too far. When they are left with no other options. That this society that laws on discrimination against quirkless people like myself hasn't changed for 200 years. That this society that allows discrimination against those with the so-called weak or villainous quirks is wrong. That it must change. So I say this. Hear my words, hear my will, for I am the Verdant Emperor and the time of the heroes is over. Izuku yelled at the top of his lungs and breathed in heavily. Everyone was silent as their eyes were glued to the screen. They had goosebumps all over their body and were subconsciously holding their breaths. And even though the speech was about ending heroes and hero society, they couldn't help but agree with him, and somewhere in their minds were already rooting for him. Some like Shinso and Tokoyami were silently crying. They were too familiar with people labeling them villainous because of their quirks and appearance and were slowly pushing them towards villainy. Verdant guards were smiling widely. They were really happy to be part of this moment. And in the middle of all of this, only two people, namely All Might and Izuku, had huge grins plastered on their faces. All Might was smiling because he was impressed and proud of Izuku. He admired how he rallied so many people around him with just his actions and words. And Izuku was already planning to top this year's final exam so that he can write his own version of this speech and present it during next year's sports festival. When he was done, as he looked at everyone, they were all wide-eyed and silent before it broke. Everyone was cheering and chanting. Verdant. Verdant. Verdant, they chanted as it was time for the Verdant to rise to power over Japan. Night Eye narrowed his eye at the screen. He didn't like where this was going. In his eyes, all of Verdant's followers were nothing more than fanatics, justifying their bad life choices. Soon, Izuku turned his head and saw the raid on the League was in full swing. Everyone's mind returned to the screen as the story moved forward. Currently, Shigaraki was in custody, but Izuku doubted that would stay like that. He ordered the bug user to place a bug on each of them and ensure that followed them wherever they went. Just right after the bug control did it, the League got teleported, taking the bugs with them. Everyone was confused about where they went until the projection switched to the Noma factory and they saw the League with All for One. Oh, so this is what changed in our universe, Himiko said. We never got a chance to escape from that bar. That old man detained us before we even had a chance. Ha! You kids are too green to face someone like me, Gran said with a smug smile. All for One had wiped out the heroes for the most part at the location and had decimated several blocks worth of buildings. The horrifying sight brought several unwanted memories for the people who had already lived through this night. The Verdant team looked and saw the absolute destruction via the bugs that were planted in the area. Some got killed, so the bug user had more move into the area to ensure they had full coverage. Izuku had the communications department activate the satellite over the area as well, so they had another source. They had taken control of all of the Meta Liberation Army satellites when they got defeated. So MLA has satellites as well. Nizu hummed to himself, Maijima, I want you to recalibrate our security systems. I don't want anyone snooping around our school's internal systems. Yes, Power Loader nodded. Could we somehow use those satellites to our advantage? Izuku thought to himself, but to do that we need to hack them without alerting MLA. I don't think it will be that easy. Wait, I know someone. I think she can do it. I think she will agree to do this if Udate took back all the charges on him. They soon could see All for One just floating there in front of the downed heroes. An eerie feeling crept under their skins as they saw All for One towering over the fallen heroes. Only a few heroes like Endeavor were still standing, but most of the others were just defeated. The eerie feeling in Ri's heart skyrocketed seeing Enji standing in front of the man that even All Might had trouble defeating. And although their marriage was in shambles, she still cared for the Enji Todoroki that she married all those years ago. All for One then spoke. I must hand it to you, best genist. You were able to pull a lot of them out of the way just in time, but they still suffered a lot of damage. If they stayed, they would all be dead like the others that got caught in the blast. All for One stated. All Might glared at the screen. He was too familiar with the mocking and hurtful words that All for One used to get into his opponent's head. Best Genist tried to fight with Endeavor, but All for One easily handles them and wipes them out without effort. Dabi looked at the screen with a complicated expression. He thought he would be having fun seeing Endeavor getting wiped by All for One, but now when it was happening on the screen, he felt nothing, neither anger nor joy, and he wasn't sure why. Endeavor was in disbelief at the power of the villain in front of him as he tried to stand once again but was too injured to do anything. He could barely get his quirk to come on due to how badly injured and exhausted he was from living through those hits. Enji clenched his fist tightly. He felt so useless seeing his beaten and bruised form on the screen. He could clearly see that he was nearly exhausted by all the damage he had sustained and was getting dragged along by Best Genist's threads. Am I even qualified to be the #1 hero? Doubt started to linger in his mind. Izuku checked in with the Toga clones and they were all alive and fine. Of course she is okay, Dabi huffed, just like a cockroach, Dabi said, and Himiko threw a few pieces of popcorn in his face. Izuku had placed them far enough to not get hit in the destruction. As such, they still had every angle covered, and unless All for One hit underground he was going to be screwed when it was time. Those words give peace to my ears, All Might snickered, no, to all one for all holders. Izuku saw at the other locations that new Nomus had appeared. At that moment he ordered the raid team to the doctor's location to get moving and to ensure he died. They also had some bugs at their location that went in beforehand and had grabbed onto him to ensure that if he escaped that they could track him down. Good thinking, Naomesa said, that guy must have many ways to escape if ever the need arises. They had coverage after all of the entire countries since they had clones of the bug user everywhere in multiple locations across the country, insecure safe houses being guarded. As such, unless the doctor escaped to another country, he was trapped. Like a mouse in a cage, Dabi smirked. Now back to the main event. As All Might had left the bar location, All for One used a quirk to forcibly open Kurogiri's quirk to create a warp gate to a new location. Good thing we have bugs on them. Izuku thought. He turned around. I want their new location and I want 10 advanced teams going after them. Lethal force is authorized, but I would rather them captured so they can be turned over to the police. Izuku called out and 10 different advanced teams gather up their equipment and were prepared to leave. I thought you wanted them dead, Kaminari asked, what happened? Not necessarily, Izuku shrugged, surrender is always an option, but considering Shigaraki's attitude that seems impossible. The teleportation user was prepared to open a gate and the clone of the bug user was watching the League carefully and waiting for their trip via the portal. Soon though All Might arrived on site just as the League went through the warp gate. And thus the battle of old gods begins, Izuku murmured to himself. As we look around on the battlefield, we can see All Might noticing their escape, but he couldn't do anything about it due to All for One being in the way. Hello, All Might. Here to kill me again? All for One asked. Soon both of the titans got into a large fight and were going head to head as they clashed, causing only more destruction. All Might grimaced, remembering the cover-ups that Night Eye did for him for all those years. However, during the fight, Gran Torino got summoned right before All Might tried to land an attack, causing him damage. That looked like it could break someone's neck, Jiro said. How is that old man even alive? You young heroes are too fragile nowadays, Gran huffed under his breath. Soon the two titans were arguing and All Might got pissed off and quickly landed a blow, breaking All for One's helmet, which exposed his scarred face and the fact that he lacked eyes. He looks more like a monster than a human, Mina said. Ashido, that man plays with people's lives for his personal amusement, he is a monster, Izuku said. Get the portal ready. All Might has hit his limit and we will be getting involved. Izuku shouted. Everyone straightened their backs because they knew the real episode was starting now. The gate based on projections will appear behind some rubble which will be perfect since they won't know how they suddenly appeared. Indeed, the novelty of the surprise only remains intact when no one knows how it happened. Compress said, just like magic. As such, after a few minutes, the portal was opened. Izuku, his guards, and the 15 advanced squads that would be coming with him all went through the portal and appeared behind the rubble, and waited for the perfect chance to make their appearance, and it made its appearance right then and there as All for One powered up a large attack and All Might was forced to block it due to the fact that civilians were in the path behind him. This is stupid, Enitai said under his breath. Mirio just stared at him with a confused look trying to understand what he was trying to say. He either dodged and allowed them all to die or he stayed and took it on. All Might chose to take it head on and blocked it. However, this cost All Might his form which revealed it to the world. Toshi, how many times do I have to tell you to preserve your own life over others, Nightai said. But sir. Mirio protested, that woman was in danger. Mirio, Nightai said with a hard stare, you need to understand who and what to prioritize on a battlefield. During that battle, only All Might was capable of facing All for One, so it was crucial for him to stay in one piece until the battle was over. I appreciate your concern but I cannot let even a single person die on my watch, All Might said. That's illogical, Nightai argued, one life cannot stand in the way of defeating All for One. It matters, maybe not to you but to me it does, All Might said, and it doesn't matter even if I died because I would have died while saving a life. Oh, is that so? Nightai asked with a twitch of an eye, and then what, who would have protected this country from him, he said and pointed at Izuku, this boy who didn't even try to help you during the Kamino incident. He rescued that blonde boy and then vanished from there, like a coward. Suddenly Nightai felt something was off. For some reason, he couldn't feel his quirk, then he realized what was going on. Aizawa was erasing his quirk while glaring at him, so you wanted a student, a child on that battlefield. You can't treat that boy like your other students, Nightai protested. He lost that privilege as soon as he accepted All Might's legacy and it is his responsibility to become the next symbol, doesn't matter if he likes it or not. Sit down Miria, Toshinori said glaring at him, and stop this discussion. As All for One revealed the truth of Shigaraki being All Might's master-grandson, everyone was wondering if this was it, and it was at that precise moment before people could try to chant or anything that the Verdant struck. The Toga clones all took their shots and the bangs went a few seconds later, but it was too late for All for One to do anything even with his quirks since the bullets came too fast and from multiple directions. He blocked 2 of the 6 shots but all of the other shots landed and injected him with the drugs. Yes. Himiko jumped in her chair, Aizu, we did it. We did it. Himiko hugged him tightly. Yeah. Good job, Izuku said ruffling her hair. Everyone was confused and shocked. All Might himself was confused until they all heard a slow clap that came from the side. The cameras turned to the sound and they all saw it. A massive group of people in green. Izuku had huge grin plaster on his screen, here it comes. The reporters soon spoke, it's Verdant. It's the group that has been known to appear during some of the recent crises and help people out. It's the Verdant, stated the reporter, which happened to be one owned by Izuku. Helping people out, what a joke, more like taking advantage of the situation, Nightai grumbled. This reporter was also the one with the main footage since only their helicopter was in the air at that moment recording everything, so all of the other news outlets were going via their feed since their helicopters were still en route. It seems Verdant is here to save the day, the reporter stated. Well, can't deny that, Jiro said, they are there to defeat All for One, so they are there to save a day in some way. Soon this caused everyone to be cheering the Verdant name and the heroes were tense at this. Even All Might didn't know what to think. He thought the Verdant group was going to their deaths against All for One until he noticed All for One on the ground. It worked, Izuku smiled, the anti-quirk drug worked. Unconscious to him, 6 more people were watching this through his eyes and were smiling at the scene. As people watched as the large group of Verdant members moved closer to All for One, they could hear the main person speak. Having trouble All for One? Of course, that is a silly question since that drug was made to counter you and cause you problems with your multiple quirks. I bet your body feels in horrible pain right now. He is very clearly hiding the fact that he has an anti-quirk drug in his arsenal, Nizu said. Well, he did say that he was trying to trick the commission into not taking him seriously, so this might be one way of doing it, Momo added. Bring him to me. Izuku said behind his mask as a chair was pulled out of marble from Mr. Compress. Izuku just sat down and everyone was shocked at his calmness. Soon several clones of one of the advanced teams dragged All for One before Izuku and everyone was shocked. This was the man that just went blow for blow and overpowered All Might, yet he was helpless before the Verdant and the news reported it as such. Well, look at that, nerd is having fun with boogeyman, Bakugo said. This is also a form of symbolism, Aizawa said, he demonstrating that the man who went toe-to-toe with All Might is nothing in front of him, indirectly indicating the same thing applies to all the heroes as well. All Might walked a bit towards them in shock as he couldn't believe this. To think the heroes have fallen so low, the symbol of peace couldn't defeat you and so much damage was caused between the two battles you both had. It's quite pathetic after all, it only took one bullet from us to bring you to an end, All for One, and yet the almighty symbol of peace couldn't do it and had to cause so much destruction in his fight with you. Izuku stated as he shook his head. Shit. Knight, I said, he is already manipulating the masses. I think it's more truth diverting than manipulation, Hound Dog said, objectively hero and villain both are responsible for any damage caused during the fight. Although generally, all the blame is shifted onto the villains to keep the hero's record clean. But this time Verdant is shifting all the blame on All Might to attack people's faith in heroes, which is one of his objectives. This had everyone questioning, were the heroes really that ineffective? And it's already working, Mirio muttered under his breath. Then, more Verdant members appeared. This didn't shock anyone, but what they brought with them did shock them. It was the members of the League of Villains. Everyone was stunned. The heroes had let them escape, but the Verdant already captured them all. Oh. So we caught them already, Dabi said, great. That didn't surprise me, we have eyes everywhere after all, Compress added. All for One was shocked as well, and even though he was having trouble breathing due to the lack of his quirks that were slowly killing him now, he looked up and asked how they defeated them so quickly. Everyone wanted to know as well. With the power of friendship, Himiko cheered. And with lots of research, resources, and money, Izuku added. Izuku just laughed. It honestly wasn't that hard. I just planned around for different situations and made sure I had enough power to take you out in one go. You are a terrifying man that has lived for 200 years after all. I wasn't going to strike until I knew I could land the ending blow. Too bad that your successor recite my men, he died for it though the other members of the league gave up. All Might sighed, it was inevitable I guess. At least it was painless. Meanwhile, Izuku felt an overwhelming sense of sadness rush through his body. Deku, what happened, why are you crying? Ochako asked. Huh? Izuku looked at her and realized his eyes were moist, it's nothing. What is going on? Izuku thought to himself, where that feeling came from. Also, if you are wondering about escaping later from prison, then you are wrong, since I already took care of the doctor who created those Noma creatures, by the way. Did you honestly think I wouldn't find him? Izuku stated with a joyful tone, and All for One was shocked, his plans were destroyed in a simple attack. Hey Midori, you can have all my sweets from my secret late-night snack pouch, but please stay on the hero side, Mina said, and if you ever want to switch, please take me with you. I don't want to fight you. Sign me up as well, Toru added, I can't imagine facing a guy that can take out that All for One guy even without fighting him. Even with my old bodyguard, he won't move unless called for, which will be impossible now. All for One thought. Ugh. Naomasa groaned and slammed his notepad on his head, now we have one more person to track down. All for One's bodyguard. All Might stared into the distance, that doesn't sound good at all. Come on guys, it's just one man, Kaminari said, it's not like he has a literal giant as his bodyguard. There was absolute silence for a minute as everyone stared at Kaminari, who blushed and ducked his head. I jinxed it, didn't I? All for One knew he was done for. I surrender. All for One stated. This made everyone shocked and cheer. They were all chanting the Verdant name and the entire Japan was cheering their name. Well, at least I can enjoy my few minutes of fame, Dabi said, before we declare war on this country. Soon police carefully came over and took All for One and the League away and were very careful not to set the Verdant members off. Heroes were all down on the battlefield as some Verdant members had long helped clear the rest of the civilians that could be easily found out. At least some people have their priorities sorted, Jiro said. Endeavor himself was glaring at Izuku and All Might was nearby as well. A camera crew that was owned by Izuku got close as well. The world was watching at the Verdant and heroes soon on separate sides. Everyone was tense and waiting for something to happen. Even the students and teachers back at the dorms were tense as they watched. Oh right, Momo said, since no one was abducted in that timeline, so no one went to Kamino on a rescue mission. That's how it should have been in our universe as well, Aizawa said. Now, you might be wondering what is next. The symbol of peace is done and has to retire now after all. That means Endeavor will become the next #1 hero, right? Izuku stated, and people everywhere just nodded their heads, and even the heroes and people on site nodded their heads. Is this nightmare? Can someone pinch me, eh? Dabi said, and Himiko without wasting any time pinched him hard. Ah. Dabi screamed, idiot. I was just joking. Oh, is that so? Himiko said with puppy eyes, I thought you were serious. Little witch, Dabi grumbled to himself. Endeavor had a smirk on his face until he heard the next words. Well, not so fast. You see, there is a huge problem that the Verdant is intended to resolve. You see, it's the Verdant belief that it's time for this society that is run by the heroes to come to an end. As such, this is the Verdant's official declaration of war against the heroes and the government of Japan. Izuku said as he stood up with his arms out wide. This is it, from this moment onwards Verdants will be viewed as terrorists by the government and commission, Nizu said, and naturally they will KOS orders issued for their groups. Everyone was shocked at his words. This made all of the heroes on site tensed and get into combat positions. All Might tried to defuse the situation and stepped between them. You will always look for a peaceful way to resolve a problem, won't you? Izuku asked with a fond smile. Of course, young Midoriya, that's what a fragile man like me can do, All Might sheepishly replied, but I doubt that is going to work. Calm down, surely we can end this without conflict. Why must you go to war against us? All Might pleaded. Izuku grimaced. He hated seeing his mentor so helpless, especially in front of himself. He was scared, the heroes were in no shape to take on a massive war, and he felt he knew this individual in front of him from somewhere, but he couldn't place them. I knew it, they are somehow related, Shoto said, maybe they were father and son in their last life. I am really going to throw that conspiracy board of ours into the fire, Ida sighed. That won't work, I have digital copies of all the evidence I have collected, Shoto seriously replied while Ida just tiredly shook his head. Why, you ask? Simple, this current society is corrupted. This society pushes people to become villains. This society allows blatant discrimination against those with so-called weak quirks, villainous quirks, or those that have no quirks whatsoever. This society is run by corrupted heroes and officials. That is why. Can you honestly tell me, All Might, that this society doesn't deserve to be redone with new leadership? It's had 200 years to correct the issues, but it hasn't done it. Instead, it allows people like Endeavor to profit from it and rise to the top. Now he will be the #1 hero and lead the society, or have you been blinded by the fame and glory of being at the top for so long, All Might, that you don't see the issues that you clearly overlooked? Izuku asked All Might, and he was shocked. Man, it must be hard to get all this dumped on him after a large battle he had just a few minutes ago, Kaminari said. I can relate, Mina said, it's like when we have to do schoolwork after especially tiring hero training classes. I know, right, Kaminari agreed. That's because you two never finish your schoolwork on time, Jiro said, but Mina and Kaminari decided to ignore her. He didn't know what to say. Endeavor though spoke up. There are no issues. It's villain scum like you that cause the problems. Endeavor stated, and Izuku just laughed at this. Oh, here it comes, Dabi said with a huge smile. Endeavor shook his head. He was going to get humiliated on live TV. It's people like us that cause the problems, you say? We were born from actions that people like you caused. It's time to start the show. Izuku said, and at that one of his guards removed his mask for everyone to see his face. That's why I carry bleach around with me, Dabi thought to himself, it's for the big reveal. Hello, Endeavor. Remember me? Dabi asked, and Endeavor said he had no idea who he was. Ah. Dabi said in a mocking tone, you breaking your little boy's heart. Then Dabi took water and washed his hair out. He had let the dye from before clear out and only covered in a light material that could wash out. Endeavor went pale and everyone noticed his shock. Media is going to have the time of their lives with all these revelations, Hawks mumbled under his breath. Remember me now, father. Dabi stated. Shoto looked at the screen and thought, how is other me taking all of this? He thought, since I never fought with Izuku in our first year, it is highly possible that I still don't use my fire and haven't visited my mom yet. Oh right, mom. Shoto turned around and his mom looking at the screen with a stoic expression, but her fists were clenched tightly. It seems she also hate public display of our family's problems. Verdant guard Dabi, also known as Toya Todoroki, the firstborn of Endeavor, who attempted to kill himself years ago after years of abuse from his father. Endeavor went on to abuse his wife and the other children, more importantly his youngest son Shoto Todoroki. Endeavor sighed. He knew that even after all of this, commission will still let him keep his license since the #1 hero is just retired, but what about the public's court of opinion? There is no forgiveness for him there. And after this war, he didn't think he will continue as a hero anymore no matter which side wins either. This is the man that you have as the current number 2. This is the man you have becoming the number 1. An abuser, a murderer. A man full of sin that creates villains every single day he is alive. Due to his lack of care. He causes more damage and crime than he fixes. This is your hero's Japan. Izuku stated as the news feeds got hacked with information about Endeavor, and then it went on to show things about other heroes and their crimes. Everyone was stunned and disgusted. This. Endeavor looked at the screen with wide eyes. I never knew I caused this much damage to my surroundings, and what is with this high number of casualties? Because real numbers are never published to the public, Hawks replied. In that case, how the hell Nerd got his hands on them? Bakugo asked. I said they are not publicized, but that does not mean they are not published anywhere, Hawks explained. It is mandatory for the commission to post these statics on their website, but here is a catch: they have designed their website so horribly that you would rather raid the commission building than look for anything on that website. So, Bakugo said with a deadpan face, they were counting on people being lazy ass bitch. If it works, Hawks shrugged. A/N, the damage and casualties that Endeavor caused are always exaggerated in fanfics, but this is not canon because if it was, he wouldn't be number 2 hero in the first place. And yes, even though he is a horrible human being, he is still a good hero, which is shown to us time and time in the series. Look at the information on your screens. It shows countless heroes whose crimes get covered up by the Hero Commission since they want to keep power. The government knows about these crimes yet they do nothing. Why? Because without villains there is no hero system. There is no money coming into them. I somewhat agree, Izuku said. When was the last time you saw a big shot hero helping an old lady cross the road or rescue a cat from the tree? No, you won't, because word is fame in that. Indeed, Midoriya, even these little acts of kindness are heroic deeds that heroes should perform, Nizu said. No child soldiers that they can use as they see fit. Yes, child soldiers like the number 3 hero Hawks, who the Hero Commission bought at a young age and forced into a training program where they keep him on a leash to this day. Izuku said as more information appeared on their screens. Hawks was confused if he was glad or not that this information came out. On one hand, he never wanted people to know about his past. His dad, who was a villain, and his mom, who left him in the hands of the commission because she was unable to bear his responsibility anymore. On the other hand, he hated he always wished for the commission to vanish from this world, and he wished to fly freely without their leash. But all this time he thought no one can help him, or he cannot ask for help from anyone either, but maybe, just maybe, he still has a chance to free himself once and for all. All Might only got paler and paler at all of the information he saw. Have I been so blind to ignore all of this? Are we truly just causing more issues than we are fixing? All Might thought. Toshi, it was not your job to solve all of these problems, Night, I said. Your job was to keep peace and keep all for one in check. So I was just a doll that gave people a false sense of peace when society was crumbling from the inside, All Might said. He then felt he knew the boy in front of him more than he realized, but he still couldn't place it. Try placing him on the rooftop, maybe you will remember him, Himiko said. Let's also look back at the raid on the Meta Liberation Army where my forces had to help the heroes out. Oh. He is going out all guns blazing, Nizu said. He knew where this was going. Did you all know that the government purposely limited the number of heroes and resources that Principal Nizu of UA had? They wanted it to fail. They wanted them to fail because some of the people in the Hero Commission and government have ties to the Meta Liberation Army. That's why you shouldn't work with villains, Night, I said. If had refused their help, the casualties would have been doubled, Aizawa said. Any other scenario would have been better than villains using that battle to the Slender system, Night, I said. Miria, what have you become? Is all that paranoia gone to your head? All Might thought. The current government itself is one being controlled in the shadows already and is running on ideals that those born without an extremely powerful quirk don't deserve a rights. That means if you even have a minor quirk that just bends your fingers to change your eye color, the government believes you don't deserve your rights since they are nothing more than puppets. Izuku said as more information appeared about the president of the commission, who had ties to the Meta Liberation Army, and some high-level officials in the government did as well. I can understand, Siro said. There were so many instances where someone with more flashy and strong quirks was given priority over me. I know, man, Kirishima added. Something similar happened to me as well. Everyone around Japan was in an uproar. Now we will see the results of your actions, Night Eyes said in disdain. Even nearby you could hear the chanting of Verdant going off as Izuku had placed clones of Toga in different disguises of their members around to start chanting, which only caught on as more information was exposed. So far I am liking the results of my actions, Izuku said with a smug smile while Night Eye glared at him. All Might and the heroes near him could hear the chanting and they got even tenser. This was not looking good at all for the heroes. Yeah, heroes are going to be in really big turmoil moving forward, Momo said, even if Verdant loses this war. People will remember this day and all the information that was given to them. Izuku only kept talking as he laid out what his group wanted to aim for. I envision a society where it doesn't matter what quirk you have. If you are capable of doing the job, then you should be considered for it. If you want to go to school, you shouldn't have to be in fear for your life. It's time for Japan to move away from the hero system. It's time for new leadership in our government. Mijaya was really digging what Verdant was saying on the screen. She herself never faced any problems growing up because she had a strong quirk, but her best friend Tamaki did. She always knew there was a story behind his overly shy nature, because a teen boy doesn't become an anti-social pessimist without any reason. So she asked him multiple times until he gave in and told her about his childhood. He had it very difficult. Children around him called him a monster and freak because of his quirk. They isolated him, didn't share their notes with him, or allowed him to play with them either. Even the school had banned him from eating anything animal-based during school hours. Mirio, who later moved into his school, was the only reason Tamaki is a hero today, otherwise he would have locked himself inside his house and stayed there till his last breath. So those that are willing to rise up, take to the streets and demand the heroes and government to surrender, because this is the Verdant Declaration of War. We will not stop until we are all dead or arrested. We will not stop until we bring the change that the government and society have failed to do for the past 200 years. I am the Verdant Emperor and the time of the heroes is over. Izuku yelled out at the camera. The cheering and chanting only got louder in the area around, and everyone viewing could hear it since it was so loud. Brutes. Every single one of them is a brute. Night Eye narrowed his eyes at the screen, they agreeing to plunge this country into the chaos of war just because of some minor inconveniences. Yeah, getting bullied because of your lack of quirk is a minor inconvenience, right? Izuku sarcastically replied. I don't think I can sympathize with you, Night Eye said. What that Bakugo boy did was his own choices, but people making fun of you for wanting to be a hero was your own fault. You could have easily switched to an online course, but you didn't, so you can't blame anyone but yourself for that. But why did I have to adjust? Why did I have to run away from them? Izuku asked. Why can't I expect basic human decency from them? Because if you can't contribute to society, then you are useless to it, and that's how the world works, he replied without batting an eye, and you have to work with the world, not against it, and if you do, you are a villain for disrupting the natural order. Endeavor though believed that if the leader was taken out it would end all of this, so he launched at Izuku and everyone yelled for him to stop, but it was too late. Idiot. Aizawa hissed under his breath, don't you see all of his guards surrounding him? Endeavor got close to Izuku and was prepared to burn him alive. However, Dabi got in front of him and grabbed Endeavor's hand, and just lit his quirk up as the other guards moved Izuku back away from the fight. Within a few moments Endeavor was overpowered. The support gear that Izuku made for Dabi was too strong and allowed him to go too far higher temperatures than Endeavor could withstand, and his body was burned heavily. Endeavor looked at the screen with wide eyes. He was taken out just like that, and too with fire. He knew he was heavily damaged, but his natural resistance to heat was pretty high, so to burn him meant Toya's fire was at least 3 times stronger than his. He was still alive, but barely. Dabi tossed him back to the heroes and left him alive. Rei calmed down after seeing that the Endeavor is alive. She would be plunged into nightmares if she saw her eldest son killing his father. Father. I won't kill you. Killing you means that you don't get to watch as my leader and I tear down your legacy. Tear down everything you wanted to achieve. I can also free the family and you will be left alone to rot. Dabi said with venom in his voice. A shiver ran through Endeavor's spine as he heard Toya's words. He could feel a year's worth of hatred and resentment through his voice. Other heroes pulled Endeavor away and got him out of there. Everyone was in shock that the number 2, even though most were disgusted with him, were still shocked. He got defeated so easily. This was just another display of the Verdant power. The idiot tipped even more people in Verdant's corner, Aizawa said. Izuku moved a bit forward and asked Dabi if he was okay, which he nodded. You worry too much, Emperor, Dabi said. He will need some more firepower to even put a scratch on me. All Might moved forward and some were afraid for his safety. Even though the Verdant group was supported right now due to defeating All for One and exposing all the crimes, All Might was still loved, and their killing him would turn everyone against them. Well, we already know Midori didn't plan to kill All Might, and honestly I can't imagine him ever killing him in the first place, Mina said. I don't know, maybe if he was a politician who was working for the League but didn't want people to find out about his real identity, in that scenario he could kill him, Kaminari explained. That was too specific, Bakugo said as shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Please. Verdant Emperor. There must be some way to end this peacefully. All Might asked, and everyone listened in to their talk. I wish there was a way, All Might. I really do. Izuku sighed. Izuku looked at him. Peacefully, you still live up to the name of the symbol of peace even now that you have run out of power, All Might. Though I wonder, how could this end peacefully? The government is corrupted and it needs to change. The hero system is corrupted and it needs to change as well. How do we peacefully end something with such corrupted systems in place, All Might? Izuku asked All Might. I am not sure anymore, All Might said, the feeling that all of my work as a symbol of peace was worthless in the end. I won't say it was useless because you did achieve that peace you were aiming for, but you failed to see the parasitic tendencies that grew beneath all of it, Izuku said. And he was silent. I don't know, however, there has to be some way that a less bloody path exists. All Might asked. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Mirio said, you don't have to endanger so many people for your goal. Izuku looked at him and sighed. He knew that they will never reach level ground around this topic. Izuku thought about it and was silent. You know, All Might. You might be one of the few that could have a chance to break my will on this, but I can't stop. Not now, All Might. Izuku said as he removed his mask, revealing his face. All Might was looking at his on-screen self very carefully. He doesn't know what kind of turmoil was going to his heart, but he was sure that it was worse than what he felt earlier. All Might's eyes widened in shock. He remembered this boy in front of him. No, please. I am sorry. All Might stated, and everyone was in shock. What was All Might sorry for? Stupid. This is so stupid. Night Eye raged, Toshi, you cannot acknowledge your past in front of the whole world. Instead, you should be blaming him for not understanding your words or saying you offered him a chance and he refused it. But no, instead you are showing the world that it was somehow your fault and making things hard for the Commission to clean up after this mess. I don't care about Commission, but I do care about the boy who was hurt because of my words. All Might glared at Night Eye, and don't tell me what I should say and what I can't. I have always done what's right and I will keep doing that, doesn't matter if I have one for all or not. Izuku walked up to All Might and everyone tensed. Izuku though shocked them all by hugging him. All Might's arms went around Izuku and hugged him, and he only apologized again and again. Please. I am sorry. All Might stated. Many people in the audience had tears in their eyes seeing the beautiful scene on the screen. It's all right, All Might. I long forgave you. However, I can't stop. Many people go without justice, and too many people are called villains for stupid reasons. Too many people are failed by the current corrupted government and society. It's time for it to change. Izuku stated as he pulled away and looked at All Might with a bright smile. All Might sobbed seeing Izuku's smile. It was the same smile he is used to seeing every day. But this might be the last time that All Might will ever see that smile. All Might was broken down in tears as he kneeled at Izuku and gripped onto him. I destroyed you. I turned you into this. All Might stated. Everyone was wondering what happened between them. Stop making it worse, Night Eye greeted his teeth. Izuku shook his head. You were only the straw that broke the camel's back. You were not the one that destroyed me. That goes to another person and the ones that helped him every single day of my life. Bakugo looked down at his feet as even his eyes were starting to get moist. That goes to society that looked down on me for being quirkless and tried to beat the life out of me every single day. This society treats quirkless people as a disease when it's not. I was able to gather a large army of people and reform them. I stopped them from committing crimes and harming people within a year, yet the government and society couldn't do it in 200 years. The time of heroes is over, All Might. Izuku said as he pulled All Might to his feet and hugged him one more time before returning to his side. Young Midoriya. All Might said with a heavy voice, I don't know if what you are doing is good or bad. I don't know if you will ever get the results that you are hoping for, but I support you with all my heart. Thank you, Izuku said with a beaming smile. All Might, either the heroes and the government surrender so that new leadership can take over to lead this country to far more peaceful times, or they will be forced out through blood. We don't plan to go out silently. I hope they will surrender, but we both know they won't. Izuku stated, and everyone watching was silent. This was the start of a war and it was going to be bloody. Mirio clenched his fist. He didn't like what Midoriya going to do. He knew where he was coming from, but that doesn't mean he has to involve innocent people in all of this. If he wanted to change things, there were more peaceful ways to do that, but Midoriya is hard-bent on sacrificing innocent people to achieve his goal. He wasn't even sure if Commission and government were as bad as everyone was making them sound either. His mentor believed in them, so there must be some good in them as well, right? Everyone knew the government wouldn't hand power over easily. No, they won't, Nizu said, not until they have used everything in their power to prevent it. Izuku then turned to the cameras and spoke. People of Japan. I implore you to look at the current operations of this government and how society treats others. Is it really worth defending, or is it time for a new government to come into control and lead it? Verdant will not be silent anymore, and we will bring about the changes needed. Once we take control, we will change the laws to better serve the people. To better protect them. To bring an end to the heroes and bring criminal and law enforcement back to the police jurisdiction with better equipped police and better trained police to handle court conflicts. So, he wants to merge heroes into the judicial system itself, Aizawa said. That doesn't sound bad. It's great, Midnight said. If heroes are part of the police, then that job automatically becomes a public service, which means they will get paid fixed amount every month and won't have to depend on the merchandise sales or publicity to fill their plates. Heroes have become only an entertainment industry with very few true heroes like All Might. Wait, I thought Verdant didn't like All Might? Kaminari asked. Even if I don't like him, I can't deny everything he has done for this country, Izuku shrugged. Instead, we have people who are in it for fame and for money. People should not be incentivized to save. It's a responsibility that needs to return to the police, to the firefighters, to the EMTs. It's time for a change. So write up Japan and help US. Join US. We are Verdant and we are not going away. Izuku stated to the camera before walking away from them and looking at All Might. It seems he really sees us, public servants, in such high regard, Naomasa said with a smile. I have told you many times that you are a hero as well, All Might patted his friend's back. The cameras kept rolling even though the Hero Commission and the government were trying to get them to stop. Nizu chuckled and said, it seems the commission and government have met their match. Izuku spoke to All Might one more time before leaving. All Might, tell Principal Nizu and the other heroes' schools to build dorms and turn them into boarding schools. I will consider the schools as neutral grounds and will not authorize my men to attack them unless the hero schools are directly laughing operations from them or abusing the neutral grounds. Aizawa sighed. He was worried that the students will get dragged into this war, but now he was glad that Verdant was true to his words. He didn't want to harm kids and was offering schools to be neutral grounds. Anyone without a provisional hero license will be safe unless they get involved in the fights. Yay! I am not going to war, Toru cheered, and soon Mina, Ochako, Kaminari, and Siro joined her. Those with provisional licenses and hero licenses will be open to attack when they are off campus or doing hero work. Do you understand? Izuku asked All Might and he nodded his head. So the choice to join the war or not completely depends on the students themselves, Mike said. Yeah, if they want they can let their license expire and stay out of this conflict, Midnight said. I'll inform the schools of this and thank you for not targeting the schools. All Might stated. Toshi, Night, I sighed, you can't, that's why I wanted you to hire AP.our team. That way, you would have avoided thanking a villain on live T.V for showing pity on heroes. Everyone heard this and was shocked at the offer that the Verdant Emperor had just given All Might and the hero schools. Yeah, it's like All for One saying he will not attack Izuku until he masters his power, Ochako said. Soon, Yuzuku and the Verdant group left through the rumble, and the heroes didn't try to stop them. I would have loved it if they tried, Dabi said with a smug smile. They still had to clear the rubble for anyone else that was hidden. This was the declaration of war that would go down in history. With that, screen went black and the words appeared on the screen. EP.17, Kamino Incident. To be continued. Chapter End Notes. With this, we have completed 100,000 words. Kudos to all of us. Shock and the sealment of fate. Narrator Gray. The world was in shock. They were watching the heroes raid the League of Villains bases and the fight had turned deadly on a massive level. The number 2 and the number 4th hero who were both at the raid on the warehouse had been manhandled more or less by the powerful villain and everyone was scared. We see it through the TV. Wait. Didn't we just see this last time? Momo asked. Do you think this is like a recap? Jiro asked. I am not quite sure, but it seems like we are seeing how others reacted to this whole ordeal, Momo said. They were downright scared that several top heroes just got taken out by one single villain and that villain had zero damage done to him by the heroes. Seeing this reaction only reaffirms my decision to hide All for One existence from the world, All Might said. The students of UA as well were shocked as they were all in the common room area watching the news chopper broadcasting the battles. I might be wrong, but I think this episode will show the entire event from our class's point of view, Izuku said. If that's the case, I don't think it will be pretty, Ochako said. Everyone was just watching, just waiting, and just praying something would turn this battle around, but the heroes were being just decimated. Man, that's not fair, Kirishima said, that guy has like a ton of quirks. Yeah, how do you even counter something like that? Toru asked. By stockpiling power of 8 generations, Shoto said. Oh, right, Kirishima and Toru said. Then hope appeared as All Might came flying in and attacked the villain. Everyone in the dorms broke out in cheers at that moment and were yelling for him to win and defeat the villain. However, all hope is not meant to last forever. As the fight went on, they all watched as the villain withstood blow after blow of All Might's. Yeah, I remember watching that fight with my siblings, Ribbit, Sue said. We were so scared when All Might's weak form was revealed in front of the world. Ribbit. Yeah, me too, Ochako added, rapidly nodding her head. I was hugging my mom during the whole fight. Even after All Might had destroyed the mask that the villain was wearing and exposed the scarred face, All Might was pushed back once again as the villain had powered up a large attack and All Might was forced to block it due to the fact that civilians were in the path behind him. A fond smile appeared on All Might's face as he remembered a letter he received from the woman he saved during Kamino by taking All for One's attack head-on. He either dodged and allowed them all to die or he stayed and took it on. The hero being the hero he was had decided to take the blast on, and it was at that moment that the room became dead silent. See Toshi, this is what I was saying, Knight, I said, when you get hurt it scares the entire country. That's why I kept telling you that a symbol has to be indestructible and cannot appear weak in front of the public. And I kept telling you that I am just a human, All Might sighed, and so is Mirio. And that won't change even if you made him into a new symbol of peace. Everyone was frozen in place and even Eraserhead was frozen in place. He knew about the form, but for it to be revealed in front of the world was world-shattering for everyone. Really, Aizawa? All Might raised a brow. I didn't know you cared. I don't, Aizawa said, but I cared about my students' mental state when they found out about it. As a woman had called out for him to get back up, All Might was still in shock though from learning something from the villain, though they didn't know what it was. Something that should have never happened, in the first place, Gran grumbled. However, what happened next shocked them even more as a bang sound was heard from multiple spots on the TV. They all watched as the villain had blocked something, but the way his body had jerked they assumed he got hit by whatever it was. Well, you can thank me for that, Himiko said with a cocky smile. For what? Dabi raised a brow. For missing 3 shots. Well, at least I did something, Himiko grumbled. Then, they all heard a clapping sound. They watched as the TV camera moved across the field and showed people from Verdant. The students all broke out into chatter about the Verdant group being there, but then they heard their teacher mutter something. That's not good. Not good at all, fuck. He stated, not hiding his words. You know the situation is bad when even Shota is panicking, Mike grimaced, and cursing in front of the children. They all wondered why he said that. You will see. Verdant is far more dangerous than All for One likely, and our world is about to change. Aizawa stated, and they all were scared as they turned back to the TV and kept watching. Ah. Thanks for compliment, Aizawa-sensei, Izuku said. It was not a compliment, Aizawa sighed tiredly, problem child. They watched the news as they heard the reporter cheer at the fact that Verdant was there. The reporters spoke. It's Verdant. It's the group that has been known to appear during some of the recent crises and help people out. It's the Verdant, stated the reporter. It seems Verdant is here to save the day, the reporter stated. Wow. They are just saying whatever is in their minds without understanding the whole situation, Ochako said. It's not that surprising, Momo said. The media house that was broadcasting this incident is owned by Verdant, so obviously they are making him into a savior. Besides, even if that wasn't the case, the media rarely tries to find the truth behind any incident. Soon this caused everyone in the room to tense as they heard the people on site cheer the Verdant name, and the heroes were tense at this on screen. The students of 1A had a bad feeling as they heard the words of the leader of Verdant. Having trouble All for One? Of course, that is a silly question since that drug was made to counter you and cause you problems with your multiple quirks. I bet your body feels in horrible pain right now. Bring him to me, stated the leader behind his mask as a chair was pulled out of another member's quirk. The leader just sat down and everyone was shocked at his calmness. Soon members of Verdant just dragged All for One before the leader and everyone in the common room was shocked. This was the man that just went blow for blow and overpowered All Might, yet he was helpless before the Verdant and the news reported it as such. They were starting to realize what their teacher meant by them being more dangerous, and they didn't like the feeling they had in their stomachs. I can totally feel my other self, Mina said. I too will be shit scared if someone can reduce All for One into that. Oh yeah, totally, Kamianri added. I will be too scared to even go near that monster, even if he is subdued. To think the heroes have fallen so low, the symbol of peace couldn't defeat you and so much damage was caused between the 2 battles you both had. It's quite pathetic after all. It only took one bullet from us to bring you to an end all for one, and yet the almighty symbol of peace couldn't do it and had to cause so much destruction in his fight with you, stated the leader that was sitting in the chair. That's not fair to All Might. Most of the damage was done by the villain, stated one of the students, and Aizawa just spoke up. Doesn't matter, it's the hero's job to limit it. That's why we teach you to subdue your opponent as soon as possible, Aizawa said while looking at Bakugo. Even a second's delay can cause someone their life. The Verdant leader just planted a large seed of doubt in people's minds about the ability of heroes. That's the Verdant's goal. They plan to destroy hero society, and we don't know much about them yet. You can see what they can do, Aizawa stated, and everyone just kept watching in silence. You have no idea, Dabi smirked. This isn't even our final form yet. Was that DBZ reference? Izuku asked. Weren't you homeless? I wasn't born on streets, Dabi said in an exasperated manner. I had a childhood. It was bad, but still I had one. They all had many thoughts in their minds and were scared about the future, while some were pissed at what the Verdant group was doing. Hey, wanna bet that Bakugo is the pissed one? Zero snickered. You wanna die, flex tape, Bakugo growled. Congratulations class, you just met Japan's first major anti-hero organization and they are powerful, Aizawa stated, but no one felt happy about that fact at all. As they were watching more, they were in store for another shock due to what just happened as more members of Verdant appeared. Now even Eraser is calling them anti-heroes, Night Eye sighed. Why is it so difficult for them to call Verdant a terrorist organization, which they are? But sir, isn't calling them terrorists too far-fetched? Mirio asked. I mean, I could have understood it if we didn't know what their goal was, but now we at least know where they are coming from, right? It doesn't change that fact that they are going to harm so many people and disturb people's peaceful lives, Night Eye said. But Mirio was about to say something, but Night Eye's stern gaze made him quiet. Understood, sir. The new arrivals though had the entire league of villains with them. They just did what the heroes failed to do for months. The Verdant leader spoke up and started to talk about how he won in the end. It honestly wasn't that hard. I just planned around for different situations and made sure I had enough power to take you out in one go. You are a terrifying man that has lived for 200 years after all. I wasn't going to strike until I knew I could land the ending blow. Too bad that your successor re-psyched my men. He died for it though the other members of the league gave up. Also, if you are wondering about escaping later from prison, then you are wrong, since I already took care of the doctor who created those Noma creatures, by the way. Did you honestly think I wouldn't find him? Stated the leader of Verdant, and this caused everyone to be shocked. This person that fought All Might was 200 years old and he just got defeated by the Verdant group, which took out hidden members of the league that no one knew about as well. We have to find him quickly as well, Naomasa said, before he makes any more strong Nomas like the one we encountered during USJ. We should be glad that we have Endeavor and Shoto who can defeat those Nomas with their fire, Izuku said. Besides, if push comes to shove, we can also send Dabi to fight them in exchange for reduced punishment. That's a good plan, but I would rather not let the situation escalate to that point, Naomasa said. The class was stunned, and they got even more stunned when they heard the villain's words. I surrender. All for one stated. This made everyone shocked and cheer. Even though a small-lived one, a victory is still a victory, Nizu said. Though the students and heroes were cheering. They knew that the Verdant group just solidified their foundations in the minds of all of Japan's citizens. The heroes knew that Verdant wasn't going anywhere for a long time. Damn right, we are not going anywhere, Izuku thought, at least not without a fight. After watching the prisoners get taken away, it was a standoff between the heroes and the Verdant group. Everyone was waiting for something to happen. I would rather prefer for everyone to go home and eat some teriyaki, but that is too much to hope, I guess, Gran Torino said. The leader of the Verdant group turned to a camera crew that got close and spoke to the camera. Now, you might be wondering what is next. The symbol of peace is done and has to retire now after all. That means Endeavor will become the next #1 hero, right? Well, not so fast. You see, there is a huge problem that the Verdant is intended to resolve. You see, it's the Verdant belief that it's time for this society that is run by the heroes to come to an end. As such, this is the Verdant's official declaration of war against the heroes and the government of Japan, stated the Verdant leader, and the students paled. Aizawa yelled out curse words left and right. Shit. Shit 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 shit. They fucking actually did it. They are. Fuck. Aizawa said. The students were stunned. They knew that Verdant was a threat, but seeing their teacher, who was calm even during the most dangerous villain attacks, going into a cursing fury in panic, was really hitting home the seriousness of the situation for them. Nizu ran into the room since he knew they were watching here. He was watching in his office but decided to join them. Aizawa, calm down, we need to watch every single detail since it will be important for UA's fate and the students' lives. Nizu yelled as he came in. Now it was the adults' turn to get shocked, especially the ones who were close to Nizu. They have never seen him raise his voice or talk about anyone so cautiously. Now they knew heroes were really in for the ride if even Nizu was taking this seriously and not as a game. I am so glad I made the dorms so quickly. Nizu thought, since it was better to have the students near to be protected by many heroes, especially if a war breaks out. Students had a smile on their faces seeing the lengths their principal was going to keep them safe. As they kept watching, they saw All Might move between both sides. He pleaded for a peaceful end and not to break out into war. Tisk. Night Eye clicked his tongue. He hated how weak and helpless All Might was looking on national television. Come on, All Might. You can do it. Somehow. Please. Mina of 1A cried out. She was afraid, and she had the right to be. They were on the prelude to war. It's quite all right to be afraid of something, How Dog said, and you have every right as you are just children. But doesn't that make me a bad hero? Mina asked as she looked down. I mean, what kind of hero is afraid of anything? No, it's not true, Mina. Fear is what gives us a sense of self-preservation, which I lack too much, Izuku said, trying to make a joke at the end. That is not a good thing, Aizawa grumbled while Izuku just gave him a sheepish smile. After All Might pleaded, the leader of Verdant spoke up in response. Why, you ask? Simple. This current society is corrupted. This society pushes people to become villains. This society allows blatant discrimination against those with so-called weak quirks, villainous quirks, or those that have no quirks whatsoever. This society is run by corrupted heroes and officials. That is why. Can you honestly tell me, All Might, that this society doesn't deserve to be redone with new leadership? It's had 200 years to correct the issues, but it hasn't done it. Instead, it allows people like Endeavor to profit from it and rise to the top. Now he will be the #1 hero and lead the society, or have you be blinded by the fame and glory of being at the top for so long, All Might, that you don't see the issues that you clearly overlooked, stated the leader, and everyone was silent. He's right, you know. Shinso stated, shocking everyone. Why, it isn't shocking to me that someone like you is saying this, Night Eye said while looking at Shinso. What do you mean, someone like him? Instead of Shinso, it was Aizawa who asked this question while glaring at Night Eye. No offense to you or that kid either, but most of the people with mental manipulation quirks have tendencies to play underhanded tricks and methods which don't look good in standard heroics, Night Eye said, and if you are looking for example, just look at this year's sports festival where this kid controlled his peers to advance in the tournament, which doesn't look good or heroic on national television. Shinso glared at the ground. He was angry, but he was also afraid that if he said anything to a pro hero he might get permanently sabotaged. But Izuku with All Might and Nizu at his back had no such baggage. Who cares how it looks on T.V, Izuku said while glaring at Night Eye. Why are you only targeting him when all of us used our quirks to advance? First of all, others used their quirk while you abused All Might's quirk, Night Eye said, fixing his glasses, and there is the reason why flashy and more visually appealing quirks are preferred and promoted. Not that I expect someone like you to understand that. Aizawa was about to go and strangle the man, but All Might stopped him. Calm down, Aizawa. Attacking one other will not benefit either of you. And that same goes for you too, young Midoriya, All Might said as he saw his successor glaring holes into Night Eye. Nizu and Aizawa had to agree as well. The Verdant leader just stated massive issues with the current system in front of everyone, and people like them could easily find themselves agreeing with it. So Miria got anything to say about me as well, Nizu said with a terrifying smile while Night Eye avoided eye contact. This is bad, they are taking the moral high ground in this war. We will see a lot of people joining them, Nizu stated, and the students looked at him in shock that he considered them on the moral high ground. That he considered that a lot of people would join the Verdant group. It isn't a matter of what I think or not. What I said was simply a fact, Nizu said, and with that kind of charisma, it won't be difficult for him, really people behind him. However, it seemed things could only get worse as they watched Endeavor open his mouth and insult the Verdant group, which triggered a member to come forth. Shudo fell to the ground in tears when he heard the villain speak and clean his hair out. Toya. Shudo spoke out between tears. Dabi looked at the ground. He felt ashamed. He didn't know why he thought that it was Shoto's fault that his father was an asshole, or why he thought that harming Shoto will give him peace when he was also suffering just like him. The Verdant member was none other than the oldest son of Endeavor. Verdant guard Dabi, also known as Toya Todoroki, the firstborn of Endeavor, who attempted to kill Toya Todoroki off years ago after years of abuse from his father. Endeavor went on to abuse his wife and the other children, more importantly his youngest son Shoto Todoroki. This is the man that you have as the current #2. This is the man you have becoming the #1. An abuser, a murderer. A man full of sin that creates villains every single day he is alive due to his lack of care. He causes more damage and crime than he fixes. This is your heroes Japan. Yelled the leader of the Verdant group as countless pieces of information appeared on the TV. It showed all the different crimes of Endeavor and other heroes. Shit. Whoever this leader is smart and has planned this well. We are going to have riots on our hands within days. Nizu yelled as he was worried about his students' safety. Okay, now it was time to panic for everyone. It was one thing to see Aizawa panic, but now seeing Nizu in such a state was really a world-shattering experience for them. This was not turning out well for the heroes. Nizu was worried that this would be the end of UA. That certainly seems like it, Nizu thought. Verdant isn't really fond of the hero system, and the schools who make heroes will be good starting points to start destroying it. The leader of Verdant just kept talking about more things and exposed stuff that the Hero Commission had done, including an issue with Hawks. Is that true? Did the commission really? Asked one student. I don't know. Nizu could only respond, but he knew, with all of these other crimes that have already been confirmed, the likelihood of the Hawks situation being false was unlikely. Well, now that everyone here knows that there is no need to deny it, Hawks shrugged while eating his wings. You seem pretty calm about this, Night Eye said. You know what will happen once they find out that you leaked their biggest secret program to Nizu. Worst they can do is put me into Turas just like Nagant, Hawk said while Night Eye hissed, don't take that name in public. Besides, the bigger question is why haven't you stopped this program despite working with someone like All Might? I don't think I will help you with diverting attention away from you, Night Eye said. Meanwhile, Izuku was thinking, so the commission has something to do with Lady Nagant's arrest. One more thing to look into, I guess. Then, Verdant hit the issue with the Meta Liberation Army and talked about how the government and the commission limited Nizu's resources. He's really good. Nizu muttered at the sight before him. A part of him was happy that Verdant just bailed him out of a hole somewhat, but was concerned that Verdant might ask for a favor later. A grin formed on Aizawa's face as he thought, isn't it a sight to behold? Nizu is getting a test of his own medicine. Aizawa, are you thinking something rude about me? Nizu asked. No, it's just your imagination, Aizawa replied. They could hear the Verdant name being chanted loudly from the TV. Fanatics, Night Eye grumbled. I envision a society that it doesn't matter what quirk you have. If you are capable of doing the job, then you should be considered for it. If you want to go to school, you shouldn't have to be in fear for your life. It's time for Japan to move away from the hero system. It's time for new leadership in our government. So those that are willing to rise up, take to the streets and demand the heroes and government to surrender, because this is the Verdant declaration of war. We will not stop until we are all dead or arrested. We will not stop until we bring the change that the government and society have failed to do for the past 200 years. I am the Verdant Emperor and the time of the heroes is over. Stated the leader loudly. Checkmate, we just lost a big portion of Japan. This is going to be a war that is going to be difficult for us to win. I need to consider UA's options. The students aren't going to be safe. The commission might try to pull them onto the front lines and they will die in a war of this scale easily. Nizu stated, and he looked at the students. I'm sorry. I refuse to make you child soldiers in a war. Being heroes is one thing and getting trained for it over 3 years, but being trusted into war at this young of an age. I can't do that to you. I might shut UA down to ensure you all stay alive, or at least have a good chance of doing it, since UA is a prime target in this war. Nizu stated as he lowered his head and could only listen to the sobs and curses. See, this is what you did, Night Eye said to Izuku. Your stupid war might just crush their dreams and hopes of becoming heroes. Izuku looked down and bit his lip. Maybe it was his shut the fuck up discount fortune cookie. You have no right to shame nerd for this, Bakugo said, and is your head so up your ass that you cannot hear anything of point? The principal said that he might have to close the school because your precious commission might pull us to the front line. Watch your tone, boy, Nitai said, glaring at Bakugo. You are already on thin ice due to your behavior during the sports festival's award ceremony and your kidnapping. So remember that my one letter to the board can reduce your chances of becoming a hero to null. Mitsuki was about to throw something at Night Eye when All Might spoke. Then I will just have to make a petition to oppose your letter, All Might said, the signature from the entire U. faculty. His classmates, and former number 1 hero will do the trick. Toshi, Night Eye said with emotions clear in his voice, are you putting our friendship on the line for this boy? What can I say, Miria? I always had a problem with bullies, All Might replied. Though Endeavor just had to make shit worse as he attacked the leader of Verdant and got wiped out. Idiot. You just gave the enemy a morale boost. Taking out the number 2 hero, even if he is disgraced, will drop our side's morale. Nizu stated as he cursed Endeavor's name. That was really rookie move, Aizawa said. I know, Endeavor said with a tired voice. Shudo Todoroki had recovered somewhat but just had to watch as his father get beaten and destroyed by his older brother. Many in the audience grimaced thinking about what Shudo must be going through right now. It's not good for a child who is already dealing with trauma, Hound Dog said. He didn't know what to feel. But, he did feel happiness at his brother's words. Father. I won't kill you. Killing you means that you don't get to watch as my leader and I tear down your legacy. Tear down everything you wanted to achieve. I can also free the family and you will be left alone to rot. Dabi said. If that makes you happy then I can say that to him every day, Dabi said with a smirk. Please don't, Ri and Shoto said at the same time. Ah. You guys are no fun, Dabi said. The number 2 had just been defeated, meaning Hawks who had gotten treated horribly by the commission would be the number 1 hero. Nizu didn't know if the Hawks would stand with them or defect. Losing another top hero would only damage them further. Everyone looked at Hawks in the anticipation of his answer, but the said man just showed them a sly smile and said, I am not going to tell you anything. Just wait and see what happens next. Then Nizu snapped out of his thoughts as he heard All Might's name get screamed. He looked up and saw All Might approach the leader of Verdant. Please. Verdant Emperor. There must be some way to end this peacefully. All Might asked and everyone listened in to their talk. The leader looked at him. Peacefully, you still live up to the name of the symbol of peace even now that you have run out of power, All Might. Though I wonder, how could this end peacefully? The government is corrupted and it needs to change. The hero system is corrupted and it needs to change as well. How do we peacefully end something with such corrupted systems in place, All Might? Asked the leader, and All Might was silent for a bit. You should have denied all of his accusations, Enitai said, that way more people would have rallied behind heroes. I don't know, however, there has to be some way that a less bloody path exists. All Might asked. Izuku thought about it and was silent. You know, All Might. You might be one of the few that could have a chance to break my will on this, but I can't stop. Not now, All Might. Stated the leader as he removed his mask, revealing his face. All Might's eyes widened in shock. No, please. I am sorry. All Might stated, and everyone was in shock. What was All Might sorry for? There are a lot of things I want to apologize for. For breaking your dream, for being a bad teacher, for not stopping your reckless behavior, for encouraging your self-harming habits, but most importantly, not asking you what you want to do with your power, All Might thought. Then everyone in the 1A dorm heard an ear-piercing scream. Any guesses? Minari asked, and all the eyes landed on one single blonde. No. Bakugo screamed as he dropped to his knees and broke into tears. Izuku. Izuku. Bakugo muttered as he was in shock. Bakugo looked away. A person's true value is only known when they are gone. He remembered a line he had heard a while back. Nizu asked him for a full name and tried to get it out of him, and Bakugo said Izuku Midoriya. Nizu pulled up the name and was shocked at what he found. He's quirkless. He's our enemy, and yet he gathered such a powerful organization. Oh, that is not good. This means he's not ruling out of fear of strength but loyalty. Nizu thought as he cured out loud, gaining all of their attention. We're going to be fighting an uphill battle. He's a leader of loyalty and not one of ruling via fear of strength. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless, and somehow he gathered such a powerful organization. His men are going to be die-hard loyal likely, which means we won't get information easily if we catch anyone. Breaking their organization will be so hard to do. Nizu stated as he knew the situation was getting worse and worse for them. As I said earlier, the one who rules with loyalty is far more dangerous than the one who rules with fear, Nizu said. Though they watched the TV, they were shocked as Izuku Midoriya hugged All Might. A younger me would have passed out from just the thought of hugging All Might, Izuku fondly thought. Please. I am sorry. All Might stated. It's alright, All Might. I long forgave you. However, I can't stop. Many people go without justice, too many people are vilified for stupid reasons. Many people are failed by the current corrupted government and society. It's time for it to change. Izuku stated as he pulled away and looked at All Might with a bright smile. All Might was broken down in tears as he kneeled at Izuku and gripped onto him. I destroyed you. I turned you into this. All Might stated. Everyone was wondering what happened between them. Something I could have avoided if I had a little sense of what I was talking about, All Might said. It's not true, at that time you said what you thought was best for me, besides you didn't know how quirkless people are treated generally back then, Izuku said. But I should have, All Might said, and Izuku didn't deny that. Izuku shook his head. You were only the straw that broke the camel's back. You were not the one that destroyed me. That goes to another person and the ones that helped him every single day of my life. That goes to society that looked down on me for being quirkless and tried to beat the life out of me every single day. This society treats quirkless people as a disease when it's not. I was able to gather a large army of people and reform them. I stopped them from committing crimes and harming people within a year, yet the government and society couldn't do it in 200 years. The time of heroes is over, All Might. Izuku said as he pulled All Might to his feet and hugged him one more time before returning to his side. At those words, Bakugo started to cry out with apologies. Bakugo, what did you do? Asked some of his friends. He just kept apologizing as he watched the screen and didn't answer them. He was in shock and was so focused on the screen and the green-haired boy. Something terrible, Bakugo unintentionally muttered out loud. Izuku wanted to console him, but he knew better than anyone else how Kaken gets when emotions are involved. People of Japan. I implore you, look at the current operations of this government and how society treats others. Is it really worth defending, or is it time for a new government to come into control and lead it? Verdant will not be silent anymore, and we will bring about the changes needed. Once we take control, we will change the laws to better serve the people. To better protect them. To bring an end to the heroes and bring criminal and law enforcement back to the police jurisdiction with better equipped police and better trained police to handle court conflicts. Heroes have become only an entertainment industry with very few true heroes like All Might. Instead, we have people who are in it for fame and for money. People should not be incentivized to save. It's a responsibility that needs to return to the police, to the firefighters, to the EMTs. It's time for a change. So write up Japan and help US. Join US. We are Verdant and we are not going away. Izuku stated in the camera before walking away from them and looking at All Might. His speech. I hate to say it, but it even inspired me, and I'm on the opposite side of him. Muttered Todoroki, shocking everyone, but they had to admit as well they felt inspired by it, which was a huge issue. Agreeing with a villain, some heroes you are, Knight, I said. On the contrary, they are good ones because they are not afraid to call a spade and know how to differentiate between what is right and what is wrong, Aizawa defended his class. All Might, tell Principal Nizu and the other heroes' schools to build dorms and turn into boarding schools. I will consider the schools as neutral grounds and will not authorize my men to attack them unless the hero schools are directly laughing operations from them or abusing the neutral grounds. Anyone without a provisional hero license will be safe unless they get involved in the fights. Those with provisional licenses and hero licenses will be open to attack when they are off campus or doing hero work. Do you understand? Izuku Midoriya asked All Might, who nodded his head and thanked the leader of the Verdant for declaring the schools as neutral grounds. Oh, thank fuck. Nizu yelled as that statement had caused a lot of tension to go off his shoulders. Thank fuck I built these dorms earlier than planned. All students are restricted from leaving the dorms. Nizu yelled as he sent a text message out via their emergency system to all phones and emails of students and teachers. Nizu. Knight, I sighed, you're just restricting resources by not allowing the students to join the fight. Miria Sasaki, call my students' resources one more time and I will show you why even the commission is afraid to lay their hands on you. Nizu said with a threatening smile. The students asked him if the school would remain open with this change and Nizu nodded his head. From now on, as it stands, we will stay open. We will tread a careful like of ensuring we don't violate the terms he set forth for natural grounds. We can't lose that, and I'm hesitant to allow you to obtain your provisional licenses like we had planned next semester. If you obtain them, the commission might try to pull you into the war easier, and without them, there are more legal protections stopping them from doing it. Nizu told them and they nodded their heads. Wait. Now that we have our license, will we have to take part in the MLA battle? Mina asked. No, I will not allow that, Aizawa said. None of you guys are going to any war, not until you are graduated and out my sight. They were disappointed they wouldn't get to do it, but they didn't know if they were ready to go to war. They wanted to save people, not kill in a war. Good, keep that mindset and you will go far in life, Aizawa said. Soon the night passed and All Might arrived back at the campus. Nizu had called all staff and students back to the school and ordered them to stay on campus. They were not allowed to leave without his approval and everyone was to be logged. The gates and defenses were all armed and turned on. The robots from the entrance exam were guarding the walls and had lethal force activated. Nizu wasn't playing around in the safety of his school. There were even searchlights turned on and moving around with a lot of ectoplasm clones roaming around as well. The school looked like a prison and everyone had to agree to that assessment. I don't like it, Midnight said, it barely resembles school at all. None of us do, but student safety is our top priority, All Might said. The teachers were all in an emergency meeting talking about the events. All Might was already cleared to return to the school. The news reports were still talking about the Verdant, and there was already reports of small protests starting that were denouncing the government and Hero Commission, and they were only growing by the hour. As I expected, Nizu said, it didn't take long for people to see his point. Nizu and Aizawa had informed them all of Bakugo's connection, and Nizu had hacked into his old schools. The video wasn't good for what they found. No shit, they are bad, Bakugo thought. I would have ruined my life, would have been ruined if Nerd wasn't a such hero at heart guy. Izuku Midoriya had a lot of reasons to turn into what he did, and it was amazing he wasn't lashing out harsher than he has before now. All Might, who was racked with guilt, had explained what happened between Izuku and himself. That doesn't excuse his actions, Night Eye said. No, we never said that, Aizawa said, we're just acknowledging where the society went wrong. Indeed, you were the last straw that broke him. He placed the final hopes that he had for this society in you, and it failed him. Nizu stated, not holding back on his words since there was no point. This was the end result, and they could only deal with the fallout now. Sir, don't you think that was needlessly harsh? Izuku asked. Indeed, Midoriya, I think my other self is very stressed out right now, Nizu explained. Nizu, what do you think our chances of winning are? All Might asked, kind of afraid to know. He also needed to talk to Mirio about this entire event as well, since Izuku knew about One for All. He chooses not to reveal One for All, but the question is why? It could have caused more damage if he painted me in a horrible light, but he didn't. He still called me a true hero and forgave me. All Might thought as he waited for Nizu's response. Because I have a good band of idiots on my side, Izuku said with a smile. Hey, the tiny emperor, who are you calling idiot, huh? Dabi said in mock anger. Shut up, he praised us, Himiko said as she hugged Izuku's arm. Look on the bright side. Honest view or cold and calculated view? Nizu asked, and they didn't know if there was a difference. Both? All Might asked. In that case, you guys are in for the ride, Nizu thought to himself. Honestly, not good. Without knowing more about their powers and how they took out All for One with whatever drug that was. 30/70th chance with us at 30% chance of winning. Cold and calculated version. 50/50ths depending on how bloody the government decided to get. They will likely authorize KOS orders or kill on-site orders. They will want to massacre all members of the Verdant with the highest priority on the leader. They won't care if children are involved, they will be killed on sight if they decided to be cold and calculated about it. Nizu stated. That statement made their blood turn cold. They didn't know how to feel about their government ordering them to massacre the other side on sight. This is so messed up, Mina said, who was on the verge of throwing up. You can't just kill everyone without giving them chance to surrender beforehand. Unfortunately, that's how the wars and revolutions work, Momo said. Throughout our history, all the major wars are ended with unmeasurable human loss. I know, Mina said, but that doesn't make it right. All Might felt like he wanted to throw up at the idea. Is this really the government and society I helped build up? Did I help create this society that led to this result? All Might thought but had no answer. No one did, since the war had already started. In the end, I was nothing more than a glorified bouncer, All Might sighed. An emergency news report came on. Inko Midoriya had been arrested and detained in connection to her son's crimes. The government suspended due process rights for any rebel member or those arrested in connection to them. As soon as he heard those words, Izuku stood up and looked at the screen with wide eyes. The government and Hero Commission had announced that Inko Midoriya was to be executed if Izuku Midoriya aka Verdant Emperor didn't turn himself in within 48 hours. Motherfucker, Bakugo screeched while his hands ignited with small pops. But no one stooped him because all of them were in shock. I told you others will pay the price of your crimes, Nighty said, and fortunately or unfortunately neither Bakugo nor Izuku heard him as all of their concentration was on the screen. The entire room was in shock. The people of Japan were in shock. Izuku Midoriya, though, wasn't shocked. He was enraged and he swore, I would tear them down. There is going to be no peace if they executed her, / I would tear them down. There is going to be no peace if they executed her. On screen and off screen, Yusuke said at the same time. Then the screen went black and the words appeared on the screen, EP.2, Shock and the Sealment of Fate. To be continued. Saying goodbye. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The ending of the last episode was still fresh in everyone's mind. And that's why Izuku was now sitting in the corner of the room, because he was sure he might harm someone if something terrible happened to his mom. He had also asked Eri to stay with Ochako, but the little girl insisted that she would sit with him. He tried to convince her, but her eyes made him stop his efforts. The look in her was the same as what he gives her when she tries to convince him that she is not having nightmares anymore. And although everyone was giving him concerning looks, they knew he needed space right now. Narrator Gray. Saying goodbye is never easy. All Might looked down as he remembered the final moments of his master. Some goodbyes are not permanent, and you will meet the individual again, but this is goodbye for good. This was waving at them and saying that you would never see them again, even though you didn't know how to express it to them correctly. That you didn't know how you would move forward without them, without the knowledge that they were safe and alive. Oh. Izuku looked at his other self with wide eyes. Don't tell me you are going to do what I think you are doing. Now you might be wondering what we were talking about. Well, let's rewind a bit to the previous night. The last night when Izuku declared the intentions of the Verdant group and plunged the country into chaos, Night-Eye commented and missed a hard look Izuku gave to him, but Mirio didn't. He was already worried that Izuku might attack Night-Eye if he said something harsh about Mrs. Midoriya's execution. But now he was preparing to launch himself in the middle of them. Where the Verdant group had defeated the League of Villains. At least we don't have to deal with those assholes anymore, Bakugo said. Where the Verdant group had taken out the number 2 hero. Immobilized me. Endeavor corrected. It's the same thing, Dabi smirked. That was also the same night the government and Hero Commission declared their intentions. Within hours of Izuku's declaration of war. What did those idiots do now? Aizawa grumbled. Nothing good, Nizu said, I can assure you that. Their declaration only showed their colors to the entire world, as the government and commission had suspended due process rights for anyone associated and arrested with the Verdant group. Well, looks like now we are entering into dictatorship territory, Hawk said. Yeah, they are acting just like dictators in the past, Namuri said, silence those who oppose you, and don't give them even a chance to represent themselves. This included Inko Midoriya, who had zero connection to the actual group outside of being the leader's mother. When did giving birth to someone become a crime? Mitsuki said. It's not about Mrs. Midoriya in any way, shape, or form, Night-Eye said, and although I agree the method might be a little extreme but it is the most efficient way of luring Verdant out. And even if he doesn't show up then they can spin the story in their favor and show the world how the leader of the so-called revolutionary group didn't even care for his mother. They had also declared that Inko Midoriya was to be executed if Izuku Midoriya, aka Verdant Emperor, didn't turn himself in within 48 hours. Izuku took a deep breath and calmed himself. The word execution gave him a bad feeling in his stomach. Izuku did some hacking and discovered how the government came into possession of his name so fast. It turned out one perverted midget from UA had leaked his name since Bakugo had a breakdown in the common room area when he saw Izuku's face. Really, Izuku said, that fucker. I can't even remember how many times I have covered his mistakes. All those times when I tutored him the night before the exam. And this is how he is paying back, Izuku said with frustration quite clear in his voice. That midget, Bakugo said as he gritted his teeth, I'm going to punt him in the face next time I see him. The fact that a hero student had gotten his mother arrested just because he was his mother pissed him off. It seems that the signs of fake heroes are evident from their childhood, Stain said. The document stated that Mineta claimed that Inko Midoriya knew what Izuku Midoriya was planning and Mineta was paid $100,000 for the information. I should have expelled him when Yayorozu told me about the locker room incident, Aizawa shook his head disappointedly. Even if Mineta was not his student anymore he still felt disappointed that one of his students would try to harm a civilian for money. The government didn't even bother validating the information. They only cared that Inko was related to Izuku and that was good enough for them. I find it very unethical and scary that the government is targeting Mrs. Midoriya like this, Momo said, and that raises a big question. Now that we are provisional heroes the government has access to all our information so who is stopping them from using that and harassing us to work for them? I don't know what is so wrong in working with the government but I can assure you that your information is safe until you do not cross the line and do something that will harm the peace, Night-Eye said. He means that you are safe as long as you are behaving like a good sheep and following the herd. The moment you decide to move away from the herd you are skinned and sent to the butcher for stepping out of line, Izuku said with venom in his voice. You are saying a lot of things that a hero student should be saying, Night-Eye said. And you are breathing a lot for someone who was going to get spiked by overhaul, Izuku said. Midoriya, I think you crossing the line, Mirio said. I am not the one who started it, Izuku said. If she was the mother then she must have known, right? Wrong. Are they stupid? Why would I ever involve my mom in all of this, Izuku said. Izuku had destroyed a room full of things that his men provided for him since they knew he was looking to destroy stuff. Izuku doesn't get angry that much but every once in a while he has these days when releases all of his anger on the things around him, Inko grimaced, and the aftermath is never good. They were all pissed as well since his mother was going to be killed. I think I am going to stab someone if they really went ahead with the execution, Himiko said. After about an hour of just destroying things, he came out of the room. It was 10 hours in the 48-hour time limit they provided. This confused most of his friends. Why was Izuku still in his base and not preparing for his mother's rescue mission, was a question they asked themselves. Izuku summoned everyone to gather and the other bases to be watching. Izuku stood on the stage and spoke to everyone. As I'm sure you are all aware of now. The government has captured my mother and will execute her if I don't turn myself in within 48 hours of the announcement. I have zero plans to turn myself in. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he will not go to save her, right? Ochako asked herself while Izuku averted his eyes. He knew that the chances of him going to save his mom were low because at this stage in the war losing their leader will be a huge blow to the Verdant. Sadly, my mother knew this was a risk when I spoke to her one day before the battle yesterday. She knew that this would likely happen. That doesn't mean you just sit there not doing anything about it, Bakugo grumbled. However, that does not mean it doesn't hurt me. I'm saying this now, if they carry through with the execution of my mother then I will be easing some restrictions in our war. More places will be open to being targeted and attacks will happen on a higher frequency than planned at the start. That won't be good for heroes, Momo said. Frequent attacks on multiple places will exhaust heroes and their resources rather quickly. On the other hand, with twice on Verdant's side they greatly reduce this risk. I have no intention of there being peace if they execute her. The fact that the government suspended due process rights for any member or those arrested in connection to us has shown their colors. Yeah, they have a disgusting shade of hypocrisy in their blood, Himiko said. They plan to kill every single one of us since we are a threat to their authority. No, Night, I objected, because you are a threat to the peace that Toshi created. Keep telling that to yourself, Dabi said. We can't give up now when we are making a change already, as people have already taken to the streets and are protesting the government. So far the protests have all been peaceful, but they can stay like that. We will be the violent ones. We will be the honesto, stain our hands in blood. We will be the ones to change this society. Glory to the Verdant. Izuku yelled out to his people and they all cheered the Verdant name. The moment they murder my mother in cold blood is the moment we set this society up in flame. Prepare yourselves and let us get ready for war. Izuku shouted as he retreated from the stage and went to the council meeting room to find the Verdant guards and lieutenants all there waiting for him. You know, I seriously don't know what is the government even trying to do here, Jiro said. They are provoking an enemy without knowing what he can do, who are other members of his organization, or how far his influence reach. Yeah, I agree, Mina added. It is totally possible that the servants working in their houses could be Verdant agents as well. He waved them off from standing up to greet him. Let's start this, Izuku stated, and they began the meeting. Izuku stiffened. He knew what this meeting was about and what he was possibly going to say. Which made him want to kick himself even more. We need to know, do we attempt to save your mother? Asked Dabi. Why is that even a question? Bakugo asked, but Dabi didn't reply as he was watching the screen with sharp eyes. Izuku was silent as he put his head down on the table. They all just waited and respected his time to speak. Izuku then looked up and they could see tears going down his face. No, Izuku said, and they stayed silent to make sure he wasn't going to say anything more. What the fuck do you mean no? Bakugo said and marched toward Izuku only to be stopped by Shoto, who stood in front of him. Get out of my way, icy hot, Bakugo said and glared at Izuku. Answer me, fucker. How can you abandon your mother like that? Shut up, Bakugo, Shoto said. He thought he understood what it is like to make a decision to leave your loved ones behind to achieve your goal. Stop taking things for face value and try to understand people who are going through this situation. I don't give a shit about how he is feeling, Bakugo grumbled. He left Aunt Inko to die. That's all I care about. Then keep your thoughts to yourself, Aizawa intervened. There is no need to get physical. Tisk, whatever, Bakugo went back to his seat. No. We won't be. My mother knew that this was a likely result when she chose to stay in Japan when I offered her a chance to escape. To be honest. I think she did it for a reason. My mother, to be honest, is my weak point. If someone brought her out in the middle of a battle I would hesitate and everything. Now, she's removing herself from the future and is removing the best place to hit me at. She knew. She knew that day when we went to my old home and I talked to her and asked her to leave. As such, I will respect this decision. Dude, calling your mom a weak point is not cool, Kirishima said. See, even shitty hair gets it, Bakugo said. It's not like I don't understand or want to save her, but I am in a position where I cannot let my selfish desires hurt the entire organization, Izuku said with tears in his eyes. We however will start our plans. The moment they kill her is the moment the gloves come off and no holding back happens. We will be staining our hands in the blood of many people. Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads. I don't like the sound of it, Kaminari said. Izuku though brought up one other topic that was important. Though regarding my mother. There is a student at UA I want dead. His name is Mineta. Minoru Mineta. Izuku said. Izuku's words left a bad taste in many people's mouths. Even though they agree that Mineta was an asshole, they were skeptical about him murdering a child. They all looked confused about how that connected to his mother. Didn't you tell the world that you won't touch the hero schools or those without provisional licenses? Stain asked. What else can you expect from a villain, Night? I said. He went back on his words the very first chance he got. Shut your trap, Stain growled, he must have a reason for doing that. Izuku nodded his head. Indeed I did, but I made an expedition and said that those without provisional licenses shouldn't get involved in the fights. Mineta broke that rule right off the back when he sold my mother to the government and commission. The documents I hacked into stated that Mineta claimed that Inko Midoriya knew what Izuku Midoriya was planning and Mineta was paid money for that information at the tune of $100,000. The government didn't even bother validating the information. Izuku yelled out at the end. Well, we cannot argue with that, Nizu said. By selling this information, Mineta not only endangered himself but the entire school as well. But that doesn't mean we will let him murder a child, Aizawa said. No, we won't, Nizu said, and that's the sad part of being a hero. Everyone was shocked and agreed that did indeed break the rule of not getting involved in fights, since Mineta got involved in the overall war by lying about Inko Midoriya's involvement and got paid for it. I want clones watching the campus for any moment he leaves the school. Have toga clones go out in different disguises to watch. Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads. He really wants to end him, huh? Toru said, I can't say I feel bad for him, but it feels weird since he was our classmate at one point. I don't think I can blame Midori since I might do the same thing in his position, Mina added. They also started to talk about the plans for where they will start the first attacks and how to start making their appearance in all of the areas they control. Izuku also ordered the organization to start preparing to expand its control of more areas. After several hours of talking, the meeting came to an end. Now that we are not hiding anymore, we can start running towards our goals more aggressively, Dabi said. They were not 17 hours into the 48-hour limit and Verdant was preparing a video message that would play the moment they executed Inko Midoriya. You don't expect her to walk out of all of this alive, do you? Bakugo asked. I don't think the government is kind enough to spare her life regardless of whether I showed up or not, Izuku said with a heavy voice. Soon the time limit passed and it was 30 minutes before the set execution time. Izuku's breathed heavily as his hands started shaking and tears started flowing from his eyes. He was not ready to see his mom die, and definitely not in this way. Suddenly he felt a weight on his lap as Eri got up from her sit and sat in his lap and hugged him tightly. It was a similar gesture he did with her when she woke up from nightmares in the middle of the night. Everyone in Japan and everyone in the world was watching. Izuku knows from hacking into the government networks that Japan has been called to stop the execution by international political leaders, but Japan has ignored their pleas to stop it. The media has been talking about the decision of the government to do this execution and their statement that due process was suspended for anyone connected to Verdant, and even the media that didn't belong to Izuku was critical of it. Even the people who are not involved with the Verdant think this a bad decision, Nizu said. This only shows the desperation of the government and commission to keep their power. Everyone was afraid since the government could just make a claim and then you were screwed. Yeah, Momo raised a valid point earlier, Jiro said. I don't think I can trust them with my sensitive information after this. Even though the government had done this, there were still protests going on across all of Japan, and it only made the protests grow. There were some anti-Verdant groups, but they were not as large as those that supported the Verdant movement. Of course, there are people who want to keep things as it is so that they can abuse their power over others, Shinso said while glancing at Night Eye. If want to say something to me, say it to my face, Night Eye said. I wasn't saying anything to you, but if you got offended by it then there must be some truth to it, Shinso shrugged. Izuku stood on the helipad of the National Police Agency building that was angled across from the National Diet building. You are there. Bakugo said, just drag her and run away with your stupid teleporter. The government and commission had set up a platform in front of the National Diet where Inko Midoriya sat on her knees. Izuku's blood boiled seeing his mother so helpless, so venerable in front of the entire world. They had the gates closed stopping people from entering and had heroes guarding them to stop people from entering. I didn't know that heroes doubled as executioners as well, Himiko said with narrowed eyes. On the stage with Inko Midoriya was the president of the commission who looked smug at what she was doing. Bitch. Mitsuki said. She was holding Inko's hand since the start of this episode. There were also various leaders from the commission and then a few leaders from the national diet. Izuku was playing to spill blood the moment Inko Midoriya died. Toga had several clones of her in the building with him and they all had snipers. The moment Inko died was the moment the government officials on the stage would die. Instead of that, just shoot before she gets executed, Bakugo said, sounding almost desperate. You are making a lot of dumb decisions for someone who is supposed to be intelligent. I can't believe this, Enitai said. All of you hero students are still not opposing him despite knowing all the bloodshed he will cause from now on. I don't think publicly executing an innocent woman just because she has a connection with Verdant wants us to believe in government either, Momo said. On the other hand, Verdant's methods might be not to our liking, but he is still striving towards a better future. People were lined up at the gate protesting the execution. Soon it came time for the event to start and the cameras were rolling and the entire world was watching. Everyone tensed. They seriously didn't want to see an innocent and sweet woman like Inko die on the screen. The president of the commission moved forward and spoke through a mic. Welcome everyone to this public execution of the women that helped the Verdant organization. Inko Midoriya. This is the mother of Izuku Midoriya, aka the Verdant Emperor. It appears however that Izuku Midoriya doesn't love his mother enough to save her by just turning himself over. Just shows how cruel of a leader he must be. Regardless though, Inko Midoriya will be hereby executed as Verdant Emperor had failed to turn himself in. Stated the president of the commission. It's disgusting how that woman can lie like that in front of a whole world without even showing a hint of guilt in her voice, Aizawa said with a disgusted face. No wonder they can make all those new promises to the public without fulfilling the previous ones. Everyone was protesting and yelling for it to stop, but the government officials didn't stop. No, instead they brought out a wooden frame. It was a device to hang death row inmates. Suddenly green sparks started coming out from Izuku's body as gently placed Eri on the ground. Eri, please go and sit with Ochako. But Eri tried to protest, but this time Izuku had this stern look in his eyes. So she listened to him and went to sit next to Ochako. Izuku was pissed since they were treating her just like a death row inmate. Izuku here was not faring well either. The sparks around his body were now flaring much more violently. Izuku watched as they tied the rope around her neck and had her stand up. They raised the device that she stood on and made sure it was high enough. Izuku was in tears as he watched this. Izuku was breaking every second he watched and he wanted to rush down there to save her. The flares around Izuku died down as he dropped to his knees with tears in his eyes. I am sorry, the words constantly repeated from his mouth. Suddenly he felt hands wrapped around him. He looked up and saw his mom wrap her arms around him with tears in her eyes. It's all right Izuku, Inko said, everything will be all right. Izuku didn't respond, he just melted into her arms and cried his heart out. Yue, the principal, and the staff were devastated at what they were seeing. All Might himself was disgusted with the society that he helped protect. All Might clenched his fist. Miss Midoriya was one of the sweetest people he has ever met. The way she supported Izuku, and the way she cared for him reminded him of his mentor in some way. And now he was watching her getting murdered for some stupid symbolism. Bakugo was sitting in the common room watching as well and he was broken in tears as he watched them hang the person he saw as an ant. Bakugo was staring at the screen with such intensity that could bear holes into the screen. His desire to murder the bitch who was humiliating Inko was growing with every second. Mother. Izuku stated with tears down his face and Toga noticed how he was but smiled softly. Izuku looked up at the screen with little hope in his eyes. Soon they hanged Inko Midoriya and as she fell downwards. Izuku shut his eyes preparing himself to listen to people grieving for his mother but that never happened. He opened his eyes and looked at the screen and his eyes went wide. Toga smiled brightly as she heard the word Phoenix go across her earpiece and Izuku looked confused at hearing it but his mind was still on his mother. The moment Toga heard the word all of the clones took their shots and the real Toga took her shot as well as her bullet traveled and hit the rope at the top that was hanging Inko Midoriya. This caused her to fall straight down and right into a portal that opened up at that moment. This allowed her to fall straight through and everyone was in shock. The cheers rang through the auditorium as Inko Midoriya was successfully rescued and evacuated from there. Izuku was stunned. He didn't know what happened or how it happened but he was grateful for it nonetheless. Even Izuku was in shock as he heard several voices telling people to start the operation. Then he saw several portals open up and hundreds of their men flood out and start assaulting the national diet and any government officials or heroes that were there. It's payback time, Dabi said with a sinister smile, now you see what happens when you hurt one of us. Izuku turned to Toga and asked what was going on. Did you honestly think we would allow your mother to die? You saved us from ourselves and this society. We won't let your mother die that easily. Izuku got up from the ground with the help of his mother and walked back to his seat. Eri came running towards him and hugged him tightly. I was so worried, Eri said while sobbing. You started crying and then I didn't know what to do to help you and then I started crying as well. Izuku sat down and held Eri's hand. I am sorry for making you worry. Eri shook her head. Just don't be sad anymore. Promise. Yeah, promise, Izuku said with a smile. Izuku then stood up and went back to his seat. Then he turned to his side and addressed Himiko, who was smiling at him. Thanks for saving my mom. Always, Himiko said, and immediately her smile turned into a mischievous grin. So how are you planning to repay me? You had to ruin this moment, right? Izuku asked exasperatedly while Himiko just giggled at him. Now my emperor, your men are waiting for you as we shall slaughter those that dared to hurt our empire's mother. Toga said as a portal opened behind them and they left. Can't you all just retreat? Mirio asked. You have already retrieved Midoriya's mother, so there is no need for useless bloodshed, right? We are doing this to make a statement, Dabi said, so next time they won't put Bakugo on the stage instead of Mrs. Midoriya just because he knows Verdant. Izuku smiled brightly as he walked through it and appeared on the stage. All Might had a horrible feeling in his stomach as he saw Izuku giving his hero smile before going on to slaughter. There was fighting going all around them as more of the Verdant members flooded the area. Though, Izuku knew by the looks of things that a good portion were all clones as some members got killed but only broke down. No actual members were getting killed and he figured the ones near the stage were real instead. Well, at least one side not getting any losses, Shinso said. Izuku looked over and saw the commission's president being held down by Stain. Midoriya and Stain working together, Ida thought as his face paled. Yep. Stuff from my nightmares. Izuku smirked and walked over to her. She was downright afraid. Izuku felt weird seeing the commission's president so afraid of him. He always wanted people to feel safe and happy when he was standing in front of them, but now he was seeing the exact opposite. Her plans of killing Inko Midoriya had backfired on her badly. Even all of the heroes and police they had in hiding were overwhelmed by all of the clones. There were also a number of heroes that just left during the middle of it since they refused to be a part of the execution. At least some of them had little humanity left in them, Stain said. As Izuku looked at her and stared into her eyes, he smiled at her. Good to meet you, Madam President. Izuku said with a smile on his face. Nothing to see here, just two people greeting each other, Mina said. He then turned to the cameras and all the people gathered. The fighting had come to a stop as all of the police and heroes were overwhelmed and pushed back outside of the National Diet area. The heroes that refused to just retreat were detained and held captive. Are you still going to deny the fact that this is an act of terrorism? Night Eye asked. That will be decided by whoever wins this war, Izuku said. Hello, Japan. Hello, world. I stand here only minutes after the commission and government attempted the execution of my mother, and for what? Simply for being my mother. They arrested her after a Minoru Mineta from UA Hero Course told them that my mother was helping me when in fact my mother had zero knowledge of what I was doing. She only knew I was still alive the day before the Kamino Ward fight since I appeared to her and told her to disavow me, but she refused since my mother refused to hate me regardless of what I did. At this point, the government is just giving him the opportunity to rally people behind him, Aizawa said. It's also interesting that based on stolen documents from the government they paid Mineta $100,000 without even verifying the information. Let's not forget the fact that MHA Mineta is also the UA trader and was selling the school out to the League of Villains. Izuku stated and yelled out the last part exposing Mineta. What? Was the collective response of everyone in the auditorium. Calm down everyone, just like I said earlier, we need to confirm things in our world, Aizawa said, and even if he was a spy before, he is not a threat anymore. Dear UA Principal, you will find in your email all the documents that show evidence of him being in contact with the League for the simple fact that he wanted to be in the spotlight more for the ladies. He sold your school out simply to be cooler. Ironic considering he will never be cool in any regard. You are free to verify this via the police detective with the lie detector quirk, but do hurry since the moment you expel I want him so I can kill him for framing my mother and having her hanged. This falls under the rule of anyone without a provisional license would be targeted if they got involved in the fights, and I think we can both agree that this violated that rule. Izuku stated to the cameras, and the world was shocked that the government acted on so little information and that they took it from a villain to begin with. He trapped us, Nizu said. Now if we protect him we will look like hypocrites for not punishing the traitor, and if we did release him we will be criticized for sending someone to their death despite being heroes ourselves. Either way, our reputation will take a big hit by this. Izuku then turned to the commission president and smiled. Now what to do with you? Izuku said with a smile. The commission president acted tough and said that Izuku wouldn't kill her. That he would lose the moral high ground that he's been trying to gain so badly. Ahahaha. Do you think I care? I've started this war knowing full well I was going to dirty my hands. My men know their hands by the end of this will be stained with blood. I started this war knowing that I was going to kill a lot of people since rebellions are never bloodless. I am trying to limit the number of civilian deaths as best as I can hope for, but you, Madam President, you are no civilian. You are the root cause of this corruption and you will die today. Izuku stated. I don't like this, Mirio said. You said that you are trying to reduce the casualties, but now all I am seeing here is a villain trying to murder a helpless woman. And why do you even have to kill her? She is not a threat to you in that situation. You are wrong, Izuku said. That woman with all her connections and a crown of ego on her head is a bigger threat to us than all the heroes combined. Because her contacts are not limited to just heroes. It extends all over the world and we cannot risk the situation where she would call mercenaries from out of nowhere. Stain was about to raise his sword and strike her down. A call came out for them to stop. Izuku turned around and saw it was the number 3 and the future number 1 hero. Thank God Hawks arrived there on time, Mirio sighed. Now please put stop to all of this. Izuku wondered what the man would do, and so did everyone else. He came slowly down to the ground near Izuku and had his hands in the air. Mind if I do it? He asked, and everyone's eyes widened. Back in the auditorium, Mirio had this priceless look of betrayal on his face. And he was not alone though. Most of the people had surprised expressions on their faces except Dabi, who had an amused smile on his face. How could you? Mirio asked. You are a hero. You are the number 2 hero. You were supposed to protect people. Why did you change the side? Just watch and you might find out, Hawk said. Oh. Is this you asking to join us, or are you just asking to kill her since they turned you into a child soldier? Izuku asked, and Hawks thought it over. I don't really want to join. I always wanted a free life, but they never made it possible. Instead, I was trapped. I just want to fly in the sky and save people when they are in danger, though I have no intentions of opposing you since I got to agree the government and commission need to come down. I guess hoping for loyalty from a criminal's child was our mistake, Knight, I said, and all this talk about wanting to freely fly in the air and saving people sounds so childish. You had a perfect quirk to be a great hero and they made you one. You know, there are so many things I can say right now, but again I don't expect an honorary board member of the Hero Commission to understand anything that might come out of my mouth, Hawk said. Oh hey, Toya, it's been years. Hawk said, and Dabi turned to him and smirked. Sup chicken nugget, Dabi said with a smirk. How do you know him? Endeavor asked. That's a story for another time, Hawk said while ignoring his piercing glares. Okay. I want a story about this whole chicken nugget thing and how you two known each other later, but anyway Hawks, that is fully acceptable. Izuku said, and Hawks pulled one of his feathers off and pierced it into the Madam President's chest, ending her life. Oh. Mirio paled as he saw the current number 2 hero piercing his wing through the Madam President's heart. Heroes don't kill. He murmured to himself. Sorry to disappoint you, by fledgling, but heroes do kill, Hawk said, but before they do that ask themselves if taking this life is for good cause or not. Next time don't expect the child soldiers you raise to remain loyal when you are backed into a corner. Hawk stated with a pissed tone. We need to be careful how and what we teach our students here, Nizu thought, otherwise someone might feel the same about us as well. He then walked over to Dabi and flirted with him. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Izuku asked, do I have a brother-in-law or something? Suddenly a huge blush appeared on Dabi's face. Shut up, squirt. And don't put your nose in people's business. Too late for that, Izuku said and pointed at Shoto, who was taking notes while intently looking at his brother. I really want an answer on how they know each other. I never would have suspected this. Izuku said, and Toga nodded her head like everyone else from the Verdant Guards. I know, right, Himiko said, like him caring for someone was surprising on its own, but now you are telling me he has a boyfriend as well, weird. Shut up, Dabi yelled in frustration, and what's wrong with me being in a relationship, besides he is not my boyfriend. Asterisk cough asterisk yet cough, Izuku said. Anyway. Stain, please kill the other government officials we captured that were tied to this event. They forfeited their lives when they de-iced to kill an innocent woman. It's one thing for an innocent to die in an attack or battle, but to purposely target and kill them is disgusting. Izuku said, and Stain did the job. Look at that hypocrisy, Knight, I said, preaching about things they themselves are committing. Izuku then looked at the heroes that were detained and they were all paled. Here's what we will do with all of you. You can either stay and die or get lost, since the national diet now belongs to the Verdant. Pick, and you have 60 seconds to get off the national diet grounds. Izuku said as his men let them go and they all ran out of the walls of the National Diet fences. Izuku then turned to the cameras and spoke. It seems the National Diet has fallen into my hands sooner than I had planned, but I'll take it. This is a message to the remaining officials of the government. We will be starting our attacks from this day forth and it's your choice to surrender or we will just keep going until there is no one left running the government so we can take over. Izuku stated as he turned around and entered the National Diet building. Then the screen went blank and the words appeared on the screen. EP.2 saying goodbye. Wow. Izuku stood up and rubbed his face. This was really heavy on my heart. Sir, can we take a little break, please? Very well, we will return after a short break, Mizu said. To be continued. Chapter end notes. So I just wanted to inform all of you that my exams are coming up, so I won't be uploading for quite some time. It will be a month at max. So please keep following this story and wish me luck for exams, smiley face. Interlude, Confession. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As soon as Izuku got out of the auditorium, he immediately went to the terrace of the school building. When he got there, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sat down while leaning on a nearby wall. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and stared at his hands. His mind was still stuck on the events that transpired during the last episode. The image of his mother hanging by the rope still lingered in front of his eyes. Then a self-deprecating chuckle escaped from his mouth as he remembered how he left his mom to die despite having the power to save her. Some son I am, he thought. Tears started to form in his eyes as he shoved his head into his hands and the self-deprecating chuckle from earlier turned into sobs. As he was sobbing, he heard a gentle voice calling him, Izuku. He looked up and saw Ochako looking at him with worried eyes. Are you all right? Izuku fanatically rubbed his eyes and stood up. Yeah, don't worry about me, he rubbed his face. Sorry, I must be wasting everyone's time. As Izuku was about to leave, Ochako grabbed his hand. Izuku, please don't, she said with a heavy emotion in her voice. I am not Eri. You don't have to act like you are an unbeatable superhero in front of me. What are you? The words died in his mouth when Ochako suddenly hugged him. It's okay, you can let it out, she said while rubbing his back. You don't have to pretend anything in front of me, you know. You can just be Izuku in front of me. After that, a comfortable silence lingered between both of them for a few minutes. Then slowly Ochako felt Izuku's hands wrapping around her tightly as he buried his face in her neck while sobbing. I left her, to die, Izuku said in between sobbing. I am not a hero, Ochako, I am not a hero. Izuku, you and Verdant are different people, she said trying to sound as gentle as she could. He and you are living different lives. His decisions do not reflect on you. Besides, it is easy to judge someone from the outside, but only Verdant knows what he is going through at that time. Do you understand? Izuku hummed. And remember this, Ochako broke their hug and cupped his face in her hands. You are a hero. To me, to Eri, and to anyone you have saved in your entire life. Again there was silence for a while as they just stays like that until Izuku broke the silence. Ochako.